Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Kenyans from all over. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. Show kali, show yenyu, show fiti ambao umeifanya kuwa show ya kupendeza. As usual, I'm your host, Jex the moderator, and this is Mtembei Live. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami, nieleze unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Karibu sana kwa hii show kali, show fiti, show ambayo inakufikia wewe moja kwa moja kutoka Mtembei Studios. Thank you so much for being part of this wonderful show. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami, mimi wenyu Jex. Nizidishe kunijuza unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Mambo yanazidi kuwaka moto, mambo yanazidi kuwa makali sana. I'm telling you, the more days are going, the more it's becoming interesting and even deadlier and threatening. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me. My name is Jex, the moderator. Karibuni sana kwa hii show yenyu, show kali, show yako wewe Mkenya. Mkenya mzalendo, Mkenya ambaye unanitazama popote ulipo hapa Kenya, kule nje uraibuni, kule uko mbali, uko kokote uliko. Karibu sana kwa show. Let me know where you're watching me from. This is your host, Jex the moderator. Karibuni sana. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Nisalamie hapo nami nitakusalamia back. Let me know unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Zaidi ya yote share, like hii video kwa YouTube, like hii video kwa Facebook. Asante sana kwa wale ambao tayari washaanza kutuma ujumbe zao. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. This is your show. This is your host. Karibuni. This is your station, your number one station in online presentation. Asante sana. Naona wengi wanaanza kutuma ujumbe. Raila says this, I am ready to die. I'll be telling you why he's saying so, and I'll be telling you why. He has written a very serious letter. I'll be reading it and I'll be explaining what he meant. Maandamano tunayo hatuna, I don't know, but I know lazima maandamano. That's what Karua has said today. Leo maandamano itakuwa on Tuesday. Police has said no, but Karua says lazima. Kalonzo says lazima. Baba has said lazima. Despite the threat from Moses Kuria and Gachagua, they have said Maandamano Lazima, we are ready to die. We are ready to die. Dying to them is not a big issue. Sijui maoni yako ni yapi wewe mwanaazimio, wewe ambaye umejiandaa kwenda maandamano, let me know. Karibu sana kwa show, karibu sana kwa hii show yako, hii show ambao umefanya ikawa show kali, hii show ambao umefanya ikawa show fiti. I'm about to introduce some of the videos making headlines, but above all, allow me to invite you to this show. Nijuze unanitazama ukiwa wapi? Kuna mtu hapa anasema maandamano ria. Okay. Huyo ni Timothy Ochieng. Let me know where you're watching me from. Zaidi ya yote, like hii video mbio, share hii video mbio, but karibu sana kwa hii show. Thank you for tuning in. I see people are many. Wameingia kwa fujo. Wadau mumeingia mbio. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. Ninamuona nani hapa? Grishen Akondani. Angel na kuona sana Poleni sana. Watu wa Kenya Power mtatutesa hii Kenya yetu, lakini ni sawa. Karibuni sana. I'm sorry those power hitch. Sawa, lakini zaidi yote karibu sana kwa show. Karibu sana kwa show. Pole. I started steam ikapotea, but tumerudi tena. Karibu sana. I see many are already in. Poleni for that hiccup. It wasn't my fault. Karibu sana. I see people have joined. Wengi wameingia kwa show. Naona nani hapa? Namuona Vincent Wekesa ako ndani, Justus Lagat ako ndani, Abdullahi Abdi ako ndani, Muhammad Abdukadir ninakuona. Asante sana. Karibu sana kwa show. Poleni sana kwa hiyo mshki ambao umetokea. Prince Okech ninakuona. Karibu sana kwa show. Wilfred Semo ninakuona. Ni Mary from Kiambu. Karibu sana kwa show. Timothy Ochieng ninakuona. Karibu sana kwa show. Atoti Sheila ninakuona. Karibu sana kwa show. Janet Jackson Bogo ninakuona. Angie Angela nakuona. Karibu kwa show. Prince Ingwe Okech from Kirinyaga. Karibu sana kwa show. Angie unasema hi Jakes. Hi to you Angie. Karibu sana. Namuona Sylvia Nanjala uko ndani ya show. Karibu. Felix Lagat uko ndani. Putin Writer Michael ninakuona. Alex Munyaka nakuona. Prince Igwe Okech. Aha, umetuma mara ya pili. Pole sana, ni network na stima imekuwa mshki, lakini ni sawa. Poleni sana, poleni sana. Caroline sawa, ninakuona. Nani mwingine yako hapa? Namuona William Otieno unasema uko ndani, uko imara. David Kitiso uko ndani, karibu kwa show. Prince Igwe Okech nakuona uko ndani. Vintim Olo uko ndani. John Andanyi uko ndani, unasema kwanza na cheo. Okay, pole. Tunaanzanga saa 4. Hip Hop Newton na kuona. Prince Ingo unasema ni sawa. Pole, asanteni sana kwa kunisamehe, si maksa yangu. Kenya Power ametufanya ile kitu. Aboyo Steve unasema Jackie Imba ndani. Okay. Asembo Junior na kuona. Agri Owaro na kuona, na wengi ambao mnajiunga nami. Karibuni kwa hii show. Karibuni kwa hii show yenyu, show kali, show fiti ambao mumeifanya show kubwa, show ambao mumeifanya ikawa show fiti, show ambayo imekuwa fiti sababu wewe Mkenya umeifanya kuwa jinsi ilivyo. Show fiti sana. Thank you so much. Raila Odinga says we are ready to die. We are ready to die. Liwalo na liwe Tuesday. We are going to do that thing. Polisi wamesema no, maandamano is illegal. Why? Because the previous ones kumekuwa na destruction, kumekuwa na loss of lives. So it's a no. Lakini Raila Odinga says we shall have it. It's not upon the police to grant us permission. Maandamano lazima. I'll be a letter from Raila Odinga today. Zabron Ongaro uko ndani, nasema niko ndani ya show. Karibu sana. I'll be sending in the link just now and showing you how to join in live. Help me do this. Like, share as many times as you can. Share to as many groups as you can. Thank you for always choosing Mtembei TV, and above all for always making this show your number one stop show online. We are always here for you, Mtembei, the biggest station, the biggest channel online that you will find all the news making headlines. Utazipata hapa live, Mtembei TV. Baba is ready. Wanaazimio vipi mko? Kuna wimbo ambao mmetunga inaenda, mtakimbia hii Tuesday kimbi hapa kule tear gas. That song, I don't know if you have heard it. Inaitwa tear gas. I don't know ni tear gas ama ni kimbi. Nijuze hapo kwa comment section. Join me live. I'll be telling you how to join in live. Namuona Onesimus Duncan Patrick uko ndani. Dorcas Kipchirchir uko ndani. John Mlangi uko ndani. Zabron Ongaro uko ndani. Hazron Takei na kuona. Onesimus Duncan Patrick uko ndani. George Nyalo uko ndani. Paul Yebei na kuona. I'm doing this so that I can have you back. Thank you. I see hundreds are watching. Karibuni sana kwa show. Karibuni kwa show. Allow me to play 1 or 2, 3 clips ambazo zimefanya hii show kukua. We begin with the police. Bungei anadai vipi? Bungei anadai on Tuesday. Hello.
Reporters Nairobi. I want to welcome all of you. Once again, we are here. And I know very well that we also know what is ahead of us and what we're expecting. And therefore, we are here to give direction as National Police Service on behalf of the National Police Service, that is Inspector General of Police, and the entire family of the National Police Service. We are therefore here to address the nation and the people of Nairobi about the called demonstration by the team from Azimio. And therefore, we are going to give guidelines and direction to be taken into as we ensure that law and order is enforced and maintained within the city of Nairobi. We want to ensure that Kenyans of goodwill have all it takes to serve the interests of this country, or rather to ensure that they run their businesses without any interference. And therefore, we are here to give directives and guidelines to us the same. I therefore want to read very clear, and this to be understood by all Kenyans of goodwill, that we are in receipt of letter from Azimio informing us, Azimio coalition informing us of the intent to conduct public demonstration within Nairobi County on 2nd of May 2023, and as under. We are, whereas Article 37 of Kenya's Constitution of 2010 allows every Kenyan citizen the right to peacefully and unharmed, I underline the word peacefully and unharmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petition to public authorities. Whereas the law allows us to do as I've said, we are here for. It is, however, noteworthy that the right to assemble is not obsolete under the Constitution. The Public Order Act, Section 5A, seeks to regulate public meetings and processions by providing for the need to notify the police and also the power of the police service to stop or prevent a public meeting where appropriate. As much as you are allowed by Article 37, there is also subsection 5 of the same act that regulates or allows police to regulate the same procession, demonstration, picketing, or whatsoever. And this, therefore, and where it is obvious it will not meet the constitutional objectives, under the same Part 3, the Public Order Act also prohibits the procession or the possession. While you are in possession, it prohibits the possession of offensive weapons at public meetings and procession. Demonstrators, picketers, and petitioners or presenters of petition must do so peacefully and unarmed. You should be able to do it peacefully and unarmed. Assemblies, picketing, and demonstrations which are not peaceful are excluded from the protection of the article. This, therefore, should be understood very clear, that once that we are not to meet the requirements of Section 5 of the same article, then we police have the mandate to ensure that it is regulated, it is managed as per that article. And if it does not meet the requirements, then it is prohibited. If they consist of violence to or intimidation of the public, then the assembly or the demonstration have to be stopped. If the same exercise, I repeat, if the same exercise consist of violence or intimidation of the public, then the assembly or the demonstration have to be stopped. Likewise, participants in assemblies, picketers, and demonstrators must not be armed. Must not be armed. Weapons as well as defensive or protective contraptions which breed or stimulate aggression have not to be possessed by the demonstrators or the picketers, meaning they should not have any kind of protectives, either stones, sticks, or whatever. Peaceful demonstrations should remain peaceful by actions and by the process. Therefore, previous demonstration that has been witnessed in the month of March 2023 concluded or conducted by the Azimio team were met with violence as the demonstrators were armed with machetes who attacked innocent members of the public who were going by their business, resulting in the destruction of property, attacks on members of the general public who are not demonstrating, stealing, looting, and death in some areas were experienced. So you can take it to note that on the previous demonstration, we experienced, or the public experienced, looting, attacking, and also loss of property, which lead to also loss of life. That, therefore, the Azimio demonstrations were nothing but peaceful as such. By this letter, we are declining to allow the Azimio team the go-ahead to proceed with the demonstration, and any such demonstration will be dispersed by law enforcement officers. So this, therefore, indicates very clearly to the Kenyans of goodwill that there will be no demonstration within the city of Nairobi because we are guided by the law. And as I put it very clear, as per Section 5 of the same Article 37, we must ensure that Kenyans are safe. And if the requirements or the applications of the so-called team does not meet the thresholds of the same, then therefore the mandate of the police, it is to regulate, it is to control, and to ensure that Kenyans are safe. At the same time, their properties are secure. And we say the same is declined, and therefore no demonstration within the city of Nairobi or within the entire Nairobi as a city.
No demonstrations within Nairobi or within Nairobi as a city. The tough talking Bungei, my friend. Lakini Azimio wanadai vipi? Azimio wanadai maandamano lazima. I don't know wadau, mko tayari? It's becoming interesting, eh? The more I sit here to present this show, the more times I get intrigued by what is happening. I don't know about you, Mwanazimio, uko tayari for Tuesday? Tuesday is becoming an interesting showdown. Ruto amesema you'll be met with full force of the law. I'll be playing that clip just now, but let me know what is your take. What is your take? That is the police saying your request for maandamano has been declined. I see many sending in their comments. Comments leo zinaingia kwa fujo nyingi kama kitu ingine. Namuona Tiro Plagat ako ndani, namuona Nyakimba Nyatigo ako ndani, Benteke na kuona, asanti sana. Unasema yes, tuko tayari. Nani mwingine hapa? Engineer Ojal na kuona, unasema uko ndani. Mwanabiashara uko ndani. Collins Wekesa na kuona. Mili Alan na kuona. Emmanuel Kiplagat, John Gitango na Denilson D. Elliot, ninawaona mko wengi. Mko wengi. Jeff Juma na kuona, maelfu ya watu wanantazama. Asante sana kwa kuwa mwepesi wa kuingia kwa hii show. Fanya vipi? Share, like, especially kwa YouTube, especially kwa kwa Facebook. Before hata nicheze video za kina Moses Kuria, video za kina nani, wacha tuanze kwanza na hiyo clip na nitakukaribisha kwa show. Nakukaribisha kupitia stream ya, ndio hiyo link na kutumia hapo. Hiyo link ikiingia unafanya vipi? Unaiguza tu ama unaitap ama una copy paste, unaiweka hapo kwa kwa Google. Alafu inakutuma StreamYard. Hapo StreamYard unafanya vitu viwili, asha mic, asha camera, alafu ujikute uko kwa show, lakini lazima uwe umeandika jina. Si lazima iwe jina yako rasmi, but ni jina ya kitambulisho tu. Kuna mengi yamesemwa leo. Kuna mengi yamesemwa leo. Today Moses Kuria has done it again. I'll be playing the clip for you and I'm sure you'll be enjoying it live from Tembei. Ninaona Dean Festus uko ndani, Isaac Cheriot uko ndani. Jiunge nami kwa show, si ngumu. Ingia kupitia link ambao ninakutumia. Hiyo link ya Mtembei TV. Watu wameanza kuingia, kuwa wa kwanza kuingia. Show inajazwa tu na watu 10 kwa studio. So hakikisha uko hapo ndani ya studio. Lakini kabla hajacheza Moses Kuria, wacha nimcheze huyu jamaa, nduguye ama uncle ama cousin wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Hey, nakwambia
kuisha, na tuliona wale watu ambao katiba inatambua kutangaza utangazi, walitangaza mshindi wa uchaguzi alikuwa Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto. Wakaenda kotini na koti ikathibitisha, ikasema yeye ndiye alishinda. Mheshimiwa Uhuru, rais mstaafu, akaja akampatia ofisi kiwajani mchana. Kwa hivyo hii watu ambao wanaleta shida, na mimi nimesema mbeleni, wanaongozwa na Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga ni rafiki yangu kama miaka 60 hivi, na mimi namjua sana. Ile kitu Raila anatafuta ni ofisi. Amezoea kuingia kwa serikali na kutokea mlango ya nyuma. Na mimi nawasihi wale watu wanamfuata, watu ambao wamesoma, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Kioni, hawa watu kwenda kuambia wana Kenya ati Ruto must go. Ruto ataenda namna gani? Ako kwa ofisi. Ni kusema wanataka vita. Ama watueleze Ruto must go, atapitia wapi, ataenda.
Aha, tupause kwanza hapo. Anauliza swali hapo, na sijui kama wadau mna answer. Anauliza, nyinyi mnasema Ruto must go.
Nataka kuingia nichukue nafasi yao mtu anaenda. Oh, sorry guys. Naona leo mtu wangu anasumbua na internet. So tukaribishe mtu kama captain. Captain ndio umeingia kwanza.
Na mimi je?
Naona
nazumbuliwa na hii mshindi.
Yes, tuanze
Watia mtu mwingine, watia Jax kwanza.
Jax akirudi. Jax amerudi sawa.
Manze Steam inanifanya ile kitu wadau. I'm so sorry. Oh my. Allow me to have you guys contribute. Inanitenda na kuambia. Sijui nitafanya aje. But karibuni sana kwa show. We have a great show for you. Nyakimba vipi, habari ya saizi?
Mzuri sana naungana na wewe kutoka London.
London kukoje?
Tuko salama kabisa, tunaangalia nyumbani vile kunaendelea.
Baba anadai ako tayari kutuacha in the event kiumane.
Na muunga mkono kabisa, kwa sababu kuna wakati mtu unachezewa mpaka inafika mahali you cannot stretch anymore. Na mahali imefika sasa, ni heri wasipotaka yale mambo yenye watu wa Azimio wanauliza, tugawe nchi ikue kama Southern na Northern Sudan. Kwa sababu tunaelewa, tunaona yale ambayo yanaendelea. Watu wa Kenya kwanza wasitupepe wachinga. Yeah. Maisha imekuwa ngumu na tutaki kuchezewa mpaka mtu unaning'iniziwa roho yako, na pale roho yako iko ndani yako na unaweza kutoa uhai wakati wowote.
We, Captain, vipi habari ya leo?
Niko salama bwana, unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri. Uko salama? Umepotea hii mtaa?
Wewe ulinitoa bwana ile siku. Uko salama? Wewe
sina tabia ya kutoa mtu kwa show bana we.
Ile siku nilitoa nikijaribu kuingia inakataa.
Labda studio ilikuwa imejaa, lakini karibu sana kwa show. Na hii show ni show yako wewe ambao unatazama. Zidi kutuma ujumbe naomba tu mnisamehe kwa sababu nina mshiki ya network, lakini najua kutakuwa kuzuri tu, kutastabilize. Naona wengi wameingia kwa show, pia wewe umekaribishwa kwa show. Wewe mwana Azimio, karibu kwa show. Mwana UDA, karibu kwa hii show. Imekuwa ile siku ambayo sijui nitacheza hii clip kwanza, mtaniruhusu tu wadau mmeingia tu sahi ili niweze ku create mada yangu. Mada yangu inaanza na Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria alisema hivi leo. Akona Kikuyu mingi lakini nitajaribu ku explain, kuna mtu anisaidia kupata interpretation I'll try to explain what Moses.
Na mimi niseme katogoto atogia ni kimuluke mwekinya ni mayanga. No aduma gatoka hada. Gotire waira gyoto ira. Na totigoto atogia ni mundu umwe. Kabasiro tore.
Hapo Moses Kuria anasema hivi, ati hatutaishi kusumbuliwa na mtu mmoja. Heri kesi ishi. Heri kesi ishi, lakini hatutaishi kusumbuliwa na mtu mmoja. I repeat kidogo, I'm sure wengi wanakosa kuelewa kwa sababu anazungumza kwa lugha yake ya mama. Lakini hivi ndivyo Moses Kuria anadai hatutaishi kusumbuliwa na mtu mmoja. Na anadai I think it's time, as per him, I think it's time we end the business of Raila Amolo Odinga. Listen again.
No aduma gatoka hada. Gotire waira gyoto ira. Na totigoto atogia ni mundu umwe.
Hivyo anasema hatutaishi kusumbuliwa na mtu mmoja. Na anasema Tuesday ni ile siku. Wacha tupoza hapo. Janet, habari ya leo, karibu sana kwa show. Janet Ogutu, vipi? Karibu sana kwa show. Hasla number 1 umepotea, karibu sana kwa show.
Anashukuru, nipo, asante.
Asante sana. Wewe mwana Azimio ambaye umeingia kwa studio, washa kamera. Mohamed uko ndani ya show lakini haujawasha kamera. Hivyo basi inakuwa ngumu wewe kujiunga nasi. Lakini zaidi ya yote kujiunga na hawa ambao wameingia kwa studio si vigumu. Fanya vipi? Hiyo clip umetumia, hiyo link umetumia na Mtembei TV, Mtembei Official, Mtembei YouTube. Hiyo ndio link unatumia, unajikuta uko kwa show. Moses Kuria anadai Tuesday hatutaishi kusumbuliwa na mtu mmoja. Anaisema kwa lugha ya mama, lakini mimi ninaicheza tu hapa ili uweze kumsikia. Msiseme ni Mtembei TV.
Gotire waira gyoto ira. Na totigoto atogia ni mundu umwe. kabasiro tore. Kabasiro tore. Okay kahora. Kimalizo.
Moses Kuria anasema ya kwamba tutadili na huyu mzee kesi baadaye. Tutadili na Raila Odinga kesi baadaye. Ama hata heri kesi idumu. Acha nianze na tell me your name sir from London. Nyakamba, aha. Maoni yako ni yapi? Nimeanza na Moses Kuria. Kuna watu wengi wamezungumza na wote wanasema hayo maneno ya kwamba kesi baadaye. It's as though wameamua. Rais pia alisema he is the commander in chief.
Najua bwana Mtembei, mambo saa zingine yanakanganya. Watu wanasemanga kama hujawahi toka kwako uone kwa mwenzako kuchomeka uende kuzima moto, hautajua uzuri na ubaya wa moto. Inaamini wanasiasa wengi wetu hawajawahi onja maisha yale ambao watu wa Somalia wanaishi. Rwanda ilipitia nini? Sudani ilipitia nini? Na Sudani kaskazini inapitia nini wakati huu? Lile ambalo pengine wale wamechagua kuliendeleza liwe ndilo wanataka kulifanya. Kitu ni kimoja, watu walikuwa hata Yoweri Kaguta Museveni mwenye yako hapa Uganda alisema hivi. Hata yeye alichoka kuona watu wakisumbuka, akaamua kuingia msituni.
Okay.
Uzuri ni kwa Kenya hakuna mtu anaingia msituni.
Lakini Nyatigo sika unakumbuka. Nyatigo sika unakumbuka I think ni Friday ama ni Thursday. Rais Ruto alikuwa ameenda kwa Museveni. I think hii wiki tu alikuwa Uganda. Unadhani hiyo ndio mawaidha alipewa na ndugu yake kule Sevo?
Ni kweli alienda.
Alikuwa ameenda Uganda.
Hata kama alipatiwa pengine hayo mawaidha, Mtembei, kitu kimoja ambacho watu wanafaa kujua na kuamini ni kwamba, na hata mimi naamini hivyo, ni kuwa kuna wakati inafika hata wakisema sasa ni kubaya, wakitaka kuwasha Kenya moto wawashe, watu wapigane, wenye watapaki wachunge nchi. Rwanda walipopigana, si Kagame walipaki, nchi inaendelea. Ya, mwenye ataenda aende, mwenye atabaki apaki, nchi itaendelea. Udongo hautaenda mahali, wenye wataisha ni raia.
Okay.
Na itakuwa vibaya ikiwa neno moja ambalo linatoka kinywani mwa mtu mmoja litaangamisha binadamu ndio nchi ibaki.
Okay.
Inashangaza.
Wadau, mko tayari for Tuesday? I don't know about you, but Tuesday inakaa itakuwa siku moja moto, Tuesday itakuwa siku moja kali. Mbona? Raila Odinga amekiri na kinywa chake kupitia leta ambayo ameandika ya kwamba kama wanataka kumuua yeye ako tayari. Kama ni kumuua baba anadai ako ready. Wewe kama supporter, wewe kama mwanaazimio, wewe kama ambaye umekuwa ukishiriki kwa hizi maandamano, wewe unatishwa na hayo maneno ama wewe utajitokeza tu liwalo na liwe? Unadai kwamba Tuesday wataelewa hata wewe unajua kuandamana kama jinsi ambavyo Raila alisema watabidi wametii. Janet Ogutu, sijui kama umesikiza clip ambayo nimecheza, hata kama sijacheza yote kwa sababu Kuingi aliongea na Kikuyu na itakuwa ngumu kwangu kuinterpret everything, but hapo tu nimekuinterpretia. Wewe unakubaliana na matamshi ya Moses Kuria ya kwamba hatutaishi kusumbuliwa na mtu mmoja. I think it's time tumalizane na yeye. Kesi hata kama kesi itakuwa kesi zidi tu, haina shida.
Kwanza Moses Kuria ni nani? Moses Kuria ni nani kwa Raila kwanza kabisa? Na watu kama Moses Kuria au ndio watu ndio wanafaa raia wamalizane nao kabisa.
Okay.
Au ndio watu wanataka Kenya ichomeke.
Okay.
Na wasifikiria hata Raila wana watu wake, si wako. Kwa hivyo Moses Kuria kwanza akae na adabu, hana adabu. Mimi namuonanga kama mguruki.
Okay.
Juu kila saa akiongea yeye na Gachagua kuna tofauti. Na maandamano ni lazima na tutaenda. Na kama mbaya ikae mbaya. Na inatakikana hii Kenya watu walimane. Mpaka si ndio heshima itakuwa. Watu walimane tu.
Lakini ilianza
tukilimana ni ndugu yangu atakufa, ni dadako ataumia, watoto wetu ndo watabaki bila wazazi.
It doesn't matter.
Mwenye atabaki atachunga nchi. Mtembei, tumechoka bwana.
Wacha tuanzie hapo pa kuchoka. Ni nini hasa imekuchokesha wewe kama Nyakimba na Janet? Ni nini imewachosha haswa, ili wana Kenya Kwanza ambao pia wanatutazama ama wao kwa show pia wao waelewe hii ndio sababu tunaandamana, hii ndio sababu tutajitokeza siku ya Tuesday, hata kama serikali imesema tutakuwa ndani ya mstari.
Kitu kimetuchokesha ni hiki. Mimi kama Nyakamba si kuona haja ya mimi kuamuka saa 11 asubuhi kwenda kupanga laini kupiga kura. Alafu haki yangu inakuwa decided na mtu mmoja ama wawili ama watatu. Pili, sichakaa nchi ambayo constitution inanipatia haki na hiyo haki inakanyagwa chini na watu wachache. Tatu, niko na haki ya kuishi. Nataka chakula, nataka kila kitu, na ni haki ambayo constitution inasema serikali yangu lazima inipatie. Ni kwa nini kila kitu inafanywa kinyume na ile katiba ambayo iliyoko ya kunichunga mimi kama mwananchi? Mwisho, tumechoka. Kama mwaka wa 2007 ingeacho iendelee mwezi moja, Wakenya tungekuwa tumeheshimiana mpaka saa tungekuwa na shida kama tuko nayo.
Correct.
Nataka nikuulize, wakati ilifanyika 2007 ilipita miezi ngapi watu 1000 walikuwa wameenda? Watu walilimana. Saa hii mimi natoka jamii ambayo tulilimana na wengine mpaka hata saa hii ndio tunachenga nyumba, sisi hatuna. Tunaheshimiana kwa sababu tuligombana tukaona mahali tunafikishana. Kenya sio hawa watu wanafanya ndio wanajua. Heri tupigane kabisa. Rwanda saa hii wanaheshimiana. Hebu enda uulize mtu ukifika Kigali, uulize wewe ni Mhutu ama ni Mtusi, utawekwa ndani kwa sababu unaheshimiana. Wachana ni Mnyarwanda na Mnyarwanda kasi. Yani that's a man and a woman of Rwanda. Lakini Kenya kwa sababu ya uchika ya watu kama kina huyu Moses Kuria ndio tunajuana huyu ni Mkikuyu, huyu ni Mkalenjin, huyu ni Mchaluo, huyu ni mkabila gani? Kwa sababu ya kufuata watu kama yeye. Lazima kuheshimiana ni kuwa sasa. Napenda saa zingine wakati hao viongozi wanaenda hizi rally sao. Nataka wewe mwenyewe Mtembei usikise wale maneno wanapoimba ule wimbo wa Julian, niko njaa siwezi hata karanga. Watu wangapi leo hapo nyumbani wamelala bila njaa? Bila kukula. Ni watu wengi sana. Ni watoto wangapi hawajaenda shule? If you want to know the value of education, ndugu yangu, fuka mpaka uingie Somalia. Uone ni nini inaendelea huko. Hao watu wengine, watu kama Kuria wenye wanachoka hawajawahi kanyaga nje ya mpaka wa Kenya, wajue maisha yenye yako mahali hakuna serikali iko namna gani. Ni aibu sana, aibu. Hata rais mwenye anajua aliipa uongozi anaendelea kuchokoza. Umeumiza mtu na unaendelea kusindilia msumari kwa kidonda. Hiyo sio haki. Naamini ninapenda kutilia mkazo kitu Azimio wanataka kufanya wafanye, kwa sababu haki lazima itendeke, na haki haiwezi heshima na haki sinaenda pamoja. Uwezi sema uko na usawa kama uwezi heshimu mwenzako na uwezi fanyia mwenzako haki. Asante sana.
Asante sana, naona wengi wanatuma ujumbe. Ninamuona Tiara Oscar Juma unasema hivi, Ruto must go. Gitash unasema 207 mlisaidiwa na wakale, mtahepa kuhepa nyinyi. We maoni ya Kenya ingine inashtua, lakini ni sawa. Lois Maina na kuona, Opande D Dawood uko ndani, Josephine Mumbua na kuona, Sarem David Kipkoril uko ndani, Opende Opende D Dawood nimekuona, asante sana. Johnson Ale Kasaro na kuona, na Ben Tyres mko ndani. Aha, Mohamed na kuona uko kwa show, lakini shida I think iko pande yako. Ukiunmute ama ukiwasha kamera before utap enter itakuwa rahisi. Zaidi ya yote karibu sana kwa show. Polo Guna, habari ya leo? Polo Guna, habari ya leo?
Yes sir, bwana mwenyekiti, habari ya jioni.
Niko salama, habari yako?
Niko salama sana, salamia wapendwa. Yes, mimi niko sawa, nashukuru sana. Leo siko aero, maji imenihamisha, niko Siaya saa hii. River Nyando imebreak. Lakini sio mbaya ndugu yangu, tuko wazima, Mungu ni mwaminifu.
Okay.
Sasa ninaona mada Raila is ready to die. Na mimi ningeomba Wakenya tuwe wapole. Umejua Kenya vile huo mkubwa amesema, nimeingia kama anaongea na nikasema kweli wenye hawajawahi kutembea out of Kenya kwa hizi taifa za Kiafrika ndio watu kama Moses Kuria, hawana huruma na nchi yetu, na labda kuna mahali wamefika. Umejua ninajiuliza saa zingine hao jamaa wamefika wapi, wamekanyaga nini? Umejua ile confidence yenye wako nao ni kama labda wao wenyewe wanaongeanga na Mungu direct kama Musa, na Mungu anawaambia, kwa sababu sio rahisi kiongozi kuwa vile Moses Kuria ako careless. Na pia Halo
nakusikia.
Yes, sasa mimi ningeendelea kusema kuna kitu nilikuwa ninafikiria, na nilikuwa naomba Mungu kama wengine wangeruhusu Kenya tugawe, tubaki na Nyanza iwe country nyingine, tukikuja Nairobi tuwe wageni, kwa sababu nimetembea sana Nyanza, hata sasa niko Siaya. Juzi nilikuwa Kisii. Sisi ni watu tumebarikiwa sana sana. Sioni haja ya kubemberezana na wakina Moses Kuria kuwa na kwa nchi yao, kwa sababu culture wise hakuna kitu in fact hata ukiangalia nimetembea sana nikagundua Mungu hakuumba Wajaluo ama wengine wenye wako upande wa huku waungane na Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin. Hata ukiangalia hata Mungu mwenyewe hakupenda, kwa sababu Mungu angekubali kutuweka katika kwa watu wenye hatushiriki culture, hatusielewani, hakuna hata kitu moja, hata moja tunaweza sikizana na jamaa. Kwa sababu juzi nilikuwa kwa channel nyingine na mtu alikuwa anasema ati the most patriotic Kenyans ni Wajaluo. Kama kuna watu wanapenda hii nchi na roho yao yote, kwa kusema ukweli ni watu wa kutoka Western Kenya. Mluya, Mjaluo, Mkisii, hao watu wamechukuanga Kenya wameweka kwa roho yao. Wanatakanga Kenya ifaulu kwa njia yote. Wanafanya kazi na bidii, enda kwa jua kali, enda garage, enda wapi, enda watu wenye wanajenga hizi nyumba kubwa ni wao watu wa kutoka Western Kenya. Na watu tuliowachia nafasi wafanye biashara na watuuzie waru, ni kama wanaona sisi yani wanafikiria kwa sababu tunanunuanga waru na kabeji na tunawapatia pesa wanarudi nao Mount Kenya, wanafikiria sasa sisi ni watu bure. Na nimekuwa nikiambia watu, mimi juzi nilikuwa aero pale kwa soko na nikapata lori imesimama na kabeji. Nikauliza jamaa, mbona mnanunua kabeji au watu mnawapatia pesa wanarudi nao Molo? Hii pesa nunueni usuga, mnunue kunde, tuachia watu warudi na kabeji yao huko, kwa sababu hao watu wanatudharau. Tunawapatia pesa Kwani kama tungekuwa tunanunua waru, kama tungekuwa tunanunua kabeji, kama tungekuwa tunanunua maziwa, hao watu wangekuwa wanatoa pesa wapi ya kutudharau nayo? Mbona tukubali tuwache, tususie, tukae na nchi yetu, tukule usuga, tukule nderma, tukule chakula yetu, tuishi kwetu, tuko na kila kitu. Mungu ametubariki na maji, mpaka maji inatuhamisha kutoka kwa manyumba. Mbona tuwezi kukubali kuwacha jamaa? Ni nini inatulazimu lazima tununue vitu za Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin? Kwa sababu these people, pesa yenye tunawapatia, si tunafanya kazi na bidii sana, na kazi yetu tunanunua vitu kwao. Tukishanunua vitu kwao, wanabeba pesa yetu kwa mfuko, wanarudi kwao. Wakifika kwao, wanaanza kusema wanataka kutuua. Sasa kama hatuwezi kuacha kununua, umejua, kama tunataka tulete heshima Kenya, badala ya kupigana kama Rwanda. Ninataka kuongea na ndugu yangu Mkisii mwenye ameongea sahihi. Badala ya kupigana kama Rwanda, tususie kununua vitu za hao watu kabisa. Tuhakikishe tumeweka vijana wetu kwa barabara, lori zao hazikuji huku chini na chakula. Wauzie Wakikuyu waende wachukue kabeji, wauzie Wakale wabebe waru, waende wauzie Wakikuyu. Sisi tubaki tukule viazi tamu. Mungu alitupatia everything. Sio ni haja ya kubembelezana jamaa. Tukienda kuuza omena huko tuchukue passport. Tukinunua samaki tuchukue passport. Sisi ndio tuko na everything. Unaona? Kubembelezana jamaa. Ni nini inatupeleka kwao? Ni nini kweli? Mimi juzi niliona jamaa mwingine Onyango ati amepigwa na risasi na Ngunjiri huko Molo. Nikajiuliza, huyu Onyango hakuna shamba huku kwetu akuja apalilie, lazima aende afanye kwa Wakikuyu. Shida iko wapi? Leo sahii niko Siaya. Unaona mahali niko Siaya sahii. Area is full. Tuko na everything. Ukitembea unapata the land is green. Mungu alitubariki, tuko na rivers, tuko na nini, tuko na samaki, tuko na muogo, tuko na nduma, tuko na mrenda, tuko na kunde, tuko na everything. Tunaenda kutafuta nini kwa Kikuyu? Sisi tuwache huko wafanye biashara yao huko. Hiyo ndio italeta heshima. Kama wao watu watakosa kupata pesa yetu, kama hao watu wataanza kuona wakikuja sokoni wanarudi na kabeji, waende wakulie huko kabeji yao, warudi na maziwa yao huko. Tununua hata maziwa Uganda, tuko na boda hapa na maziwa inatoka Uganda. Mbona tuwezi nunua maziwa ya Uganda? Tuache jamaa, kwa sababu tunawapatia pesa. Hii pesa yenye wanang'ang'ana nayo, matako yao kubwa kubwa nayo na matumbo kubwa kubwa, na ni pesa zetu, na ndio wanatutukana nayo. Wanasema tujatairi, wanasema tustahili. Why? Kwa nini hatuwezi wacha hawa jamaa? Kwani ni nini? Kwani wametuwekea dawa gani? Mimi nimeishi, nilideclare sisi hutaibe kura ya Raila. Nilisema sitakula kabeji kwa nyumba yangu, na mpaka leo nyumba yangu hakuna. Nyumba yangu ni no go zone, kabeji haingii. Nyumba yangu ni no go zone, mimi sikuli waru, sikuli chips. Nilisema vitu za Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin sitaki, na I declare that it is final. Kwa nyumba yangu mimi nakula mkunde, nakula mtoo, nakula mrenda, nakula mboga tamu hizi zenye Mungu amebariki nao watu wa Western, na ninafurahi. Nikienda hapa Vihiga ninakutana na marafiki, na nasitamani kwenda kwao. Hata ninasema ningoje huko, nikienda huko niombe passport. Sitaki kwenda kwao kwa sababu nimeridhika huku. Sasa ndugu yangu,
kidogo tu Paul Oguna, wacha nisikize. Umetaja sana watu wa sehemu ya Kericho na Eldoret. Captain Keep, maoni yako ni yapi? Jamaa amesema kabeji muachiwe. Washa mic yako Captain.
Huyu badala ya kuwa part of the solving problem, anakuwa part of the problem himself. So hiyo itasolviwa namna gani? Yeye mwenyewe ni shida itatatuliwa vipi? Wanaambia waende bunge waseme mambo yao huko, wanaanza kuingilia Canaan ati sijui hiyo ni wa Jubilee. Hakuna mambo ya huyo ni wa Jubilee, wote ni wa Kenya, na wakae chini wasikizwe vile wanataka. Lakini sasa kwa sababu wamekataa hiyo, so mumeambiwa hakuna maandamano. Tuesday hakuna maandamano. Hiyo ya kugawa inji hiyo, sijui katiba inasema kitu kama hiyo. Kwa sababu katiba ya Kenya ilipitishwa 2010 na mwenye kupigania hiyo katiba mnasemanga ni baba. Wakenya wengine ni kama hawakuwa, yeye peke yake ndiye alikuwa pale.
Walikuwa
Sasa
wamekataa.
nani
Kidogo
hao?
tu Nyakiba, niliwaruhusu wewe na Paul. Acha tusikize pia Kip kidogo. Endelea
Naweza
Kip.
mpea tu kama anataka kuongea, naweza mpea. Unajua watu
Endelea tu.
wamechanganyikiwa. Sasa hiyo katiba
Hapana. Kila
imesema
mtu ana
vizuri
haki.
sana. Hiyo katiba imesema vizuri sana. Tutaenda uchaguzi mwezi wa 8 baada ya miaka 5 na watachagua mwenye atakuwa ameshinda. Mwenye atakuwa ameshinda, kama kuna mtu ako na kesi anapatiwa wiki 2 apeleke kesi yake kotini, aende afile kesi ya kwamba ako na kesi aliibiwa kura, labda kivitu kama hizo. Hiyo yote ilifanyika mpaka walikuja mpaka kotini wakasema mambo yao, server ilifunguliwa, ama kama si server ni portals, whatever the case. Lakini mpaka saa hizi wamekuja wamekaa miezi 5 hapo 6 wameanza kesi. Sijui whistleblower. Wangekuwa watu wazuri, hata kwanza hiyo whistleblower ningemuomba sana angekuja ile siku tulikuwa kotini. Angesaidia pakubwa, kwa sababu angesema hii results ilitoka wapi. It's too late for you guys. We cannot go back there. Kama mnaona maandamano itasaidia, which it is illegal kulingana na wakuu wa serikali na vitu zingine, katiba inazoruhusu, lakini in an option that imekubaliwa. Lakini polisi wamewakataza na hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Maandamano hakuna, na muendelee kivyenu na hiyo. Siwezi ongea mingi sana leo. Wacha wakuje.
Acha niende kwa Mama Janet.
Amesema mambo ya maziwa na nini na viazi. Ati tuende kuuze wapi? Si tuliwacha hata kuuza mambo ya viazi huko chini huko. Si tuliwacha hiyo, tuliamua tu tunapeleka Nakuru iende iamue kutoka huko mbele. Maziwa, mahindi yote. Kwa sababu sasa mtu akiongea hivyo na is part of the problem instead of solving the problem, anajiingiza ndani. Hii Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Tukiingia kwa platform kama hii na tuanze kuongea hivyo, hakuna kitu tunasaidia. Tungekaa chini tuone tufanye namna gani, tusikize wale wenye wanataka tusikize. Hata wangekubali kwanza wakae hata wanawa peke yake kwa bunge, kwa hiyo bipartisan. Alafu isemekana hapana, hapa it's unfair. Kitu hata hawajaingia pale kwa bunge peke yake. Wameanza kuzunguka hapa. Kiokamkunji, Kibera, sijui wapi. Ati hakuna, hatukubali hiyo mambo ya sijui bipartisan, sijui Adan Keynan amefanya ile. The problem is this. Huyu mzee anataka appointiwe watu wake 7 kama ministers, sijui apewe kazi gani hapo, haiwezekani. Endelea Jex, ama umpatie next.
Mama Janet, habari ya saizi. Hebu nikuulize, wewe unaona kama hii maandamano italeta suluhisho kwa all those grievances? Unaona kama italeta suluhisho?
Ndio italeta. Kwanza hii mtu umeleta umeleta UDA hapa kwa nini? Umetuletea UDA kwa nini? Hapa ilikuwa ya Azimio.
Mama Janet, hii station
wewe ongea mambo yako, wachana na mimi.
Ya Kenya Kwanza.
Hatutaki watu wazimu kama Gachagua hapa. Usituletea wazimu kama Gachagua.
Station ya kila mtu.
Hii ujinga yao ndio hatutaki na bado analeta hapa.
Naweza ongea kidogo. Naweza pewa chance niongee kidogo.
Acha niseme hivi, na nasema hivi nikiwa na heshima kwa kila moja. Hii station ni ya kila mtu, si station ya Azimio wala ya Kenya Kwanza. Hii station ni ya kila mtu, hakuna mwenye ana haki kubwa kuliko ya mwingine. Wana Azimio wamekaribishwa, wana Kenya Kwanza wamekaribishwa, ni maoni yao, ni haki yao, maana pia wao ni Wakenya. Unaweza kukubaliana na wao, lakini wacha wawe na haki ya kusema. Endelea Mama Janet.
Asante.
Endelea Mama Janet.
Mpatie mwingine aongee.
Asante sana. Okay.
Unaona ana kitu ya kusema.
Ninamuona Tekesa ako ndani. Tekesa befriend, unasema vipi?
Habari zenu zote.
Habari zenu. Next nimeingia wa kwanza na unioni kwani?
Pardon?
Nani huyu? Nakuona asala number 1, nakuona, najua wewe maoni yako mali inaelekea, nakuja kwako. Ninacheza hivyo. Kenya Kwanza Azimio, Kenya Kwanza Azimio. Je, nimetoka kwa captain tu
Okay.
sahi, wacha nikuje kwanza kwa Teksa be friend. Naja kwako tu sahi, hustler number 1. Endelea Tekesa.
Ndio ilikuwa nauliza habari yenu.
Tuko salama.
Juu nimeingia kwa mjadala saa hii na kulingana venye nasikia maoni ya kila mtu. Unajua za maoni kwa kila mtu is always right kwa kila mtu, unaona? Lakini nategemea wazo la kila mtu na wazo la kwa mwenye anaongea na kwa mwenye ana present kwake, unaona?
Okay.
So kulingana na matamshi ya Raila Odinga that maandamano ni lazima, na kuna hii swala la ni heri mtu akufe. Sa huyu, mimi niko na swali hapo, ule mwenye anakufa ni mwananchi ama ni yeye mwenyewe through maandamano?
Yeye atakuja na gari ambayo iko live.
No. Mimi kuna swali. Haya, wewe, mimi naamuka asubuhi naenda na hustle kivyangu. Wewe ni mdosi, si ndio? Background yako haiwezi fanana na mimi, so mimi nikufuate in the name of maandamano. Unaona? That rais juzi alisema hata ukiweka sufuria miaka 10 kwa kichwa hakuna maendeleo italeta. It's either you struggle for your fittest na uende chini utafute kitu, at least hata kama yeye ana concentrate area yake na mimi ni concentrate area yangu, at least at the end of the day then economy, sisi wenyewe tunataka economy is stabilize. Unajua economy yezi enda chini venye sisi wenyewe tunafikiria, haiwezi enda chini the way mwananchi anataka. So vitu ni mingi ya kufanya, unaona? Na Quran country mzima na kila mtu is not a joke. You know very well what I'm trying to mean. So maandamano iko kwa katiba. Na hakuna, walikuwa wanasema kutakuwa na peaceful maandamano. We uliona? You were there. Uliona? Tuongee the fact. Uliona?
Wacha Wakenya watuambie kama waliona.
Kila mtu anasikiza juu mimi nilifuata kila kitu na hakuna kitu niliona ya mambo ya peaceful hapo. So ule mwenye aliumia at long last ni nani? Ni mimi na ule mwingine na ule mwingine. So tunalilia kila mtu haki yake. That okay? Ingekuwa vizuri sana that wanasema tunalilia uchumi iende chini. Mtoto ya Raila angekuwa mbele yake, familia yake, Kalonzo pia na ule mwingine pia. At least sisi wenyewe hatungeongea maneno yote sababu they are role model to us, unaona? Lakini wewe uko juu ya gari, mimi hata sina kuku na undanganya mimi niende nipigwe risasi, and then at the end of the day nani ataumia? Tuongee the fact, nani ataumia? Nataka nijibuiwe hiyo swali. Swali yangu ya mwisho, Raila, siongei na mimi, siongei kwa ubaya, hiyo ni maoni yangu. Kila mtu ako na maoni yake. Ameshinda pale Kibera for so many years. Unaona? Mimi kuna kitu nimeuliza hapo, kuna jamaa fulani alikuwa amepost kitu fulani hapo. Nimesoma tu saa hii ndio nikuje hapo. Ni watu wangapi analipia school fees? Ni wapi amepeleka chakula? At least watu waseme hii imetoka kwa mtu fulani fulani. Unaona? Nataka nijibiwe hiyo swali. Na after kujibiwa swali, mimi niko na proof ya ile kitu yenye naongea. Asante.
Pologuna, naona unainua mkono. Naona watu wakinua mkono. Wacha nirudi kwa nani? Wacha Nyakaimba alafu Pologuna alafu Kip. Alafu ndio nirudi kwa Hasla.
Nashukuru sana bwana Mtembei. Okay, nashukuru sana kwa nafasi. Yote yale ambao watu wanasema kila mtu ako na haki kuongea ama kutoa hoja zake. Lakini ni kuwa kila mtu tuheshimiane, hakuna kurushiana maneno mabaya.
Exactly.
Jambo ambalo ningependa kutilia mkazo ni kuwa sisi wale ambao tuko na umri chini ya miaka 50 ndio tuko wengi katika Kenya yetu. Na sisi ndio tunalilia taifa ambalo tutakuwa nalo kesho na lenye tutapatia watoto wetu.
Okay.
Kitu ninalilia wakati uchumi uko mbaya, kila kitu iko kinakuwa kibaya. Okay, societal organization kama ni mbaya, maisha ni mabaya. Even in Europe, if you ever studied history, what were the causes of revolution that are documented in the books of history? Social injustices. Go to the French Revolution. Ni kitu gani ilileta French Revolution? Injustice from down the community. Kitu kingine, the injustices that you've been seeing in Kenya do not arise from anything else. Marginalization of regions, of tribes. When people reach there, when you feel that you even don't exist, you don't matter in a country like Kenya, what do? We have people who have even given up in life. You have children you cannot educate. It's not because you cannot. Let me take an example. I am working and I'm supposed to give 30% of my monthly salary as payee. 30%. And yet I'm told there are others going to be added. So that what do I take home? What do I give my child?
Okay.
And we have people, let me give you an example of the other day. Here in London, the Kenyans who are here in this country were demonstrating outside the embassy.
Okay.
And the shame on them, not on the Kenyans who are demonstrating, but on the Kenyan embassy staff, that they are calling policemen to come and arrest them because they are making noise outside the embassy. And these are part of those people who are complaining that they have not been paid. Some of them have not even paid rents of the places where they stay. So this is a problem that we must approach soberly. Politicians will always politic, but mwananchi will carry the problems. If you want to tell me to back up from supporting whatever this side or this side, whatever they pass up there, it is the masses who suffer. In French, we have what we call the bourgeoisies, who were dining and drinking in their own palaces when Mwananchi was suffering down there. And then when Mwananchi stood up, they left those palaces running. So the thing is, people must look at these things soberly. It's only in Kenya where we have the police taking orders. Even you who even have a barasa. If you look at what was happening in South Africa, South Africa was colonized until yesterday, but they had the best and respected demonstrations in the continent. Now, in Kenya, we have problems. When people talk of demonstrations, we stare death in the faces. Just because even our police, our politicians, have never known what it means to respect the right of the mwananchi, the right that is enshrined in the Constitution. In the UN Charter, we have what is called as the right of secession. What happened in Sudan can happen elsewhere. Ni kwa mtoto wa punduki ambapo amani inakuja. If the so-called the word they sing Mau Mau, kama Mau Mau hawangebeba silaha waingie msituni waambie wasungu watoke, hatungepata amani. In the same way, if men and women cannot stand up and say this is not justice, this is injustice, we can never get what can make us look equal before the law. If they want to kill people, you know, they are selling fear to Mwananchi. Mwananchi can come out and say, I need this, I'm not getting this. Now, we are paying a lot of money back to the government in terms of taxes. My child cannot go to school. I cannot put food on my table. What is it? Am I supposed to? In fact, that is why you can even see people giving up hope in life until they go to be cheated that you can go to heaven. That's why people are dying even in Kilifi. You give an alternative route for people to get rest from the problems they have, and they'll follow.
Okay. Haya. Dakika tena 2 kwako Captain.
Jex,
umeinua mkono. Ulikuwa umeinua mkono.
Naona saa hii nani sasa Nyakamba ametulia kidogo. Tukianza alikuwa amesukuma sana akisukumia
Endelea.
Alikuwa amesukumia Kenya Kwanza sana. Sio heti ile serikali iko Kenya saa hizi. Sisi wote tunafurahia. Kuna vitu zingine siko sawa, kuna zingine hasiko sawa. Sisi wote lazima tukuje kwa meza, tukae chini tuelewane. Tufanye namna gani? Lakini mambo ya kusema unaleta sijui UDA, sijui UTA, sijui nini, hiyo ni vitu ilipitwa na wakati hiyo. Checks kwanza, wakati wewe unaweka hapa kwa big screen, unaweka maandamano lazima sijui nini. Pia unaleta kwamba serikali walisema hakuna maandamano. Ukileta hii dakika moja, leta hii dakika moja. Ndio mtu mwenye ameingia saa hizi asione kana kwamba wame legalize maandamano, awaje kata.
Ni sawa.
Elewane, ndio mtu ajiangalilie nitakuwa maandamano ama sitakuwa.
Sawa. Nitakujenga tu saa hizi utashangaa. Endelea tu.
Sawa. Umenipata sababu namna hiyo sasa. Umenipata off guard. Ilikuwa upatie nani kwanza huyu Takish alafu ndarudi.
Takish alikuwa amemaliza. Nilikuwa nataka niende kwa hustler number 1.
Hustler number 1. Ilikuwa mimi.
Okay, Oguna basi ulikuwa pia umeinua mkono.
Yes. Sasa nasikia tumeanza kurudia kidogo. Umejua siasa inakuanga emotional. Na wakati tunaanza kuongea kama wazee, naona kama at least sasa huyo mwenye anasema ati umejua mwenyekiti, kitu kile ambacho lazima tukubaliane ya kwamba okay, tuweke siasa, tuongeni siasa, tufurahieni, lakini hii mambo ya kudharau Raila ndio inaletanga shida. Wacha nikwambie. Kenya, kama kuna kitu kile ambacho kitafanya Kenya ipasuke, ni ile kudharau Raila, yenye viongozi na wananchi wa kutoka Mlima Kenya na Rift Valley wanadharau Raila. Raila amefanya mengi sana kwa hii nchi. Na pia sisi pia tunafaa kuangalia. Umejua, we give credit where it is due. Na hata sisi tunashukuru kama kuna kitu mtu alifanya ambayo ni ya maana, tunasema jamani, hii kitu fulani ndiye alifanya na tunashukuru kwa ajili ya fulani na juhudi yake ilifanya hii kitu itendeke. Lakini ile umejua tunafanyanga uchaguzi na uchaguzi yenye tunafanyanga, kwa nini Wakenya wamefanya uchaguzi na kila wakati tukifanya uchaguzi kuna wengine hawakubaliani ya kwamba hii uchaguzi imekuwa free and fair, na kuna wengine wanafurahia. Okay, kidogo tu nikwambie, kuna siku nilitembelea rafiki yangu huko Nyandarua. Na tulikaa na yeye almost siku mzima. Huyu jamaa ako na kashamba kadogo kabisa, kameweka kasingeni hapo kwa hiyo junction, hiyo njia kwenda Thika. Maisha yenye watu wa Central wanaishi sio maisha ambayo mwanadamu anafaa kuishi, lakini kwa sababu mind imewekwa ya kwamba sisi ndio ni president, sisi ndio tunaongoza Wajaluo. Kuna kitu ukiambianga tu Mkikuyu ya kwamba nyinyi ndio mnaongozanga Wajaluo, Mkikuyu hata mwenye anaishi kwa kibanda anafikiria sasa maisha mzuri sana kushinda watu wote. Lakini kwa kusema kweli, Wakenya tunafaa vile huyu Kip amesema. Umejua sasa Kip ni kama amerudi akaanza kuongea kama mtu mzima. Kip amesema Wakenya lazima turudi tukae chini tuangalie. Umejua Wajaluo anasema kidogo tu, nimeona tulikuwa na dada yetu Mjaluo hapa, lakini ningesema kwa Kijaluo angetafsiri. Wajaluo anasema ukiishi na mwanamke miaka 50 na hazai, asikudanganye usioe mwingine. Wakati unaona mwanamke unaishi naye unajaribu na unaona ashikangi mimba, na anakuambia
swali tu, miaka 50 wewe kama mzee utakuwa na miaka ngapi?
Si unaona utakuwa kama Abraham sasa. Utakuwa umefika umri wa Abraham. Umejua ile Abraham na Sara ilikuwa miujiza. Lakini ukiona kama mwanamke azai asikudanganya to next year nitazaa. Tumekaa na serikali kutoka kwa kabila mbili. Tangu tupate uhuru tumekuwa na serikali, hatujawahi kuwa na rais wa kutoka kwa Waluya, wa kutoka kwa Wakisii, wa kutoka wapi kwa Wakamba. Tunakuwa na rais kutoka kwa Wakikuyu na rais kutoka kwa Wakalenjin. Na hiyo imefanya
swali tu. Nitakuuliza swali because wewe unajirusha kwa shimo kila unapoongea. Hao ambao umewataja waliingia kihalali ama walinyakua ama walibishana wakaingia, waliingia kivipi? Kwa sababu Kenya ili uwe rais lazima uchaguliwe na wananchi.
Najua kwa upande mwingine unaniuliza kama kwa sababu nataka ni prolong story. Your guess is good as mine. Hakuna wakati wamewahi kuingia kwa halali.
Okay.
Wananyakwanga na imejulikana, hata wao wenyewe wamejua wananyakwanga. Lakini sasa wacha tuongee kuhusu vile wamekuwa wakinyakua na wananyanyasa wengine. Sisi umejua, mimi sioni kama sisi tunanyanyaswa. Mimi mwenyewe kama Oguna nasimama hapa ninaongea hapa. Sioni kama sisi tunanyanyaswa kwa sababu sisi ni mafundi, tunatengeneza vitu, tunachoma, tunafanya welding, tunajenga manyumba. Mimi ni mtu wa wiring na nafanya kazi. Hata sasa hivi nimefikia huku nimefanya kazi, niko na pesa yangu nipate kwa mfuko. Sasa hivi vile niko hapa nimefanya kazi, kesho nitaenda kumaliza. Lakini
swali ya mwisho wenye pili, rais wa kwanza ile awe rais, Jaramogi Oginga alisema hakuna amani bila Kenyatta kuachiliwa. So aliachilia hiyo bahati yake ama bahati ya yeye kuwa rais, Kenyatta kaangukia. So haikuwa ni Wakikuyu tu. Haya. Rais wa pili alibahatika kwa sababu Kenyatta alikufa yeye akiwa deputy president. Kama ingekuwa awaye yeyote, bado tu angebahatika na awe president. Rais wa tatu naye akabahatika. Raila akasema fulani tosha, akakuwa president. Right? Rais wa nne naye watu wakamhurumia kwa sababu alikuwa anapelekwa ICC, kidogo kidogo akakuwa president. Rais wa tano sijui nitasema mingi kidogo ama mingi, lakini nikana kwamba alihurumiwa juu ya kujiita hasla na ni kama alielewana na hasla akakuwa president. So sioni kama so ukabila ilikujia wapi? Na hao marais wote kulikuwa na circumstances zenye ilituma wawe marais.
Jipigie makofi kwanza. Jipigie makofi kwa sababu umejibu swali, hata we mwenyewe umejijibu. Hao watu hawachaguanangi na wananchi, wanaendanga kwa sababu ya bahati, ya luck. Na umejua anything, ukikutananga na mwanamke na useme wewe ukikutana na mwanamke biashara yako haitakuwa mzuri, hauendangi na ukiwa uko serious, uko sure. Sasa watu hawachukuangi uongozi wakiwa serious. Na ndio kwa sababu umesema Kenyatta alikuwa lucky, Moi akakuwa lucky, Kibaki akakuwa lucky, Uhuru akakuwa lucky. Sasa hii Ruto pia ni luckiest kwa sababu yeye aliingia akisema yeye ni hustler na yeye ni tajiri. Sasa wacha nikwambie, alafu niache, naona watu wanataka kuongea. Kile ambacho nilikuwa nakwambia ni ya kwamba after 60 years of independence, kama tunaweza Wakenya tuungane, watu wote, hata hata huu Njoroge mwenye amebeba kichwa huyu, tukubalieni tuseme ya kwamba jamani, sisi tumeona marais wa Kikuyu na Wakale. Sasa hii afadhali tupeleke rais wa Mjikenda ama Mkamba tuone tofauti, kwa sababu hao watu wametuongoza na hawataki, hatuoni kama kuna uzuri. Watu wanalia hakuna uzuri. Yes.
Sasa mkono.
Okay, thank you.
Unaweza ongea.
Okay. Ni kama alikuwa amemaliza. Basi kama haukuwa na jambo acha niende. Hasla number 1 vipi? Karibu kwa show. Asante kwa maoni na zaidi ya yote kukaa nasi. Nieleze nikusikie.
Kitu ya kwanza Jokes, mimi nitakulaumu kidogo.
Unanilaumu tena na ni show tunafanya chief.
Ndio, ni show tunafanya, lakini nitakuweka lawama kidogo. Number 1, ukianza show mimi niliingia mtu ya kwanza, na hawa watu wameongea mara mbili na hata uone kunipea nafasi hata mimi niongee. Mtu
Pole basi.
kama Oguna ameongea mara mbili,
Pole.
my brother Adora
Sawa.
ameongea mara mbili.
Pole,
And now
nimekusikia. Si ni wakati wako basi, usiharibu tena wakati kwa kunilaumu.
the reason why nasema hivyo, one of our member amesema ataki watu wa Kenya Kwanza hapa. Amesema hivyo kwa sababu gani? Due to your selection inafanya mpaka wanafikiria kwamba hii show ni ya watu ya Azimio, so that he does not want any other person. Okay, back to the motion now, Jex.
Sawa, nimekubali lakini endelea.
Kulingana na ile story tunaongea hapa sisi wote, I think ile kitu tujaelewana ni kwamba wale wenzetu ambao tunaongea hapa tunasahau kitu moja. That Kenya is a governed country with a constitution, and everything that we do is governed by that rule of law. We have to go to election through that law. We have to elect our leaders through that law. And it's the same law that gives you the opportunity or a chance to go for demonstration. And in that demonstration, there is guidelines that you have to do so that there is nothing will interfere with other people's right. But what we have been experiencing now in Kenya is sort of violence which is not part of a demonstration. That's why you find that the president say that it's enough is enough. We are not going to allow this. And others say that we must deal with it once and for all. It is because they have seen dangerous.
Ongeza sauti kidogo tukusikii vizuri.
It is because those demonstrations have not been able to go with the constitution as it is. If at all this constitution, the demonstrators have been confining themselves under the rule of law, I think the demonstrations are not bad. But when the demonstration do not follow the rule of law, it means that then we are losing it. So I will call upon those people who plan a demonstration that sometimes need to act themselves within the guideline of the constitution, and nobody will have to stop their demonstration. Like now, you see the police saying that there will be no demonstration on Tuesday, just because of the previous demonstration that have not been able to match the guidelines of the Article 7. And to my brothers who are thinking of dividing the country and coming to have a session of other part of it is impossible it is very bad to think about that kind of secession of the country as a Kenyan. Because your grievances, it is not even about the Kenyans themselves. If you hear the issues that Raila has raised, I think the issue that was raised that concerned the common Kenyan was about the cost of living. And you saw the other day the president had announced the reduction of the cost of unga and the other things. So what has it left in that the demands that can cause the demonstration again, if not that the personal needs or the selfish interest that he's demanding for? Because if you check on the record, the issue of Sava, JK, last time I told you that Ruto has nothing to do with Sava. If you're asking Ruto to open the Sava, that's null and void because Ruto is not an IBC. You see? The other issue about the selection of the IBC officials, the president said very clear, I was acting on the previous parliamentary act bill, IBC bill, amended bill that was used to select the Cherera 4. But if you have a problem with that, then let us go back to the parliament and sit down on a bipartisan approach so that we discuss how to recruit these officials. They have not done that. They have already gone to the street, which means these people are not interested in anything good for Kenyans. They are for their own.
Okay.
And people should accept that and know that we are not just young people we are not just stupid, that people will carry us daily and day. Politicians are they will come and tell us this, tomorrow they will tell you this. But if you have your brain, listen them, take their words and check whether they are true or wrong.
Okay.
See?
Sawa
Not
sawa,
all the
Hustler
time.
number one. Naja
I
kwako
haven't
tu
finished.
tena.
One point.
You have already taken 4 minutes.
You see, now you are cutting me down, and people have been talking here like 6-7 minutes, right? I will go down.
You see, it's precisely my point, because I know how you would do, and that's why I have to limit. Then finish in 1 second, in 30 seconds rather.
Okay, what I was about to say is that I see some people have taken this politics to be such a member of, or to be like a member for Pastor Mackenzie. They have to take that belief that so and so has to be the leader, whether like or not. It is not that way. Leaders come, leaders go. If your person that you really support has not managed to get the position, then it is to let it go and then fight another day. Like our brother has been fighting for the last 5 elections and has lost it. As my brother Oguna said, that if you have a woman and stayed 50 years without a pregnancy, you will not get it when he hit you. So our brother will not get that presidency even if we go 50 times. We have tried him enough.
Okay. Oguna, naona kama matamshi yako ya mke wa miaka 50 imerudi kukutavuna, but pole. Anderson, vipi?
Mambo?
Niko salama, habari ya leo?
Mimi niko poa.
Raila amesema liwalo na liwe Tuesday lazima kutaeleweka.
Raila anaenda na katiba. Sio ati amesema. Anaenda na unajua huyu president wa UDA huyu kwanza alikataa katiba. Kitu ya kwanza alikataa katiba. Kwa hivyo hakuna njia yoyote atafuata katiba, upende usipende. Ndio maana anajipiga kifua kila wakati, mtajua anatisha nani? Anatisha nani sasa? So sisi hatutishwi na huyo mtu. Kitu ya kwanza nataka nimwambie hivi. Anajua mahali Raila anaishi kare. Anajua nyumba yake. Aache kutuambia atajua ajui. Waende na huyo Katieta na Moses Kuria. Waende kwa Raila wamuue huko. Waje kututisha. So sisi hii mambo ya kutuambia ati watajua hawajui. Sijui maandamano. Raila anafuata katiba. Maandamano itakuwa na lazima. Na hiyo sio ati ni kitu ya kupembeleza mtu. So watu wasikuja hapa panel wanatutishia sijui nini. Mtu mwingine anatuambia hapa sijui. Nimesahau jina yake. Huyu jamaa amekuja anatuambia mambo ya katiba. Kama uko na katiba nataka usome article 37. Inasema nini? Usikuja tu kupiga mdomo sijui katiba na ujui katiba yenyewe. So mambo ya kututisha hapa, kututisha kila wakati, hiyo tulizoea. Tuesday tuko maandamano. Na mtu polisi kutuambia sijui maandamano haitakuwa, yeye hajui katiba. Yeye ni ule mtu anaambiwa tu ufanye hivi. Hata wakati alikuwa anasoma, hata kusoma kwenyewe anatetemeka. Maandamano itakuwa Tuesday. Alafu mwenzetu hapa mmoja akasema ati maandamano haijakuwa peaceful. Mimi mwenyewe nimekuwa maandamano. Hii maandamano yote nimekuwa. Tunaenda maandamano peaceful. Polisi wakatieta watakuja wanatutupia tear gas na watu tunaandamana vizuri. Angalia South Africa. Umeona polisi wakitupia waandamanaji tear gas. Hii ujinga iko Kenya hii. Na hivi tisho zao. Waje hiyo ujinga yao. Waje wananchi waandamane ile kutuletea upuzi yao ya tear gas sijui nini. Waone kama kutakuwa na vurugu. Alafu wanatuma magunzi wao wanakuja kutuharibia maandamano, alafu ndio waseme sijui Raila. Wapeleke upuzi yao huko. Unajua tumechoka nao. In 6 months sijui nikiweka Biblia chini sijui nini. Wakwenda na huko. Na tutishwe na hao watu. Vile mwenzetu alisema, unajua tumefika mahali hatupembelezana na mtu.
Okay.
Kuja kutuambia tutajua hatujui. Tulishajua. Last year tulijua kura venye kulienda. Hiyo ndio tulijua. Na hata mtoto mdogo atakwambia. Mimi by the way hapa nilikuwa hapa Mtembei. Last year. Hiyo ni August. Nikatabiri Ruto hawezi pitisha kura 500,000. Zikiwa mingi ni 500,000. Na ilikuwa hivyo.
Haikuwa hivyo kwa sababu yeye ndio rais.
Tulia. Usinipange vitu zenye unanipanga.
Wewe upange.
Unajua mnakuja na vitisho, mnatuletea vitisho baridi hapa sana. Wewe tulia, wewe umeongea, wewe tulia. Tulia, mimi nataka kuongea. Mnakuja na msitutishie hapa bana, wewe nyamaza. Ruto hata wewe mwenyewe unajua kura alipata.
Unaona ya kura wachana naye.
Siwezi achana na wewe. Nani unaniambia ni achana naye?
Tusibishane, endelea.
Acha amalize mambo yake. Mmoja yeye amalize.
Wacha mimi niongee mambo yangu. Wakati wewe uliongea mimi sikukubisha.
Endelea.
Hizo ndio vitisho mko nazo na ukenda katia. Huyu jamaa kura zake hazikupita, zilikuwa tu hizo 500,000.
Okay.
Na hiyo ni kitu inajulikana. Lakini zile 2,000,000 za juu ni za huyo Kamago wao.
Okay.
Hizo ndio kitu tunajua.
Okay.
Alafu kitu kingine, uweze niambia tu kabila mbili zikishikana tu hivi. Umeshinda kura.
Okay.
Hamwezi tudanganyanga kila wakati. Niwakumbushe 2007. Ruto alikuwa na Raila. Si Ruto alikuwa na Raila? Mbona Raila hakushinda juu ati wako na Ruto? Huyo Ruto akasema tumeshinda kura, umetuibia. Wakaenda maandamano. Si walienda maandamano? Mwenzetu hapa amesema ati anataka aone Raila, mtoto wa Raila hapo. Wakati Ruto alikuwa maandamano 2007, uliona huyo mtoto wake Chalini kwa maandamano? Alafu unakuja kutuuliza ujinga hapa. Yaani wakati Ruto alikuwa hii side, ulikuwa unafurahia. Wakati amerudi huko sasa, unaanza kutuuliza maswali ujui. Ama hiyo 2007 ni huku kwa. Hii Kenya bana, hii Kenya ni yetu wote. Kwa hivyo msituletee na vitisho zenu. Tusimame na ukweli. Hapa ni kusema ukweli, sio kutishia watu.
Asante sana Anderson Natse, nakwambia jamaa ataki jokes. Tuesday ni ile siku. Pia wewe asante kwa kujiunga nasi. Wewe ndio unafanya hii show, inakuwa show moja fiti. Namuona Gitasha yako Kennedy Katale, namuona Vanessa uko ndani, unasema maandamano itakuwa Kibra only. Okay. Alex Media anasema captain ni kama anakufa. Unaongelea captain yupi? Lakini
achana na Alex. Unajua Alex
maoni yenye
alitoroka hapa akaenda kufungua ingine, sijui inaitwa viazi talk, sijui maandamano talk. Achana na huyo.
Naona Apep Arafate Makondani, namuona Mike Njoroge anasema tukutane street Tuesday asubuhi na mapema ndio best. Kennedy Kathale na kuona Chris Gichuki uko ndani. Asante sana kwa maoni yenu. Niambie.
Jex.
Niambie.
I want to tell my friend that I stay with the constitution, I sleep with the constitution. So when I tell you what I'm telling is the truth. Article 37 gives you the right to demonstrate, but does not give you the right to destroy.
Thank you so much. I wish you also read Article 32 and Article 27 as well. But thank you so much. You have the Constitution. You can read it for us once you get it. It's chapter 4. Deng Bull, habari ya leo. Deng Bull, kakaangu vipi? Okay, Deng ni kama bad amezima mic. Omolo habari saa hizi?
Salama sana bwana Jack na wale watu wote.
Hiyo kebole yako ni mbovu, inarudisha echo kwa studio.
Bwana Chama, habari?
Niko
Iko sawa
salama.
sasa.
Okay, kidogo tu Dengdeng alikuwa amekuja mbele yako. Yes, Dengdeng.
Habari bwana chairman.
Niko salama. Habari ya leo za kushinda kaka, vipi?
Salama sana, salimia wengine wote.
Captain anasema ako sawa, ingawa kuna mtu anasema hapa captain kuna venye, but ni sawa.
Okay,
Okay.
bwana chairman,
Maoni
mimi na
yako?
maoni kidogo tu kwa leo.
Raila anadai yao tayari kufa. Wewe
Maoni
unaona
yangu
vipi?
ni kwamba naomba tu asikufe mapema, sababu yeye ndio kiongozi wetu hapa Kenya na yeye ndiye anatutetea haki yetu kama Wakenya wale wadogo kabila zote, si Mnandi, si Kikuyu, si Mluya, si Mkamba, si Jaluo, si Mkisii, kila mtu.
Okay.
So maoni yangu ni kwamba saa hii tuko digital world. Na kila mtu anasikia lugha ya Kikuyu. Na tukiona mtu kama Moses Kuria ashaongea mambo mengi mbeleni kule. Kina Gachagua anaongea mambo mengi kule mbele.
Ongeza sauti kidogo tukusikie.
Hiyo ashaongea mambo mingi pale mbele, na tena saa hizi bado anaongea mambo zingine. Isiwe ya kweli ama isiwe ya heshima kwa mtu kama hiyo. Unajua kila mtu ako na right ya kuishi.
Okay.
So kuna maneno zingine sisi tumetembea kidogo nchi za Afrika. Na tumeona ile mambo inaletanga furugu kwa nchi. Ndio kama hata mzee anasema afanye maandamano. Maandamano iko kwa constitution. Na afai auliwe juu ya kufanya maandamano. Kama hajaiba kitu, ajaribu mali ya mtu, afai auliwe vile Kuria anaongea. Na tunaona watu kama Kuria ni wale watu maybe ni mgonjwa in a way. Sababu tuliona wakati Msando aliuliwa, aliongea tena machafu hivyo. Ni mtu hana kima. Doesn't have respect to other people. He thinks he's much more special than others.
Okay.
So naona tukiangalia Tanzania, leadership inaenda hivi, kirudi inaenda kwa Mkristo, kirudi inaenda kwa Waislamu, tena inaenda upande wa Zanzibar, upande hiyo kurudi inarudi, yani they rotate this thing. Wakati ilikuwa kwa Magufuli, ilikuwa kwa Nyerere, huyu Dr. nani, huyu mzee, huyu Mkapa. So leadership ina rotate. Si kabila moja mbili. Tanzania wako na kabila ngapi? Na umeona ni kabila ngapi wamerudia mara 2 3? Hakuna. So huyu mzee pia tunaona tu ako right kwa upande mwingine. Si kwamba leadership ya Kenya iwe tu ni kabila 2. Alafu tena selection ama kuajiriwa kazi ya serikali.
Swali inaweza ulizwa, lazima tena iwe yeye. Umeona tusikue na hata kama ni Jaluo mwingine, hata kama ni Mkuria awe Mkuria mwingine, isikue ni Raila mara zote. Wewe ukisema kabila pia wao wanasema lazima iwe Raila Odinga.
Sio hivyo, si lazima ni yeye peke yake. Kuna kabila mingi. Kini sasa naona hii kitu inazidi, yeye anatetea tu, si ati kwamba anataka awe ni yeye peke yake.
Okay. Anataka
kama Kalonzo, kama atachia Kalonzo ajaribu bahati yake, ama huyu mzee nani huyu
mara 5 kaka, na jamwachia hata mara moja. Na hapa Paul Oguna alisema, kuna maoni ya Paul Oguna alisema hivi ya kuwa ukiona mwanadada mmeishi naye miaka 50 hajifungui, ni vyema uanze kutafuta mke mwingine.
Yeye hajakuwa president, ndio sababu bado anajitetea. Akishatoka pale ananyorosha laini, si ati kwamba amekuwa. Kama angekuwa tungesema hapana, wewe umezidi, mwaka yako 5 ama mwaka 10 imetosha. Wewe kaa kando, wachia mwingine, sababu wewe Jaluo ushakuwa. Lakini hajakuwa, ndio anatetea, anaweka njia. Unajua hata mzee akiweka njia, akionyesha watoto hii hapa ndio mwisho wa shamba yenu. Kuna vile unaangalia ndio mwisho, na kuna vile unaambiwa huku usipite, huku kupite, na huku uende hivi usiende kando. Sawa? So tunaona yeye maandamano yaendelee, tukutane street on Tuesday. Tuende kidogo kidogo. Tuone mambo itakuwaje, lakini najua hawezi akauliwa. Hiyo ni maneno tu ya Kuria kutisha. Unajua Kuria ni ile vitu ilimchoma mguu, labda bado imechoma kichwa kidogo, so he can talk. We don't have to take him serious.
Okay, sawa sawa.
Yes.
Omolo.
Yes, shukran sana bwana Jack na wale mapanelist wote ambao tuko hapa leo. Kwanza kama sijaanza kutoa statement yangu, ningeomba tu kidogo ni respond kwa swali ambao ulikuwa umemuuliza bwana Dong. Kwamba
Ni
watu
Bwana Deng.
wanauliza bwana Deng, watu wanauliza kwa nini, kwani lazima hata kama si kabila ingine lazima ikuwe Raila. Mimi nataka kusema yes, ni lazima ikuwe Raila because Raila ako na constitutional right ya kuitisha kiti, na watu wote wale ambao wanataka kuitisha wana haki ya kuitisha. Raila akishinda apewe, wale wengine wakishinda wapewe. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu ambayo itasema ati Raila ati kwa lazima apeane kwa mwingine. Si lazima, atapeana kwa mwingine akishamaliza term yake. Jambo nikianza statement yangu nitaanzia na mambo ya Bungei. Yule commandant wa Nairobi. Bungei alikuwa ni mtu ambao nilikuwa nafikiria kwamba ako na ujuzi na kwamba ako na hekima ya kuongoza kama mkubwa wa polisi, lakini leo amejidhihirisha kwamba ako na akili punguani, sababu huwezi tu kuja kujiingiza kwa siasa wakati mkubwa wako mwenyewe alisema kwamba mambo ya siasa waachie wanasiasa, na kuna wanasiasa wengi ambao wanaweza kuendesha siasa. Bungei kuja na kusema ati kwamba kuna maandamano, ana hiyo authority na anafaa awekwe darasani afundishwe. Nimesikia ndugu yangu mmoja huyu anaitwa Nyatigo akiongea mambo ya akituambia kwamba analala na constitution, anaamka na constitution, akituambia hiyo chapter anasoma na kusema kwamba yes, constitution inasema vizuri kwamba picketing, demonstration, hizo zote ziko enshrined and constitution is the supreme. Ukiongea mambo ya kusema machafuko, hakuna siku Raila ameitisha machafuko. Sasa wale wa kuchafuka, Raila Azimio ajienda kuitisha permit ya kufanya machafuko, wameitisha permit, not permit actually, notification. Hawajienda kunotify polisi kuhusu machafuko, wameenda kunotify polisi kwamba wanafanya kitu inaitwa peaceful demonstration, not unless kama mwenye alipatiwa juu kusoma. Sasa sijui mambo ya machafuko watu wanatoa wapi. Hiyo anatoa sababu vichwa zao ndio zimechafuka, lakini katika hiyo notification imeandikwa kwamba it is a peaceful demonstration. Then peaceful demonstration ni haki ya kila Mkenya kufanya. Then watu wakienda katika demonstration, ni jukumu la Bungei kuchunga wale wana demonstrate na wale pia ambao hawa demonstrate. That is their only core mandate. Ikiwa kuna mtu pale ndani ya wale ambao wana demonstrate atafanya jambo lolote la uharibifu ama wizi ama nini, anadiliwa na kama mhalifu wowote. Leo hii Jack, tuko hapa, ukibia mtu hatutakuja watu wote wala kwa Mtembei isemekana ati Mtembei yote imeiba. So ile kitu iko, not unless wewe mwenyewe sasa uje useme hawa ndio walinituma na hivi ndio walinipanga na hivi tulikuwa tuko group. Lakini hii mambo ya mapolisi ya kutuambia mambo ya 80s, wajue kwamba Kenya imepiga hatua democracy, na hiyo ni mambo ambao wanaota mchana. Mimi narudia kusema hii serikali ya Ruto nilikuwa mstari wa mbele sana nikipigia campaign ndio nikakuja hapa. Tulikuwa tukuja hapa kwa Mtembei, tulikuwa na ule Bernard ambao pale kwa Bernard ulikuwa uwezi kuongea kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA, lakini mahali ambao wanaenda ndio tukabadilisha wengine majina tukajita Omolo. Mimi natoka kwa upande wa Kiptanui pale, lakini tulibadilisha majina wakati hiyo ili tuweze kuingia katika hii forum. Lakini hatuwezi kuwa tuna support mtu blindly. Mahali Ruto anapotea, sisi tunakuja tunasema anapotea. Mimi kama hii mambo ya maandamano nasema kwamba wacha Raila aandamane, hiyo ni haki yake, na wacha watu waandamane, hiyo ni haki yao. Mambo ya bei ya mafuta, bei ya stima, lazima watu waongee. Kwa nini watu wasiongee? Mambo ya bei zingine za bidhaa, lazima watu wazungumze. Kwa hivyo ni haki watu kuandamana. Mambo ya huyo mwenda wazimu anaitwa Moses Kuria, ile chang'aa alikuwa anakunywa bado ijapona kwa akili vizuri, na hizo ndio vitu zingine ambayo inachangia Ruto kuonekana kwamba ni president afifu. Wewe unaandika mtu kazi kama Moses Kuria, badala kwanza umpeleke rehab center, aende kwanza kuwa rehabilitated vizuri, ndio aje akuje. Uongozi inahitaji pia etiquette. Kuna etiquette ya kama CS, si kwenda kuropokwa kila mahali. Ndio sababu Moi alikuwa dictator, lakini watu walikuwa kuna discipline because Moi alikuwa hawezi kubali kila mtu aenda akiongea. Moi alikuwa anahakikisha kwamba information inatoka from one source, lakini sasa huyu Moses Kuria anaenda akiropokwa, huyu Gachagua anaenda akiropokwa. Tafuteni mtu mmoja wa kuropoka ndio watu wajue wana deal na mtu aina gani. Kwa hivyo hiyo mambo ya Moses Kuria ajue kwamba Raila hata akishikwa na malaria, Raila hata akishikwa na stroke, ajue kwamba hana amani. Kama unakumbuka wakati wa Alexander Muge na yule what was the name, kulikuwa na mwanasiasa moja Western ambao alimwambia Alexander Muge kwamba ukikuja Western hautarudi, and eventually Alexander Muge alienda, na wakati alirudi alipata accident, whether it was accident whether it intentional, lakini haikukuwa rahisi huyo mwanasiasa kuja kujitoa. So leaders should tame their tongue. Lazima wajue kwamba wanazungumza kitu ambayo inaelekea wapi.
Okay, sawa
Nikienda
sawa.
kumalizia
Kidogo naona Paul akiinua mkono. Sijui ni swali anakuuliza ama nini. Yes, Oguna.
Ninashukuru sana Mr. Omolo Mola ambaye ni Mkale. Mungu akubariki sana. Kile ambacho nilikuwa nataka kusema,
ni Mkale ama ni wa Pwani? Unajua sasa mimi simuelewi, lakini ni sawa.
Lakini hiyo Kipkengei hiyo hakuna Wajaluo wanaishi Kipkengei. Kile ambacho nilikuwa nataka niseme tu pole kwa nikisitiza hiyo kitu yenye Moses brother Omolo Mola amesema. Leo nimeona news ya kwamba maaskari wameuawa huko upande wa Tharaka Nithi. Na tunapoongea, umejua amani yenye tuko nayo, tunakimbia kwa barabara, tunafanya kazi zetu kwa sababu tuko na askari. Lakini wakati askari wamejidowngrade, wameingia kuwa wanasiasa, watafanya wananchi wataanza kuwadharau, na wananchi wakianza kuwadharau, I tell you, umejua hapa penye niko ni Sigomre, na hapa kuna station ambayo iko na kama askari 50 na kitu, lakini population ya hii area ni watu zaidi ya 30,000, 40,000. Sasa watu wakienda wavamie askari kwa sababu askari wameingia kwa siasa, itakuwa mbaya. Askari hawezi defend themselves against millions of Kenyans ambao wako katika hizo sehemu ambao wanafanya kazi. Kile ambacho ningependa kuomba wa Kenya, na let us not encourage impunity, kwa sababu it is criminal. Askari kujiingiza katika mambo ya siasa is criminal. Nilikuwa nataka tu niseme hiyo kitu ambayo ndugu yangu Omolo Mola amesema. Tunataka amani, bwana mwenyekiti. Hakuna mtu hataki amani. Hata Kip wanasema Raila anafaa kuuawa, hawa akina huyu mwenye amesema sana Raila sijui awe tem. Acha nikwambie
Raila wawe bwana, nimesema saa ngapi?
Sorry kama hukusema, labda nilisikia vibaya, lakini kila ambacho nataka kusema, wapendwa, Kenya ni yetu sisi wote, tunafurahia amani. Wakati tunatembea, tunaenda airport, tunaenda stations za magari, tunapanda gari, tunafanya kazi zetu, hiyo kitu ina maana sana kwetu kama wanadamu. Na juzi nilikuwa naona index ya Afrika, zile nchi ambazo zimewahi kuwa na vita ndio nchi ambazo zimerudi sana nyuma kimaendeleo. Hatuwezi ruhusu Kenya kuingia kwa vita kwa sababu ya few Kikuyus kama Moses Kuria na Rigathi Gachagua, mtu mwenye hata shule ni kama hata ukimwangalia ni dandahead, mtu mwenye hata elimu yake ni nachuku. Hatuwezi ruhusu, kama tuko na Wakenya ambao wamemanisha, lazima tukubali, tuambie watu, tuwa shut down, tuambie brothers, nyinyi kama wewe ni deputy president, ruhusu Wakenya wawe na amani. Wakenya wanataka amani. I'm sure hata Mkikuyu anadharau Raila, hata huyu sijui nani anatukana nani, hata wenye wanasema sijui nini, kila mtu anataka amani Kenya hii. Wacha tuombeni amani.
Kabla maandamano yaanze, Raila Odinga alikuwa Migori, if I remember correctly, na kulingana na sources Alex jana aliguzia acha nizime hizi mics. Tafadhali usiwashe kama si wewe unazungumza. Kuna kitu alisema ya kwamba ni kama aliaga watu wa Nyanza, akawaambia mimi ninaenda, naweza rudi nikiwa hai, naweza rudi nikiwa mfu, lakini nikana kwamba alienda akawaaga, akasema kwa heri. Wewe unaona kama Raila Odinga ameamua liwalo na liwe, lakini lazima malengo yake yatimie?
Kwani lengo la Raila litatimia Raila akikufa?
Ndio
unafikiria wewe ukiangalia vizuri, kwa sababu wewe nilikuona juzi, nilikuona siku moja, nilikutana na wewe ukibeba Biblia unaenda church, sijui ilikuwa ACK, sijui ilikuwa kanisa gani. Huyo kanisa hili
sawa.
Sasa
niko na swali na huyu Paul.
Waje niseme alafu utaniuliza swali. Unaona
hata wewe ulikuwa umesema unauliza swali na sikumaliza.
Sawa tu Molo. Bado tu ni wenyu, so usikue na wasiwasi. Endelea Oguna.
Molo, nisamehe sana brother, nilikupa nafasi yako. Lakini nilikuwa nasema lengo la Raila ya kwamba Raila lazima akufe ndio lengo lake litimie, hiyo ni uongo. Kwa sababu lengo la Raila ni kutoa Kenya katika utawala wa mabavu wa kabila mbili, ile conspiracy ambao wengine wamekaa katika giza na wakasema ya kwamba hii kitu tutakula sisi wenyewe, na kutenga wengine na kuchukua mkia wa ng'ombe kupatia Mudavadi na kusema ya kwamba sasa Waluhya wako kwa serikali. Hiyo kitu ndio tunasema, tunataka mtu mwingine, hata kama itakuwa ni kabila lingine, lakini kama si kwenye Mungu, kama si kwenye, hatutakuwa na rais huyu wala rais Mkalenjin. Hiyo siku ndio Kenya itakuwa na independent. Hiyo siku ndio tutatangaza uhuru yetu ya kwamba Wakenya wako na independent. Lakini sasa hiyo tuko na uhuru, tuko na ukoloni ya Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin. Wamechukua maisha yetu, wanatudictate, wanataka sisi ndio wanataka. Mtu kama Bungei ukiangalia hata sisi foleni endelea mtu mmoja.
Ngoja kidogo nimalizie.
Yes, dakika 2 tafadhali, dakika 2.
Yes, asante. Kwanza nilikuwa nataka kusisitiza hiyo kitu ambao Paul Oguna amesema, lakini labda niseme kwamba watu wamuelewe Raila sana, kwamba watu sio kuwa Raila anapigalia lengo lake, ni lengo la Wakenya wengi zaidi ya milioni 10. Jambo lingine ni kuwa Wakenya wasifikirie kwamba Raila anapigania ajenda ya kabila zingine akaacha zingine. Wakikuyu ni marafiki wakubwa wake na Wakalenjin ni marafiki wakubwa kwake. Sasa wanasiasa tu wachache ambao wanataka kutumia hiyo platform ya kutenga Raila na watu ndio wanataka kuonyesha kwamba ati Raila anapiga kabila ya mali. Lakini ukiangalia ni hao wanasiasa wenyewe ndio kabila. Jambo lingine ambalo nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kuwa mtu ajaribu amwambie rais wetu, ampatie advice. Sijui advisors wake ni nani. Shida ya rais wetu huyu ambao tuko nayo, alitenga wazee. Ana wazee hata moja kwa advice. Mzee ni yeye peke yake pale. Wale wazee ambao wangekuwa na advice, hata wale wa Rift Valley, akina Henry Koskei, akina Franklin Bet, akina Kipruto Arap Kirwa, wote aliwatenga. Na hao ndio wangekuwa anampatia advice. Mambo ya rais kuja kuzungumza mbele ya watu na kusema utajua au jui, hiyo ni mambo ambayo inafaa iwe inaongelewa na kinaisha juma kurudi chini huko. Maanake rais afai kuwa yeye ndiye anakuja akitishia binadamu wa Kenya wengine. Constitution iko, katiba iko, mtu ambao anaharibu katiba afai kutishiwa na rais, anafaa katiba ndio deal naye. Lakini rais huwezi kuja kusema ati unatisha kesho Raila, kesho unatisha. Hata juzi wakati alienda anamwambia Mackenzie is a terrorist. Sheria ya Kenya, katiba ya Kenya inasema kwamba everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Kama Mackenzie ni guilty, ni koti ndio itasema kwamba ni guilty, lakini si Ruto akuja aseme kwamba ni terrorist, ashamjudge tayari. Kwa hivyo hiyo sasa ndio zile red flag ya udictatorship. Yaani wewe unakuja na maamuzi. Kwa hivyo sisi hatutaki, tunataka rais mwenye kama anasema tunafuata katiba, tunafuata katiba. Wacha kuja kutisha watu kwamba ati mimi ni rais nitakuonyesha nitafanya. Kwa nini uonyeshe mtu na katiba si yako? Si wewe ndio uliandika katiba? Iliandikwa na Wakenya na kuna majaji, kuna watu wa kufuata ile katiba. Shukran.
Asante sana.
Yes,
Hustler One.
I want to respond to Molo one point.
Yeah.
That
1 minute.
Ukisikia rais amesema enough is enough, that's not a threat. And secondly, rais ameapa kulinda nchi na katiba na kila kitu.
Okay.
Na wakati rais anapewa majukumu, huwa anapewa vitu mbili, anapewa vitu tatu. Ya kwanza ni ngao, ya pili ni kitabu constitution, ya nne ni ile
Nani kwanza anaongea? Sioni mwenye ananiongelesha.
Unaongeleshwa na Hustler 001. Endelea Hustler 001.
Na katika hiyo vitu tatu, kila kitu kuna maana yake. Ngao ni ya kushield ile nchi yetu isije ikavamiwa. Kitabu ni ya sheria ambayo anaitumia kuongoza, na sword ni ile ambayo silaha ya mwisho, wakati sheria imeshindwa kutumika, basi hiyo sword ndiyo atatumia kufanya nini? Kugawa ile shida ambayo iko. Kwa hivyo kama wale watu hawataki kufuata sheria, rais ako na uwezo kutumia sword. Na kutumia sword inamaanisha nini? Atatumia nguvu.
Nguvu gani? Ngoja kidogo nikukate ndugu yangu. Ngoja, nimekuelewa, lakini sasa nataka nikuelimishe hivi. Kuna vitengo ambazo ni za serikali, kuna mahakama ndio inafanya kazi ya sheria. Kuna kila kitengo iko independent. Sasa wewe unangojea rais atembee na hiyo sword? Nataka uelewe katiba vizuri. Sheria ni lazima, hata rais pia anaheshimu zile mamlaka za institution yake. Not unless akuje kesha aseme kwamba kuna baadhi ya institution ambao waamini yeye mwenyewe anataka kuja kukua judge, ama mwenyewe anataka kuja kukua IG, ama mwenyewe anataka kuwa nani. Lakini rais yeye ni symbol of unity. Kazi yake kubwa kama rais ni kuunganisha na kucoordinate serikali. Zile vitu zingine kila mtu afanye kazi yake independently, kama vile Kibaki alikuwa anafanya kazi yake. Yeye ni kucoordinate watu na kuunganisha mambo ya sheria, mambo ya nini, kila institution inafaa ipatiwe independent bila kushurutishwa. Lakini sasa hiyo rais anataka kuonyesha ni kuwa yeye atakuwa na influence vitengo zingine ama institution zingine, ambapo hiyo ni makosa. Kwa hivyo hata kama alipewa hizo instruments of power, lakini instruments of power ziko na institution ambao inafanya hiyo kazi, inatekeleza. Sio tu kwamba rais atakuja kumwambia jaji funga huyo maisha, ama akuja amwambie polisi kamata huyo. Polisi anafanya kulingana na ile amefundishwa, na jaji anafanya kulingana na ile iko katika katiba.
Okay. Omolo, if I respond to that, Jex kidogo nirekebishe Omolo kidogo. Ile swala ambayo tunaongelea, lile swala ambalo tunaongelea saa hizi lilipita kotini. Hiyo ni wonderful decision ya constitution, hiyo ni institute ya constitution. Pili, rais alipeana jukumu watu waende parliament by partisan talk, wamekataa. What do you expect of the president?
Mtembei bwana.
Okay. Yes, your name is difficult. You have an English name.
My name is difficult, just like myself. Now, allow me to ask
your English name is what?
My friend. Yeah?
Sorry, I didn't get your English name.
No, I'm Nyakamba Nyatigo. That's my name, please.
Okay, Nyakamba is okay. I'll try to
now,
it's a difficult.
I want to respond to what Hustler One here is telling us. I want to believe that we are all out to air something that can bring a common understanding.
Okay.
Now, when you look through the Constitution, it is saying every 5 years we have to have an election.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say, I don't know whether I'm that old or that young, but I've participated in quite a number of elections in this, our country, Kenya. Even the time when there was Mulolongo, Muse Moi could manage to rig an election where you see even an opponent has got a long line kumushinda alikuwa naiba. Now, that's not what I really want to put forward. The thing is, in the history of Kenya,
We cannot hear you. Can you hear him? I cannot hear you. Mnamsikia?
Hatumsikii.
Huyo ameanza maandamano mapema.
Hatukusikii kaka. Okay, kabla sijakupa kipo, acha nimpe Mburu dakika moja. We cannot hear you Mr. Nyakaba. Sauti yako imepotea. Okay. Geoffrey Mburu, habari ya leo? Vipi kaka? Geoffrey Mburu? Vipi? Washa mic yako, karibu sana kwa show.
Thank you.
Dakika mbili tu nieleze unahisi vipi? Raila anadai ako tayari kufa.
Give me a minute, then I'll comment about that. But it's just an unfortunate statement. Let me come back after somebody else.
Okay. Okay. Alex Media umeingia na ukiinua mkono. Vipi kaka? Naona kwanza una shati ambayo tunafaa tuvae siku ya Tuesday.
Huyo ameingia, waje nimuondokea auze sera zake hapa.
Captain usitoroke.
Amevaa sufuria kwa kichwa tayari. Sana huyo, bure kabisa huyo.
Siogopi Alex.
Umekasirika meza wembe ama anza channel yako. Now what I was saying Jex is mjadala ni nzuri sana kule nyuma, and I'm happy to listen to it, but tokeni kwa kitanda bana. This thing we listen to it afterwards. It looks bad mkikaa tu kwa pilo hivi. It just, many people listen to this thing later on. I want Mutembei to go all internationally presentable and cordial. Sa ingine kwa kitanda, when you rewatch it, it looks bad. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, sawa. Hata nione wenye kwa vitanda. Ninamuona ni hustler number 1 anapose kwa bed. Namuona Tekash befriend ako kwa bed. We, sawa.
Unakaa vizuri tu hivi, mtu huonekani uko kwa kitanda sana. Unakaa tu vizuri kidogo hivi.
Anaitwa Alexi. Okay.
Jex.
Wacha tuendelee na show kidogo tu, nisome comments 2-3 hapa. Naona wengi mnatuma ujumbe zenyu. Pep Arab Hatem uko ndani, asante sana. Dunia ina mambo na kuona uko ndani. Unasema no peace without what? Hujamalizia statement kaka. Gitash na kuona, asante sana. Vanessa unasema dunia wewe hapana. Okay. Vanessa unasema peace must prevail. Nani mwingine? Ni Mary unasema Katambe. We, sawa. Nani mwingine hapa? Fenelis Mwawira unasema Kalenjin tribalism will end soon. Naye dunia ina mambo, kuna kitu alikuwa amesema. Acha ni iko huku juu. Nakwambia comments ni kibao. we zidini kutuma comment hapo kwa comment section. Asanteni sana. Mr. Tikash niambie, naona ukino mkono. Washa mic. Washa mic yako Tikash. Okay. Endelea, nakusikia sasa.
Yes, unanisikia?
Endelea.
Sasa namkaribisha ndugu yangu mwenye kofia. I don't know, jina ni? Okay. Kurudi kwa mjadala, unajua tumeongea maneno mingi sana. Is that okay? Na ile kitu ya maana tunaongelelea hapa ni kuhusu maandamano ya on Tuesday. Tumeongea mambo mingi sana ya katiba. So we are not here kuongea mambo ya katiba. Tuko hapa kuongea na the current issues. Unaona? The current issues ni kuna wenye wana support maandamano na kuna wenye hawa support maandamano. The reason why tumechoka na hii maandamano, unaona, imetuletea hasara mingi sana in some cases. Unaona? You know very well, hata mnajua vizuri sana. Hakuna mtu ajui, inatuletea hasara mingi sana. Though kuna right ya kuandamana, lakini nategemea design ya kuandamana na the way of kuandamana na the results ya kuandamana, unaona? So mimi nitarudia tena kusema we as watu ya UDA, mimi mmoja wao, kila mtu akona opinion yake, whether you are Azimio, whether you are whichever means, hatusupport maandamano. Na wale wanakashifu wale wanasema venye wanasema, inaumiza sana wakati uko na biashara yako inakuja kusettle, ama wewe una struggle na venye una struggle, then una expect ile kitu uliona we mwenyewe kama mwanabiashara, mwekezaji and everything, unaona. So hata tukiongea tutaongea mpaka asubuhi, then mwishowe kila mtu atakuja kuwa na opinion yake ya matokeo ya kila kitu, unaona. So mimi sijaongea mambo ya Raila na sijaongea mambo ya rais mwenye yako saa hii, lakini hata wewe mwenyewe pale una struggle, unaona, pale una struggle saa hii au huwezi taka mchezo, unaona. Kitu ya pili, we all know that tunaomba rais apewe chance at least aangalie mambo ya economy, unaona. Hata wakati uko na mtu mwenye uko na yeye, familia yako, mtu mwenye anakusumbua, utakuwa na akili ya kutafuta namna ingine ya kuendeleza familia yako sincerely, utakuwa nayo. Rais anafaa apewe wakati ndio at least stabilize economy through means zenye Raila anataka president afanye, unaona. Sio njia ya maandamano. Yeye mwenyewe anasema ako ready for sijui nini, unaona. Yeye na nani? Unafaa ujiulize, ni yeye na nani? Na hiyo maandamano inafaidi nani? Na ni nani italetea hasara na ni nani italetea ile kitu kingine italetea? Sisi wenyewe ndio tuko kwa ground, unaona. Israeli ni kama kabila mbili, yeye na sisi, unaona. Wale watu wa chini tunavaa list. Angalia kwa mfano the last
different.
No, sawa.
Raila Odinga anasema,
wacha nimalizie tu.
Raila Odinga anasema ya kwamba anapoandamana kwa sababu ya gharama ya maisha, gharama ya stima, gharama ya bidhaa, ili maisha yapungue ama the living standard ama the cost of living ije chini. Auoni bado hiyo itakuguza wewe kama mtu wa kawaida?
Kuelewa kila kitu na kuelewa, lakini the way mwenyewe ana represent through hiyo maandamano sio vizuri, ndugu yangu, sio. Anaweza kuwa anaifanya in peace, lakini kwa ground tunaona, unaona. Mimi mwenyewe nataka kila kitu yenye naenda kununua kwa duka at least ikue sio venye ilikuwa, unaona. Na hiyo ndio sisi hata at least tunalilia, sio kila mtu ati alilie. No, hii economy inatuhusu sisi wote, unaona. Hii story ya lazima maandamano, sijui wanatishiana, huyu anasema hii, huyu anasema, inaumiza sana. Kama uliona what happened the other day, unaona. So hata polisi mwenyewe, we uwezi amuka hivi upee mtu tear gas kama hajaanzisha fujo, unaona. Uwezi amuka hivi uanze tu kuharasi mtu kama yeye mwenyewe hajaanza furugu. It's not easy. Hata kama ni kazi, hata kama ni orders from above. No. We cannot agree. I cannot. To me, I support maandamano. Iko kwa katiba, no, sikatai, lakini siwezi support maandamano. I cannot. Hiyo ni opinion yangu. Kila mtu akana opinion yake. Na hapa hatu yuko against kitu yake, unaona. Is that okay?
Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Andrew vipi, naona unataka na hiyo maoni?
Ya mwisho tu nimalizie tu. Please, ya mwisho tu.
Okay.
Hii anasema lazima maandamano itakuwa on Tuesday. serikali imesema hakuna maandamano. Kwa nini yeye mwenyewe hataki kwenda kuongea na rais wasuluhishe? Though walikuwa wanasema wanaenda. Then alikuwa anasema mambo ya unga. Unga rais amejaribu juu chini, imerudi pale imefika. Bado wanaenda maandamano. Tuseme saa hii imeshuka mpaka 8 bob. Pili kunaenda maandamano. Nataka nijibuiwe hiyo swali. Hiyo swali nataka nijibuiwe hiyo. Hiyo tu.
Wacha nijibu.
Jibu.
Anderson. Unmute Anderson, umejimute.
Naona, anisikia?
Endelea.
Acha nijibu ndugu yangu. Unga hata ifike shilingi 1. For your information. Maandamano tutaenda. Ile kitu Wakenya wanataka ni haki yao.
Hiyo ni ujinga.
Si nimekujibu? Umejibiwa ama bado? Hata ifike shilingi 1, maandamano tutaenda. Kile kitu nataka ni justice.
Hiyo ni one side ya kutuambia tu amend constitution, watoe hiyo mambo ya picketing na hiyo maandamano yote na present.
Wewe ndio hata uko na uwezo, unajua hata wewe uko na uwezo unaweza enda tu na
unasikia kama story hapa utaambiwa.
Hiyo iko kwa bill already.
Mnasikia hiyo language ya mnasikia. Just listen to that. That's what will make people on Tuesday go to the road. Because that's exactly.
One person at a time.
Hakuna mahali naenda, niko hapa, Captain. Suck it and get used to it.
Kaa hapo wale.
Hakuna mahali naenda, tuko na wewe hapa.
When everybody speaks, we can't hear. So let's have one at a time. But
allow me nijibu hii swali kwanza.
Ngoja nimalize.
Everybody one moment.
Allow me nijibu hiyo swali ya Tekas.
Just one moment. I think imejibiwa vizuri na Anderson.
No, nilikuwa nataka kujibu ina correct way sababu nimeona
point is home already.
No, nimeona reaction ya Kiptanui ni kumaanisha kwamba
aha. Tikash, unadai vipi?
Jex. Iko swali mimi nilikuwa nataka kuuliza before Mola aendelee.
Endelea. Nakupata, endelea.
Hii issue tulisema, there is a statement tulisoma ya Moses Kuria.
Sio mimi nilisema ni video ambayo nilicheza. Video ambayo nilicheza.
Are we not victimizing Moses Kuria for saying that we'll kill Raila because he said we'll deal with Raila once and for all? It does not mean dealing with Raila does not mean
someone once and for all. How? Explain that one in
what does dealing with somebody once and for all mean? I mean, that is a very bad statement from a leader. You know, Moses Kuria is no longer an MP.
Hold on.
Moses Kuria is not an activist.
Let's usimamishe Alex akiinterrupt watu.
Ndio
No, you have to limit this guy from interrupting people. He has no any powers here to be leading the whole show.
One moment, Alex. I don't know what you guys mlikosania, but poleni sana, poleni kwa.
I belong to you from South Canada.
Yes.
My brother,
can I make my submission?
Okay, kahora. Kimani Songwa na wale wengine.
Jex.
Kimuluke mwekija ni mayanga. No dhuluma natoka hada. Wotile waila gyoto ira. Na tutigoto atokia wane wodo mwe. Kabasiro tore. Kabasiro. No dhuluma natoka hada. Wotile waila gyoto ira. Na tutigoto atokia wane wodo mwe. kabachiro tore kabachiro tore oke kahora Kimani Ichung'wah na wale wengine huko bunge mumesema mko tayari kuongea na huyo mtu akuje polepole, lakini kutuuzia woga, si miaka nenda miaka rudi, hapana, hiyo tumekataa. Na hii serikali sio ya William Ruto, hii serikali ni yetu sisi hapa ya watu wa mlima. Ajue akiharibu hii serikali ni serikali ya watu wa mlima. Sirikiji yako hapo, si mnajua Kidiki yako hapo, si Mutuli yako hapo, si mama wetu wale Zoome yako hapo, si Njuguna Ndung'u yako hapo, si Moses Kuli yako hapo, si Rebeka Miano yako hapo, si yule mwingine tu Zakari kule na kule yako hapo. Hii serikali ni yetu ya mazina yetu, si huyu mtu ni serikali yetu anaharibu. Nimalize kwa kusema hivi, hapa ndio nilisimama hapa Thika, nikaambia jirani yangu hapa Katoro naitwa Kenyatta, jamani leta maendeleo hapa. Akasema mimi ni mlevi. Ati Kenya itakuwa nyina. Na mimi namwambia tena nikiwa tu hapa Thika.
Okay. That was Moses Kuria. I've played that so that we understand where we are coming from with the statements from these able leaders. And Captain and Alex, nyinyi ni mabeshte hata kama nyinyi ni mabeshte hata kama mnatoana makoti kwa show. Alex ame left lakini ni sawa. But anyway, yes Mboro.
Mimi niko hapa sijaleft. I'm here.
Sorry, I meant Cap. Keep ame left but anarudi.
Thank you, Jakes, for this opportunity. And thank you, my fellow panelists, for being here. What we are doing is that we are here not to fight or to show who is stronger than who. We are here to inform one another. And it's good that you have played that clip of Moses Kuria. Those of us who know Moses Kuria, we don't take him so serious. Tomorrow you see Kuria and Raila Odinga eating together. Kuria is more of he's an activist, at the same time he's a comedian. Kuria means no harm. If you listen to the Kiabu women led during the occasion of Moses Kuria, she said how Kuria abused all of them, but they were all in his occasion. That tells you the character of Kuria. So she said that Kuria is someone who will abuse you today and abuse you seriously, but tomorrow you have to go and be with him because he is a likable guy. So when you hear Kuria talk strong or give strong statements, it means no harm. Kuria is just a comedian. And I believe even Raila Odinga does not take Kuria so serious. So tomorrow you see Kuria with Odinga, they are friends. So please, those of us who don't understand Kuria, don't take his statement so serious out of context. Kuria means no harm to anybody. And that is why that Kiabu rep was telling people, Kuria, when he was vying to become the governor of Kiabu, he really abused those people, and everybody thought that they are enemies. But the following day, they were good friends. So sometimes we listen to the politicians and we think that what they are saying is what they mean. Even when you hear Raila Odinga saying that he is prepared to die, it's just a political statement. Because when it comes to death, nobody can escape death. All of us will die when time comes.
Naona Alex ni kana kwamba kubaliane na wewe.
So,
Alex, yes. Alex is raising his hand.
Wait, he is going to respond. Let me finish.
No, there is a point of order. That's why we're having a debate. Yeah, we're having a debate.
Alex?
If that is true, then we should not take William Samoei Ruto what he said today. it's a political statement, then we should not even discuss it. Then we should say that we must understand Ruto, we must go back to history, because if we can find a way to take statement lightly, then every statement in politics is politics. We should not take it serious.
Yes, Captain, I see your hand is also raised.
You know, Jakes, one thing that I'm wondering is that before we were going on with the platform in a very systematic way, and we were allowing some people, everybody, every panelist to finish, and then interruptions will come later. Okay. But now I see somewhere in the middle of the conversation of one person or one panelist, you are allowing Alex to come in to interrupt. Why is it so? That is very wrong. That is being discipline in the platform.
Why are you two guys? You guys hate each other. Eh?
No. Those are facts. Those are facts. It's nothing.
Man,
like
your hate will take me nowhere. I was supporting Mburu.
Yes, you see the way he's speaking.
Okay. Two of you guys. Okay, cool down. Mburu, go ahead with the submission. Okay, Mburu has dropped out. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Let's allow, if a panelist is giving submissions, let's allow him to finish. Once he's finished, if you raise your hand, I'll give you an opportunity to either respond or ask a question, so that we don't interrupt someone giving the submission. I think that is okay, Alex and Captain. Is that a good agreement? Mtu akimaliza ndio nampaya nafasi ya swali ama submission. Is it okay?
For me, I'm okay. I don't know with the camouflage
Alex, is that
panelist
okay?
here.
Alex, is that okay? Someone ndio tusikate mawazo ya mtu ikiflow. Maybe alikuwa ana point, alikuwa anataka kusema, tukimkata na anakosa kumalizia point.
You see, we are making, when I was listening from behind, Captain about 3 times, go to the hand side. He interrupted. I mean, sometimes don't make rules because Alex has come here. Captain interrupted 3 times. If we go to the hand side, I have photographic memory.
I agree.
So don't make rules because Captain has said so. Make rules because you know you can keep it. I'm only saying that. Let's make rules because we can keep it, but not make because Captain has a vendetta.
You see? I agree. And that's what I'm saying, because I'll give you you have not made your submissions. I'll give you time and I don't allow someone to interrupt. Same to Captain and everyone else.
See, his hand is already up and he made the rules. His hand is already up and he made the rules.
These are different one. These are different one, Jakes. Yeah, this is a different one, Alex. Also, let me request this. Let me request this. You know, it's been long here. We have been here. Only we are men, and we are not looking on gender. You are not giving the link there for maybe women they want to join. Can you try to balance, please? Because this thing can be lively a bit.
Okay, so let me try to campaign for you. Maybe ladies will come. Ladies, this is not just a men's show, it's also your show. Don't be afraid to come in. I know you are following. I see your names like Lois Mine is in and many are in. To join the show is not difficult. Just go through the link ambao umetumia na Mtembei TV, Mtembei Facebook, Mtembei YouTube, Mtembei Official. With those two, you are able to enter the show by tapping that link. Ukitap hiyo link inakutuma StreamYard unawasha mic, unawasha camera, unaandika jina, si lazima iwe jina rasmi, lakini ukishafanya hivyo unajikuta kwa show. Okay, let's go back to the debate. Is it okay? I think we are set to continue. I see. As I've said, let's first allow everyone to have a time, because if we go back to raising hands and all, we won't have many participate. Chemos. Hi, my brother. How are you? I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name well.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Let me have your submission, sir.
Nimesikia kuhusu hiyo maandamano. Then according to me, nimeona watu wengine wasimio ni kama wanafuata tu Raila bila sababu. Kuna jamaa rafiki yangu anaitwa Anderson hapo anasema ati hata ukipunguza unga kwa 1 shillings ndio maandamano. So it means there is no reason for the maandamano.
Okay.
So according to me, we need to have that mind, ujue unaenda maandamano za mambo gani na gani. Ukienda tu ukifuata mtu ni kama akili yako iko sawa. And that's all for me.
Okay. Kama submissions zingekuwa fupi hivyo na to the point, sisho ingekuwa hata tamu zaidi. Anderson, you have been mentioned, right of reply.
Acha nijibu ndugu yangu haraka sana.
Aha.
Unajua hii maandamano, ile kitu tunataka ni justice. Already
Justice,
tuko na peace.
justice. What exactly do you mean by you want justice? Justice in what areas?
Tunataka justice ya uchaguzi. Mwenye alishinda apewe. Hiyo ndio kitu tunaandamana nayo. Hata unga ikuwe free. For your information, hata ikuwe free. Maandamano tutaenda. Na hamtatuzuia. Hiyo ndio kitu mnajua. Na hamwezi tuzuia. Na hamna uwezo.
Omolo.
Nataka kuambia kwamba when we talk of justice, tunaongea kuhusu historical injustices, we are talking of electoral injustices, tunaongea pia kuhusu economical injustices, na tukiongea mambo ya unga kushukishwa hata ikiwa shilingi moja, haimaanishi kwamba food commodities zote zitakuwa zimeshuka. Juzi tuliona mpaka chumvi ilikuwa imeongezeka bei. Kwa hivyo tukisema tunataka life standard iweze kushuka, ni kumaanisha tunataka rent ishuke, tunataka stima ishuke, tunataka chumvi ishuke, sukari ishuke, tunataka simiti ya kujenga ishuke, tunataka maisha irudi chini, tunataka tuone dola ikiwa 120, dola ikiwa 110. Alafu sasa tuongee mambo ya injustices kama hiyo mambo ya electoral reforms ile ambayo imekuweko. Tunaongea kuhusu IBC 2027. Tunataka tuhakikishe kwamba composition imetengenezwa ambao kila mmoja ameparticipate. Tunataka kuona the unlawful dismissal of Cherera 4. Tunataka kuona kwamba wamerudi kazini. Tunataka kuona kwamba ile server haikufunguliwa, kama whistleblower alikuja akatoa, ikikaliwe chini, angaliwe kama kuna vile ambayo inaweza kufanya. So kuna vitu vingi, hizo vipenge 4 ndio tunataka kwamba iangaziwe. Ni very simple, just only vipenge 4. Na vipenge 4 hiyo ikitimizwa, hakuna mtu ataenda maandamano. Ngoja sasa niweke clear.
Your point is home, Omolo. Your point is home, Captain.
Okay, nimesikia mwenzangu hapo kama anaitwa Anderson anasema ya kwamba mwenye alishinda apewe. Mimi niliona the former president juzi akiwa pale kwa party ya Jubilee, ofisi waking'ang'ana hapo, na alisema vizuri sana. Uchaguzi iliisha, tulipatia wenye walishinda kiti wanakalia kwa sasa, na yeye ndio chairman wa hiyo Azimio ambapo wanaandamana saa hizi, wanaita maandamano ya Tuesday. Hapo kidogo kuna debate ilikuwa KICC kuhusu penye William aliitwa, president aliitwa, jamaa mmoja sijui Mo Ibrahim something,
Ibrahim
tafuta Uhuru. Mo akamwambia we president amemtafuta Uhuru, lakini ni kama alibadilisha namba yake. Alafu rais akamwambia waje nitakutafutia namba mpya ya former president. Mbona Uhuru alibadilisha namba? Wanashinda wakimpigia naye anajua ule jamaa kushinda, anampigia akuje maandamano. Ule jamaa hataki maandamano. Mwaje kudanganya watu. Tuongelee tu tunaweza fanyia mambo Kenya, sisi wote tukiwa wa Kenya. Mambo ya kusema maandamano mnaenda kupora viti ya wananchi pale, hiyo hatuwezi kubali. Hata sisi
naona kama Anderson anajibu kwako. Umemuuliza swali Anderson, jibu.
Anipatie jibu sasa.
Captain, nakujibu. Swali hata ni kitu rahisi tu. Wewe unafikiria Uhuru anaweza sema Ruto hakushinda? Kivyako tu unafikiria anaweza fanya kitu kama hiyo? Kama yeye mwenyewe anajua. Ngoja, yani nakuuliza, unafikiria Uhuru anaweza sema Ruto hakushinda? Hawezi sema sheria,
anajua mwenye alishinda.
Anajua hata yeye walishirikiana na Ruto, unasikia? Kuna wakati walishirikiana na Ruto wakaiba kura. Kwa hivyo hawezi, lazima mdefend. Story imeisha. Umejibiwa.
Omolo.
Hiyo kura unafikiria tungeiba tungekuwa na hiyo milioni 7? Tungekuwa milioni 12 boss.
Nilikuwa nataka kumjibu Captain kwamba kwanza vile Ruto alikuwa anaongea na Ibrahim Mo akiongea kwamba ati Uhuru alikuja akasema, kwanza nataka kuwakumbusha kwamba Uhuru hakuwa anafanya na IBC wala hajawahi kuwa hata secretary wala hata hajawahi kuwa clerk wa IBC. Lakini sasa Uhuru statement yake haimaanishi kwamba ati ndio imejustify the win of the presidency. Alafu kama unakumbuka, kama unataka tuchukue statement ya Uhuru, kama unakumbuka wakati Ruto alitangazwa, wakati Supreme Court ilitangaza and Uhuru kuna statement alitoa, na kesho ningeomba Jack utoe hiyo statement ambayo Uhuru alisema. Akasema you know, we have to have this conversation. Today we are told about the numbers, tomorrow we are told about the process. So he himself was protesting that how did the Supreme Court justify? Is it in the process? Is it in the numbers? And he was complaining. He said that 2013, it was 2017, it was nullified on the basis that the process was not was flawed. The process was flawed. The numbers did not have problem, but the process. Na yeye pia alikuwa anasema hii pia ya 2022 there was also problem with the process. So kama unataka sasa tuende kwa basis ya Uhuru, tuchukue statement zote mbili, tusichukue statement moja, tuchukue pia na ile alisema kabla wakati wa Supreme Court.
Okay. Hasla 001 kabla usome nini, namuona wanadada pia wanachangia. Captain, wanadada wako kwa show, wako wengi. Kuna Finelis Mawira anasema hivi, shida ya serikali ni kukosa kuhusisha wananchi kwa utunzi wa sheria zinazowatumikia. Naye kunaye pia mwingine hapa anajiita dada nani, dada kidogo tu, Grace Sau anasema hivi, maandamano sio ya economy. That is another lady. Ladies wako kwa show, so usikwe na wasiwasi kaka Captain. Hasla number 1.
Yes, nataka kumujibu Omolo one thing. Amesema that Uhuru was not even part of the IBC.
Okay.
I agree with you 100%. And the same way, Ruto is not part of IBC in either way. For you to ask him for the open the server, forget about that. And secondly, the issue you say that Uhuru raised an issue over the judgment of the court over previous, the 2017 was about the number and the process. And this one has been, or 2022 has been all about the process. The judges go by the question in their hand. In 2017, the complainant raised issues over the numbers that does not match, and the same the process itself. And in 2022, the petition based mostly on the process. And that is why you find that the decision when it came out, it was only based on the process. How they framed their question, how they framed their petition is how they answered.
Okay.
You see?
Na kuna swali kidogo, kuna swali hii kujibiwa na ilikuwa swali ya Captain. I think Omolo hiyo swali mriruka. Aliuliza hivi, mbona whistleblower hakukuja mapema? Mbona tungoje miezi 8, miezi 9, miezi 7 ndio whistleblower anajitokeza na ushahidi, na iwe aje whistleblower aaminiwe zaidi ya IBC? Mbona Cherela wakati wa kesi, mbona hawakukuja waseme sababu ya kujiuzulu ilikuwa ni ABCD, kwa sababu tuliona kura zikiibiwa? Sababu mimi kama vice chair nilinotice ya kwamba Raila Odinga alinyang'anywa kura zake. Mbona walijiuzulu mapema bila ya kujitetea, bila ya kutoa ushahidi wao, bila ya kutueleza sisi kama Cherela 4? These are the reasons why. They only told us the elections was opaque. Only that's the statement they gave. They never went ahead and told us the opaqueness was brought about by what, you know. They just resigned and that was it. So who should we believe? I think Cherela was the better person, but why is it that now we are believing the whistleblower, not the Cherela 4? Omolo.
Okay, yeah. I think hiyo swali Captain ameuliza ni swali nzuri na nitajaribu kujibu kadri niwezavyo. Lakini kama hii before that, nataka kumjibu huyu ndugu yangu alikuwa ameongea kwanza hapo akisema kwamba anakubaliana na mimi kwamba Uhuru afanya IBC, neither Ruto anafanya IBC, kwa hivyo Ruto asiambiwe afungue server. Nataka nimkumbushe kwamba the reason why Ruto anaambiwa afungue server is because yeye ndio constitutionally ana hold that seat. Ruto akiambiwa apunguze unga anasema atapunguza, sio tu kwamba yeye ni mila ama yeye anauza ni shopkeeper ama anafanya supermarket. So ikiwa anakubali kwamba atashukisha unga, akubali kwamba hata hiyo majukumu yeye ndiye ako nayo. Tukiongea mambo ya the whistleblower, kwa nini hakuja wakati ile na mbona amekuja wakati hii? Cherera, mbona? Kwanza nataka nianze na the whistleblower. The whistleblower in every institution, in a democracy, anaweza kutokezea anytime when the environment is viable for him to do so. Kwa hivyo there is nothing that ati kwamba sababu hakuja wakati ile hafai kukuja. If niliona mtu akiuawa alafu hata nimekaa nikuje nitoe after miaka 2 kwamba najua mwenye alimua, it is not a crime because why? The environment was viable for me to do that. Na isitoshe ni kuwa justice haina mwisho, ati kwamba ati sababu hatu kufanya justice kwa ile siku tulikuwa Supreme Court ndio sasa hata ukweli imefanyika hatufai kukuwa na justice. So ilikuwa whistleblower can come anytime and now because the environment is viable for him.
Umesema vizuri,
Tuongee kuhusu Cherera
because
yes.
You say that you talk of the environment, right?
Yes.
Now thank you for answering like that, because it now raises this question. If you believe the whistleblower because of the timing and it is right now, Kantori also came out very strong and he was the direct agent of Raila Amolo Odinga, and he says it so well, and he explains how Raila Odinga lost, not stolen. He speaks of lost. In fact, he even blames other people, not Chebukati. He blames mostly the agents and blah blah blah, not the ministers of Uhuru Kenyatta. In a way, equally he blames Uhuru Kenyatta. So if just one moment, if you say we believe the whistleblower because of the timing and because and all, we can also as well choose to believe Kanchori because also of the timing and what he said, because those two people are from the same team. Abowino as well. Equally spoke of the same.
Why is Captain carrying his hand up and he told us we must wait for somebody to finish the Captain, why is your hand up?
Let me respond.
You said we should wait until everybody finishes their submission.
No, I was doing
this. So, Captain, put your hand down.
Let me respond. Let me respond.
Captain is raising the hand.
Okay, protect me. Let me respond.
Now, it is your question. Go ahead.
Yes. Now, I want to answer this way. The whistleblower we are talking about was an insider of IBC. Kanchori.
You don't know that.
I'm telling you.
You don't know that.
Kanchori. That's what we are told. Then Ole Kanchori.
The reason why they are called whistleblower is because their identity is always
the
protected.
identity. Okay, now listen. I will give you the clip when Kioni was saying that the whistleblower is from inside, but the identity could not be revealed. But he was an insider.
So don't put words that are not there.
So it is there that is an insider of IBC, but the name cannot be revealed. Ole Kanchori is just an agent. He is not part and parcel of the IBC. It is just like me and you. He was just in the bombers.
Wait. Just one moment. Don't reduce that role that he had. He was the chief agent.
Let me tell you, whether chief agent, whether president agent, whether the master agent, he was not among the instrument of the IBC. Yeye alikuwa tu kazi yake ni pale bomas kuhakikisha kwamba zile kura ambazo zimeletewa kwamba ni hizi zenu, hizo ndiye ana collect, but he didn't know about the process that is being done in the IBC. He was not there when they are tabulating. Does not even know how the process was done. He was an agent. So you cannot use a Kanchori statement, to compare with the whistleblower is somebody that was working with IBC.
So you'd rather trust something you don't know over something you know. Okay, point.
This one is
yes, Mr.
The whistleblower was an insider. Was an insider working with IBC.
Your point is at home. Thank you so much. I want to give now very fresh submissions because Alex and Boro have not given their submissions. So who do I start with? Mboro alikuwa amekatwa, and Captain is raising his hand. So
because the question was mine.
Which one? Which question was that? Which question was that?
The one for whistleblower.
The one that Mulos had answering.
No, that question was for Molo, and I think I'm satisfied with the answer. He
But
says he can.
For me, I'm not satisfied. I still have some questions about it.
This is what he has said. He says he can trust a whistleblower he has no idea of than Kanchori who he sees. That is faith. You trust.
Okay. On the same.
I think that one is enough so that we have new submissions. Is it okay, Captain?
Next.
Let me begin with Alex. Alex, can I have your submissions? Then Mboro, I'm sure you'll settle down and give his submissions.
Thank you very much for taking control there and protecting me. Otherwise, I know.
Umevaa sasi za kijeshi, so lazima we have to trade carefully.
Kwanza iko mtu ananiangalia hapo mpaka anaweza ogopa kugive submission mpaka protect. Anyway, it is siasa. When we go, the captain is a good friend of mine. We talk now and then, so it is siasa too. So, but personally, he's a good friend of mine. So, on a personal level, we do talk and share a few things. You see, for me, it took me a while to come to the position I am right now, which was really hard. And the question that I asked myself is, what can we do as Mio and the people that we feel that there was no justice or electoral justice? But it's also equally sad for me. And that is where I want to start from, because when anybody quotes Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, I feel agitated because the guy stole election twice. That's me. Okay? So for him to talk about electoral justice, it doesn't make, you cannot use two wrongs to make one right. And I feel like we should have a leveling field of cleanness so that when we talk something, tusitetee mbili where tuna castigate moja. So Uhuru should be the last person to talk about electoral injustice. The last person, for me. If I cannot do that, then I do not have the audacity or the credibility to talk about this election. I must look about how it started, where the trick was learned, how a person became a deputy president for 10 years, for him to have the powers that eventually became the president in 2022. So now, we are talking about Maandamano ambayo inakuja. Jex, I supported Maandamano seriously. But where my heart started waning was when Maandamano could have done something, we put a break. When it was unnecessary, it hurt me. Remember where we started from, Jex. We started with our date with destiny.
Yeah.
We totally believe, let me tell you, as a believer of Raila Amolo Odinga, I totally believed in our date with destiny, 20th March. I believed on it. Then a day prior to that, I started hearing, Nyinyi hamtaenda huko, we will send some people to State House. And man, that's how it started. Unfortunately, we have photographic memory whereby we connect the dots and some people feel bad when we do that. A day two, on the 19th, a statement was made that, yes, we are going to have it, but some people will go there, not all of us. I started sensing something is not right here. Yet I was among the first people who asked, dialogue? Then that is when I started hearing words like, my brother, Ruto. Kutoka mganga to my brother. Kutoka mwizi to Ruto. Later on, my dear brother, to Dr. Ruto, I started asking my question, where are we headed to? Finally, we were told that there is going to be a dialogue. Now, Jakes, I want you to answer this for me. If this can be answered, I will sit down and I will be able to accept. We refuse to debate this guy. We refuse to debate this guy on our national issues that he's not debatable. How do we go again to talk with him if we could not just debate? Debate is 90 minutes. A dialogue is very long. Does it make any sense to me? It did not, Jakes. Then, Jakes, now it came to a point of the composition of the people that were going to do the dialogue. And I also saw some anomalies. The composition from my place, Jakes, I don't even want to go there. But on the other side, when I looked at it, I saw a person who is taking charge, who will tell his people, this is what you're going to say, and it must happen. Who knows who Okenyuri is? Okenyuri comes from Kisi, a very low person that became a senator by proxy, but she was put there. And 2 people from Azimio were put there. Did that not even tell us from the onset that hakuna kitu itaendelea hapa? We kept on agitating that inaenda kuendelea. Now, Jack, this is what hurts me. That we say if there is no dialogue, we will go back to Maandamano. Is Maandamano a threat or a tool to get what we need to? So I've been asking myself, let's define this Maandamano. What's the end game? Now, when we were saying the date with destiny, I supported it because I saw a finishing line.
Okay.
I saw that if we have to go and storm State House, well and good. If we make it, we make it. If we don't, it will happen. But our date with destiny was going to be clear and tangible. Now we start Maandamano. Then we start Monday. Then people watasema, hii Maandamano, Monday peke yake hapana. Then after a few hours tukaambiwa Monday and Thursday. Now my question was, for how long? Now, and as my friend Anderson has said, tunaenda Maandamano asubuhi, tunarudi jioni. My question is, for how long? And exactly for what purpose? You see, all these things needs to be defined. Now, okay, Tuesday we are going. What do we want to accomplish? What is it for? How are we going to accomplish? Is it to put Ruto to the table again to talk, or to make sure that he has... You see, these questions ought to be answered so that we can define our victory. Otherwise, just going and coming out, it's not right. Now, this is where now Jakes ilikuja kaniumiza kabisa. I've been in a group whereby we have talked about Maandamano. And it hit me so hard. It hit me so hard when young people, a few young people who go to Maandamano said, hii Maandamano ni tamu sana. Jakes, hii Maandamano ni tamu sana. And he went on to say like this, wewe kama uko na gari yako, baki nayo nyumbani. Hakuna mtu amekuambia kuja hapa kwa Maandamano. Ikipigwa ni shida yako. Jakes, is that the purpose of Maandamano? So, I mean, so we start questioning some. I'm not saying Maandamano is violent. I am saying if you are going to incorporate the culture of that kind of rhetoric, then we are achieving nothing. So my question is this: do we have a clear picture of what and how we must achieve it? And we don't have to say it openly where people are. But it is unfortunate to allow some people to be a face of Maandamano. Look, I was listening Gaucho say things that did not make sense to me. That Gaucho said this openly. You can go to the hand side. Et mimi na Jalango ni marafiki. Jalango aliniambia vile pia yeye by 2027 atapata nyumba fulani. I was offered 50 million to defect. I said no. After show of sijui 4 hours, Gaucho anasema nichangie pesa tafadhali ya transport kesho nipeleke watu maandamano. I mean, does it make any sense? So mimi imefika mahali nimesema there are those ambao wanaumia ukweli kabisa kama Anderson. Wanaumia kabisa kama ndugu zetu yako hapa kama Omolo. Lakini kuna wengine wamechukulia hii maandamano kama biashara. And I'm starting to see that wale ambao wako juu wamesimamia hii ni biashara. Lakini mtu kama Omolo na mtu kama Anderson ambapo tunaenda, honestly there are key issues in this country. The cost of living, the school fees, mafuta. Labor Day is the only time watu wanaongezwa mshahara all over the world. Sisi before pre-Labor Day tumeshatolewa 3%, and we have a big stomached guy who is a go-to leader who is speaking nothing about that. I mean, our country is totally confused because we are not putting things into priority. Does Maandamano agitate that this 3% hata tungeongezwa 10% to cover up the cost of living? This 3% because it is housing, let us deal with food first, because already this food ambayo tumepata Jex tunapata kuwa is only one miller ambaye anatupea unga. This miller is selling unga according to all the media houses ambayo was going to expire. These are things that we are getting from the media. Nobody has been taken to court that they are lies. So there are serious issues this country is going through that we must put things clearly. If Maandamano is supposed to deal with the cost of living, let us deal with it. If it's supposed to deal with electoral justice, let us deal with it. But now we've been conglomerated with so many issues together whereby we must put the Saba issue out first, the standard of living to be dealt with, and fortunately, the terms Ruto gave us for that dialogue were not going to be the best. He said, me as the president, you as the opposition, and I had already written a memorandum to what? To parliament, and I told them the 4 things they were supposed to do. The first, that the priority was to create the office of the opposition leader. Do we have opposition in that country? No, we have majority and minority. Why did we even agree to form a committee when Ruto said we as the opposition, we have majority and minority? So I think from the onset we were confused. We did not know what we wanted. We went on the table as the opposition. There is nothing like opposition. So we must accept we made mistakes. And since we made mistakes, we must restructure ourselves. When we're going back, we truly know what we want. We tell our people what we want. We structure everything. But otherwise, hii mchezo tunafanya ambayo haitaisha, it is going to create more problems. Hata kama baba huyo ataingia with the kind of mchezo tumefanya for the last 6 months, we will not get out of this. So the reality is this, and I'm finishing. The reality is this: there is a problem for the common mwananchi, not for the people who are up.
Okay.
We need a solution for that. But now, since you had accepted the dialogue, ilikuwa imeingia ndani. So negating it, going back to the streets, again, if Ruto say, now I have accepted all your terms, now kuja sasa tukae chini. Are you going back again to the dialogue? Those are the things I don't want, Jex. Either tell us tunaenda State House, ama tuambie ni nini. Hii maneno ya mchezo tunatumia maandamano kama tool of agitation that is not making any sense. For me, it is not making any sense. Tell us what has Maandamano going to achieve for me, and I will go. I have no problem.
Let me bring you to the letter he wrote today. It had 10 points, yeah? And I was reflecting some of the things that he said in the letter. That in the letter he plans to visit IBC so as to ask for the scrutiny of the servers and all, and the elections that were doctored. So he will take his complaints there. The next thing that he's saying, he will go to the office of the president. This time is not State House. He says, I'll be going to the office of the president, proving that the cost of food, fuel, electricity fees remain unacceptably high. We will further petition the DP to desist from invading and destroying rival political parties. So those are the requests, not to remove him from State House, but to tell him about the cost of living. Then they will go to National Treasury. That is point number 5. To petition the immediate release of funds owed to counties. Then number 6, they also say they will visit the Public Service Commission and demand that appointments to public office be done purely on the basis of merit and inclusivity. Then number 7, he says we shall not agree to be cowed into silence when there are so many things that are going wrong in the country with cults. So there he's talking about Mackenzie and all. But number 10, this is what he said. Point number 10. If the regime chooses to turn our peaceful and constitutional activities into a showdown and assassination that Mr. Kuria and Mr. Gachagua are threatening, so be it. We are ready. When you listen to this statement, it is different from the statement you're talking about that he had issued some times back of saying we are going to State House to remove Ruto. This statement is totally different. It is a statement that almost shows that he has changed what he had said in the first time he called for Maandamano. This statement is totally different. What do you think, sir?
Okay, let me open my heart here. I said it, and I think I lost 90% of my friends. Political friends. Not political friend means we stopped talking friendship, politics now. Anybody who is honest to the core, there is whatever it's called bipartisan is imefika mbali.
Okay.
Bipartisan imefika mbali. Now it's just management of your crowds.
Okay.
Crowds inakuwa managed hapa, ingine inakuwa managed hapa, and it will go to a point whereby eventually we will have something called political fatigue, and we'll say, let's have a solution to this thing as soon as possible. Look at the things. We will go to the office of the president. Which president? That means you're recognizing it. Legitimacy has already been given, Jex. And then we will ask for this and this. How do you ask a person who does not have legitimacy? But you can also see it, and I want us to look it from hindsight, what this side is doing and what the other side is doing. There is management on this side, there is management on this side. So let's not look at management on only one side. Gachagua is being managed. If you saw what Sakaja has been saying, if you saw what other people have been saying about Gachagua, wacha kulima huyu mzee sana. There is also management from the other side. So you must look management from this side, and how the equilibrium is forming.
Okay.
The symmetrical is coming now. The political symmetrical is wallowing. If you look at what the rhetorics from the other side, it is completely come to an end. If you tell me that maandamano ilikuwa inaanza, unatangaza maandamano, unaenda Dubai.
So that you have a Baba Waliwawe moment.
Yes. And then when you come back, how many times are we going to be coming to the airport to pick you, honestly? No, I'm asking. Because we really want this thing to happen. But honestly, every time unaenda out of the country, you come, we pick you, we took Kibira. Jakes bana. Sometimes let us also, like professionals, come to a point as middle class people or professionals and also have a conversation so that we can also manage professionals or middle class. Because you can only manage some people like that. But are you going to manage middle class that way?
There's also this question. If you remember the speech he read immediately, they were stopping the Maandamanos. He never said they're stopping it because of the church. I played that clip. I think it was yesterday or the day before. But when he came from Dubai, he said it is the church who told me to stop. So
I don't buy that, Jax. I don't buy that, Jax.
Believe him.
No, Jax, I don't buy that. And nilikosana and a good friend of mine called Lala because of that. Jax, look, Kalonzo gave an example during if time, I don't know, a day before, whatever, I don't know, I'm not a Muslim, but there was an occasion that Raila had allowed people to sit down, and it was his occasion. This is what Kalonzo said. He gave us a long story of how he was a peacemaker to Sudan when it was both North and South. Then he said he went to Senegal, ABCD. It's a long story. You can go and watch that speech. And then he ended up saying this, that we ended up persuading Bashir, ABCD. Then all of a sudden, it was a paradigm shift. He said, today as we talk, the Muslims who are celebrating Eid in Sudan, 3 days, they've been having problems. Now, if it's Eid or Easter, why was Sudan agitating for its freedom and the country is 90% Muslim? So is it wrong for people to agitate for their rights during Ramadan? How many times have we had problems going on during Easter? Did people stop doing that and then finish Easter, then they start? So let us not be managed here. Let us accept we have a problem. Let us resolve the problems. Let us not use political excuses, political statements. For me, I'm still for Maandamano. I have not changed. But what I'm saying is that I'm not going to be managed that way. What I want, I should get it. But if I cannot get it in that way, let the reality be set that huyu jamaa atakuwa rais yetu 2027 because ametuchapa 10 years. The guy alitustop. Mazee, ilikuwa uko na ball, sio offside. Mpira inaingia. And then there is a guy who came to our channel and this is what he said. Huyu mzee amestopisha mpira saa mbaya bwana. People got mad. And what, Jex, let me tell you, what makes me mad is this. When you ought to tell the king that your mouth stinks, and you start lying that your mouth smells as sweet as a rose, or you start acting like you make a bridge where there is no river, it's nonsense. That Baba is always right. When he tells you your wife is pregnant, go start buying diapers. Look, Baba makes mistakes, and that is one of the most strategic mistakes that he made. That Monday that Ruto said, my brother, it's going to be a bloody Monday. And I'm still insisting what my Nani Omolo said. Even this Tuesday, if we are not careful, because of the rhetorics, you see, there are people who are hurt politically. Politics and religions are really bad. They take people to the core, by the way.
Okay.
Na siku hizi naona hata mpira ya Arsenal walitumiza juzi hapa na tusiende huko. Let's not even go there. Hata mpira inaumizanga watu. But siasa na religion, Jex, inaumizanga watu vibaya sana. So this is what I'm saying. Even on Tuesday, if we are not careful, watu wameumia, and you cannot threaten an hungry person.
Okay.
You can't. So kama watu wameumia kabisa and they want to go to the streets, don't just manage them. Look for real solutions.
Okay.
Because even if they die, they go to heaven anyway.
Thank you. I've given you close to 15 minutes. Geoffrey Mboro?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to go back to where I had stopped. After you had played the clip of Moses Kuri. And when Alex interjected, he was saying then we should not take the words of Ruto serious, because I said we should not take Moses seriously. What I want to tell Alex and the other people is that there is what we call personality traits. If you have done a bit of psychology, you will know that people are different. I can tell Alex something and Alex be hurt because maybe Alex knows that Geoffrey is a serious person and he means whatever he says. Another person will say the same words that I have said to Alex, and Alex will just laugh because he knows this guy is a joker. That's what I meant. So you cannot compare Ruto and Moses because Moses is known to be a loose mouth. Moses is known to be a joker, but Ruto is not a joker. He means every word that he utters. He don't joke. He don't just waste his words. Whenever he utters a word, everybody has to think about what did he say, because he is known to be a serious person. Having said that, you can remember there is nobody else in Kenya that has ever abused Raila Odinga than Moses Kuria. But you saw him and Odinga sit down and they ate together, because even Raila Odinga understands Moses Kuria very well, just like other leaders. He is ruthless, but in his heart, he does not mean any harm. Today, if Moses goes to Nyanza, you saw even when he went to Nyanza how much he was celebrated, because even the people of Nyanza understand this guy. So we have personality traits and we have to handle people the way they are. So by understanding them how they are, both are the political divides. We have people like that. We have people that we take their words seriously. There are others that we just have to understand them. Having said that, there was that statement which was made by Raila Odinga that he is not afraid of death and he is ready to die. And that is what I was saying, that when death comes, it doesn't matter whether you are afraid or not. When death comes, you will just die. And nobody, even all of us here, nobody will escape death when it comes. So let nobody show us how confident he is by telling us he's not afraid of death. You remember the other day, Wajakoya made the same statement when he was on the convoy. He was on top of the car and he said he is not afraid of death. But when the police lifted the tear gas gun, you saw what happened. He immediately entered back to the car and he handed over the mic to other people. And all those politicians who are telling us that they are prepared to die, they all went back to their cars simply because a gun had been lifted up. So that's why I said it's just a political statement. And having said that, I would like to say that Raila Odinga has already spent his good time on this earth, and it's a blessing. Being almost 8 years is a blessing. He should not die with other people if he is prepared to die. Some of these young people that are following him are 20 years. They haven't done what they are supposed to do. So he should also give them chance to live. He should not take them to Maandamano to go and die. So if he feels that he has done what he came to do on earth, well and good. His age is good. So let him also give other young people chance to live their life. So having said that, we have mentioned the issue of the whistleblower. Those are not things that we should know, we should even be discussing. Because if you have concrete evidence that the elections were stolen, you cannot solve that by calling for demonstrations because the public will not help. If you think what you did, what he is calling ethical hacking, if he believes what he did is right, and that evidence can be admitted anywhere, he should take it where it's supposed to be taken. But telling the public that we have done, we have whistleblower that we cannot verify, whistleblower that cannot come confidently and say how he did it and how we should believe him, it becomes things that we should not even be discussing because he is just wasting our time. And Alex said that Odinga is protesting for the cost of living, which I know all of us know very well. It is a lie. It is deception. That is not why he is having those protests. When we think of the cost of living, we have to ask ourselves why we are where we are. The government we have has just taken power, not even 1 year ago. It's just a few months ago. So the cost of living and people being poor in the nation, has Raila Odinga not been there before? Was he not working with President Uhuru Kenyatta, where the people of Kenya not facing hardships when he was the prime minister? Those are questions we are supposed to ask ourselves. When I think of the people of the Luoland, not the Luoland, but the Luya, they have the Mumia Sugar Company. The person who just many years ago was owing a huge debt to that company is one Raila Amolo Odinga. And because he is untouchable, nobody is able to force him to pay the debt he owed to Mumia Sugar Company. Almost the year 2003, I used to hear him being requested to pay 300 million. So if you take the value of that money to today's value, that's a lot of money being owed by one person to a company. So he is also a reason why many people are suffering. So it is very important that Alex, we tell the people the truth. When Raila Odinga is talking of the cost of living, he is not genuine. He is not genuine. He is a beneficiary of the evils that happened with the handshake government. He did not even force the government to tell us who stole the COVID billions of money. Yet he is still telling us he is our savior. Alex, you heard the controller of budget saying she was forced to sign billions of money to be released to various sectors and ministries. Raila Odinga, because Uhuru is his friend now, he cannot even talk about it. That is a higher level of hypocrisy that we as the people of Kenya should tell our leaders that surely we understand you. You are not fighting for us. You are fighting for yourself. Having said that, my closing remarks, I want to say that those demonstrations will not help anyone. Those demonstrations will only destroy the economy. And when the economy is crippled, it is not that the economy belongs to the president. No. When the economy is not doing good, all Kenyans are not doing good. Even those who are causing the economy to be crippled. It is very, very hard to build an economy, but you can destroy an economy of a nation within a day. You saw what happened in 2007. Those few days brought the nation of Kenya to a standstill, and the economy of Kenya was crippled totally. Is that what we want so that we can be listened? Is that what we want so that we can occupy political positions?
Okay.
To me, it's very unfortunate. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Aha. Captain, before I come to Bwana Maish, Maish is still mine, I think. Yes, Captain.
I think Jakes, sina maneno kwa sasa. Alex bado yuko?
Amejificha lakini yako.
I think ako. So maybe I can applaud what he has said because I remember ile siku watu walikuwa wamejipanga kabisa kwa maandamano Monday, lakini all of a sudden tukasikia nimepigia rafiki yangu Raila, my brother. So tutaenda bunge by partisan talk. So we never know even of tomorrow. After fueling up Maandamano on Sunday in church or after church, tomorrow even in the evening something will change. And they'll say, I've
what do you
talked with the
think
president.
will happen? Today wasn't in the we didn't see him in church.
Baba was not in charge himself, but the president was in charge. I don't know what might be the problem.
The last time we didn't see him in church, he made that statement. Do you see him?
And I understand they were in, I don't know, Masai Mara or what was the place. I don't know even the place where they met.
That was a lie, but anyway.
So what I'm trying to say is this: if tomorrow they will come up with another acrobatic, let me call it acrobatic or gymnastic for Tuesday, and then again they will derail that Maandamano maybe until next week or after 2 weeks. Do you think Raila will come again and tell us that he is calling for another Maandamano after disagreeing maybe in 2 weeks time later? We assume that. Where is that trust? Will there be trust to some people? Watu wake hata watachoka na yeye kwa sababu kila mara maandamano anasimamisha, unaona? Nilipenda sana vile Alex amesema until when. Sasa kesho kama ni maandamano Tuesday, wataandamana mpaka lini? 2 weeks ama 1 week, waitishe tena hapana tumeongea na president, tutaenda kukaa chini mali tutaongea. We have to be serious some other things, not because that some of us, because we are supporting this government, not that we are happy of it. There are some things ambapo hatufurahi, kuna zingine tunafurahia, yes.
So uliona walipotoka church they had a meeting and it wasn't as hyped kama venye baba anakuanga kwa hizo meetings. Does it mean baba is the glue to these meetings? Minus him, let me play a clip. Unajua sometimes it's always good to back what you say. Listen to this clip, look at the people, look at listen to everything that was happening in this.
Toka kanisani na tuko timu moja kali. Mawadhe tumemwacha hapa kanisani. Haya, kwa hivyo tunasema asante kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Wangapi wanashukuru Mungu kwa kutuletea mvua? Sasa 7 ifunguliwe. Wangapi wanasema 7 ifunguliwe? Unajua hao watu wa Kenya kwisha wanasema ati tuende mahakamani tukaombe 7 ifunguliwe. Hapana, mahakama gani tena hiyo? Wangapi wanasema 7 lazima ifunguliwe? Wangapi wanasema bei ya unga lazima ichuke chini ya shilingi 100? Kwa hivyo mambo haya tunayafanya kwa niaba ya sisi zote wenyewe pamoja. Hapa tunataka muelewe kwamba shughuli hizi ambazo zina umuhimu mkubwa sana, kama mambo yakienda vizuri, mtaona hata nafasi za kazi zikibuniwa. Mheshimiwa Mawadhe amesema makampuni mengi kutoka industrial area yanahama kwenda kwingine, Tanzania, sijui Misri na kwingineko, kwa sababu ya gharama kubwa ya stima. Kwa hivyo kuna makateli ya stima, kuna makateli kila mahali. Hii ni serikali ya makateli. Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka tu tuseme asante kwa kuja kutupokea. Mawadhe ndio yule huko nyuma. Basi tuseme hivi, mimi nitamkabidhi dada yangu Martha. Na mnajua Martha haogopi. Hapana cheza na Martha. Wangapi anampenda Martha Karua? Sasa kabla nimkabidhie, tunasema kama ataendelea na kutisha wananchi, tumesema hapa kanisani, mtu hawezi kujipiga kifua. Serikali ya kujipiga kifua na kutoa hasira, kusema mtaniona mimi ndio kamanda amri jeshi mkuu. Sasa tunasema amri jeshi mkuu wa Kalonzo ni Yesu Kristo, sio Mbungei na sio wengine. Vumilia bwana. Ngoja kidogo bwana. Kwa hivyo tulia. Waambie vijana watulie bwana. Ngojeni. Kwa hivyo sasa sisi tunasema kama wanaleta mambo ya madharau, Jumanne Jumanne, kesho ni public holiday. Nataka niseme miaka 167 years ago, World Movement, haki za wafanyakazi zilibuniwa nchi ya Australia. Alafu walilalamika juu ya masaa 8 wafanyikazi walikuwa wanafanya.
And it is as boring as it went on. But anyway, ilirudi kapata kamoto kidogo when mother was talking. I don't know if you noted 3 or 4 things that happened there. Number one, ilifika mali, he was almost heckled. Why is Kalonzo not with the yenye Raila anakuanga na? Because the crowd one speaks volume. The attention yenye walikuwa nampea ilikuwa, anything was swaying them away from him. Mbona hana hiyo mvuto, yet he claims people say he is the rightful person to inherit baba. Mbona it could be me, mbona si kumfeel.
Unajua Jex, from the word go, you know Kalonzo very well. Hata sio mtu tunaweza discuss hapa.
Because now this is Kalonzo minus Raila.
This is Kalonzo himself. We are talking of Kalonzo himself.
Yes. Today he was alone.
Machakos yuko wapi? Hakuna maandamano kwanza in the first place. You see, Raila is controlling Nairobi and he's controlling Nyanza, some parts of Nyanza like Kisumu, areas of Migori and other places like huko Homa Bay. Hata uliona wakifanya maandamano the other time. So Kalonzo is just there. I don't know, he's on a joyriding with baba or what. Kwa sababu unasikia anaomba watu wanyamaze ama anaomba watu watulie.
Yeah.
Raila hawezi tisha mara mbili hiyo. Akisema tu haya hiyo kila mtu
even the energy yenye baba uleta, I didn't let me play another one because Mboro, what do you think? What do you make of that?
Yeah, before you put on another clip, it's good we first analyze why things are the way they are without Baba. If I am to set a history question, I would say without Raila Odinga, without Maandamano, discuss. And I'll give the students 25 marks.
Actually, I almost even asked, can Kalonzo boldly ask for Maandamano without Raila?
So without in Azimio.
Or okay, maybe Kalonzo, someone is saying here is weak. Can Karua command Maandamano?
It is better even you talk of Kalonzo because Karua has nobody behind her. Totally nobody. So, if you were to answer my question that without Raila Amolo Odinga, without Maandamano in Kenya, you are supposed to discuss to a larger extent, the extent to which Raila Odinga contributes to pulling the crowd. Nobody without Baba can pull the crowd the way he does. And Kalonzo Musyoka himself is in a very awkward situation because he is not a Maandamano person.
Now this is Karua. Now listen to
Tumetoka
Karua.
kanisani.
Look at the video from
na
the
tuko timu moja kali. Mawadhe tumemwacha hapa kanisani. Haya, kwa hivyo tunasema asante kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Wangapi wanashukuru Mungu kwa kutuletea mvua? Sasa 7 ifunguliwe. Wangapi? Sasa tunasema amri jeshi mkuu wa Kalonzo ni walikuwa naimba nisafishe, sio? Hebu tuimbe tena. Tulipigwa tear gas lakini mama alikuwa anaweka maji angalau tear gas isitumize zaidi. Nisafishe nitakaze, niwe mweupe kabisa, nitakaze nisafi. Hiyo tulikuwa tunaimba hiyo. Kwa hivyo wajua Mheshimiwa Martha Karua.
Wana Embakasi South oye! Hamjambo. Maneno ni machache sana. Najiunga na vile ndugu yangu amesema, lazima bei ya unga ishuke. Lazima serikali isaidie wazazi kulipa fees. Pesa ya fees ilikuwa kwa bajeti, tunataka irudishwe. Lazima bei ya petroli ifanye nini? Na lazima ukweli wa uchaguzi ujulikane, sava sifanyiwe nini? Sasa ujumbe kwa William Ruto. Wacha makasiriko mingi. Wacha kujipiga kifua. Maandamano haihitaji ruhusa yako au ya polisi. Tutaandamana Jumanne sababu ni haki yetu. Na haki ya wananchi ya chakula iko katika katiba yetu, hata haki ya elimu, haki ya maji, economic and social rights ziko kwa katiba. Kama wewe William Ruto hujasoma katiba, uliza mtu wako karibu akusomee, ndivyo uelewe. Sisi tunasema hatuna nia mbaya, tunataka tu haki ya Wakenya na ukweli. Mambo mangapi? Mawili. Hizo pointi zetu 4 zinabemba mambo mawili: haki ya Wakenya na ukweli. Na hiyo lazima tusukume, wapende wasipende. Na tunamwambia mambo ya uhai ni ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Usitutishe na buduki. Mungu anaweza kujia wewe atuache tu hapa. Uwe na buduki, uwe na guruneti, Jumanne tukutane. Kenya ni yetu sote, si ya watu wachache. Kama hamtaki tusikizane, watu ni kuonana. Bila kuendelea sana, wacha.
Guys, me I think Karua has more stamina than Kalonzo. My thinking, as in she has maybe she doesn't know how to pull crowds, but akona some muscles, like, you know, she can throw a punch. Kalonzo
vile ameleta statement yake from anataka unga ishuke chini, anataka serikali lipe karo ya wanafunzi, walipia wazazi, gharama ya maisha ipunguzwe, mafuta that is, alafu sava ifungule. Amelist vitu ngapi? 4. Kalonzo ametoa ngapi?
Kalonzo ile amenibamba tu ni kujaribu kuimba.
Uimba tu na kuambia watu mawazo pale nyuma kidogo. Haisi. Hata mimi ningekuwa kwa hiyo mkutano ningeondoka tu, baada akiongea anamaliza, mimi najiendea zangu. Naona. But mother is somebody who is reasonable.
She has they call her the Iron Lady. I think she has the muscle. Ni vile tu maybe hana crowd, but
exactly.
She can.
But akona points. Akona points. Sasa amemalizia akisema anataka tukae tuelewane. Hajasema Ruto amesema pia Ruto anaweza kufa mbele hata ikuja na guruneti. So she was making some points, Anyway,
but Jakes, let me say this. It is good to understand when it comes to politics, it's not about how much sense you are making. It is not about how many points you have. It's about how many people can you influence.
Okay.
To believe in you, to trust in you, and to follow you. You see? And that is why this Mother Karua that we are talking about here was not in a position, as reasonable as she is, as articulate as she is. She was not even in a position to bring one MCA for Baba. So, what is her political value in Azimio? And this is what I want the Azimio people to see. What is the political value of Mother Karua as a running mate? You know, a running mate is like you're having 50-50 share in Azimio. So, Azimio belongs to Baba. Because 80% or 90% of the people there, they believe in Baba, they trust in Baba, They are loyal to Baba and they can follow what Baba is saying. Mama Karua is just a joyrider in Azimio. You see? So, there you have seen Jeremiah Kioni. Now I want you to see the kind of people who are supporting Baba, especially from the mountain. This Jeremiah Kioni, remember, Jeremiah Kioni...
Do I play what Jeremiah Kioni said?
Yes, I wish you can. Please do.
But go ahead, go ahead as I prepare the video.
So I wanted to say, Jeremiah Kioni is another confused element. Jeremiah Kioni was an MP of, I think, Daragwa. And there was a time Jeremiah Kioni was a running mate of Musalia Mudavadi. Do you know, from the constituency where he come from, Musalia never had even a single vote. And people were making fun and saying he did not even vote for Musalia. So, these people are only joyriders because they have nowhere to go. They had abused the president so much. Now they are out there in the cold. So they have just to be there as joyriders to follow Baba. So without Baba, they cannot even know where to go. They will lose direction and Azimio will die. And I want people to know the character of Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is not a person of Maandamano. He's a very extremely peaceful person. I know even being told to go for Maandamano, inside his heart, he does not want that. But he has to be there because he is looking at the age of Baba. And he knows that very soon Baba is going to retire. And he is hoping that Baba will hand over his political base to him, which to me is a serious political miscalculation because Baba cannot hand over his base to anybody apart from maybe somebody from his family, either nuclear family or maybe the relatives, the brothers and sisters. Anything beyond that, it's very hard. It is not going to happen.
Okay.
Sisi tunasema hatuna nia mbaya, tunataka tu haki ya Wakenya na ukweli. Mambo mangapi? Mawili. Hizo pointi zetu 4 zinabemba mambo mawili, haki ya Wakenya na ukweli. Na hiyo lazima tusukume, wapende wasipende. Na tunamwambia mambo ya uhai ni ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Usitutishe na buduki, Mungu anaweza kujia wewe atuache tu hapa. Uwe na buduki, uwe na guruneti, Jumaine tukutane, Kenya ni yetu sote, si ya watu wachache. Kama hamtaki tusikizane, watu ni kuonana. Bila kuendelea sana, wacha nipatie Kioni naye apatie Mawadhe.
Hello. Sikizeni. Ile sauti imebaki ya kumtetea mnyonge ni ile ya Raila Amolo Odinga katika chama cha Azimio. Jama ya serikali ama jama ya hawa majabasi ambao waliingia serikalini ni kuhujumu umoja wa Azimio, kuhakikisha kwamba zile za matenzi ambazo ziko ndani ya Azimio zimefujafujwa. Jana wamekuwa na mkutano kule Karen usiku na amepitisha kwamba lazima vyama ambazo ziko ndani ya Azimio sivujafujwe, tuamhakikishia kwamba hamna mtu ambaye ako na sauti ya mnyonge. Mimi nataka kuwaomba mujitokeze, muitetee hii sauti ya mnyonge, na siku yake ni Tuesday. Na nataka kusema hii hadharani. I want to say it in English. I have no doubt in my mind William and company are not interested in helping the Kenyans. Tusipojitokeza kupigana na wao, wa Kenya wataumia. Kwa hivyo tunasema ni shukrani kubwa Last time tulikuja hapa mlitupokea vizuri, mkatumwagilia maji, mkahakikisha kwamba maandamano yalituweza kuwa nayo sawa. Tuesday kwenda mbele, Wakenya wote kona zote za Kenya hii jitokezeni, tuseme enough is enough. Na huyu William Ruto wapi? Sugoi. William Ruto aende wapi? Sugoi. Na mimi namjua wakiwa na Gachiedhera, na wajua tulikuwa na wao shule. Be careful with those guys. Hawa ni hatari kwa maisha yenyu na watoto wenyu, lakini Mwenyezi Mungu atatusaidia kutoboa. Asanteni sana, Mwenyezi Mungu ambuke.
Jex, ulikuwa na comment kwa ile issue ya Kalonzo na Karua first. That when you hear Kalonzo talking, there is a hype, there is low hype from the members, the crowd, and Karua has a lot of support from the members of the crowd. This is because Kalonzo is a diplomatic man. He does not use some just incitement language that most people want to hear. That's why we find that when Kalonzo is speaking, he get less cheers as compared to Kalonzo, who is now articulate to some sort of incitement to the public. When you say something like that, you may have the bunduki and jurnet, but utukutani. That's also a sound that giving the courage to people to support you, that you have the courage. But now you see Kalonzo is not sort of such a thing, you see. But if you come to the normal politics now, who has the number? Kalonzo has the number than the Karua.
Karua could be having the numbers. You know, at times what tunamwandamine, but in Central kulikuwa na over 800,000.
What number, Jakes?
Okay,
what number, Jakes, are you talking about?
There's numbers, but not enough numbers to support.
No, Jakes, listen to me. Jakes, listen here. Those votes that
Captain is raising a hand. Captain,
those votes that Azimio got from Central, they came because of Uhuru Kenyatta as a sitting president. Without Uhuru,
probably it is Karua. You know,
I know even in your heart. I know even in your heart, you know the truth.
Just leave my heart alone. You see, we didn't see Uhuru campaign. But Karua,
no, you see, as a sitting president, as a sitting president, Uhuru was very influential in Central Province. And as a sitting president, sometimes you don't have even to go to the people. There is what we call the referent power, the power of the office. And remember, Uhuru was the kingpin, not even the kingpin, but he was the king of Central Province. So by just telling the people, vote for this Mzee, people followed that. This Karua you are talking about here, Jakes, remember she contested as a presidential candidate. How many votes did she garner? Do you know Abduba Dida? Abduba Dida performed better than Karua. Then Raila, I don't know who deceived him.
Are they called spoiled vote or rejected?
The rejected votes were more than what she got as a presidential candidate.
Well. Okay.
So what are you telling me?
So, yes, Captain, before I bring in Mash, I'm sure will defend everything. Anyway, with a light touch, Mash.
Before I go, Jakes, before I go and sleep, I want to say, or I want to differ with 001 Asla on this thing of Kalonzo being humble and whatever. That is the language I know he was trying to say. And the issue of numbers. When you see the talkings of Mother Karua, when it comes to grenade, ama Mungu anaweza kukujia utuache sisi hapa, and the talkings of Babu Owino, the way he normally talks, and the way my president William Ruto, the way he was talking today, or yesterday, not today, yesterday, kwamba mtajua amujui, uliona ground ilikuwa aje as per vile alikuwa anasema mtajua amujui, grenades, utatukujia na grenades. Babu Owino akitusi serikali, unaonanga crowd na behave aje as per the way Kalonzo is talking. Let me
I
say
think
this.
Baba and Raila,
You have to use all kinds
Raila,
of
Raila and
language
Ruto
to get.
have one thing in common. They have a way of speaking to the masses in a way that pulls them. I think it's called charisma or something. I'm not sure, but it's enact kama magnet sumaku. It pulls you. Yeah, you want to hear more and more and more. It is entertaining. So, but Kalonzo, I'm yet to really feel it. But maybe it has a come. Maybe some of these things can be trained. I'm not sure. But I think
These are the
there are guys who
people,
perform
Raila
better than
and
him.
Ruto. These are the people they have
Mhm.
studied.
Mhm.
They have studied how Kenyans what Kenyans like most.
Mhm.
Wamesoma wa Kenya na wanajua hawa wanapenda nini. Unakumbuka campaign ya last election hapo mwezi wa 7-6 hivi. There was somewhere even you cannot send Kashagwa to go and campaign for the president who is the president now, William Ruto. Hakukuwa na crowd yote. Hata kama crowd ilikuwa ni ya kuhesabu. Until William Ruto himself, he was distancing himself from Kashagwa. Juu akienda mahali ataharibu kura. Sababu ya ile kitu umesema, kuna ile kupull supporters. Kuna ile language ya kutumia. Which Kalonzo kwanza hana. Naona. Alafu nimeona many of the supporters they like this dirty language of talking like grenades, mtamjua mjui, wewe ni nani, takataka nyinyi, vifaranga vya computer, unaelewa? Even so most of the Kenyans they like such language. And that is how these politicians they have learned the Kenyans and they know the language they are going to use outside there.
Okay.
But Captain, the message I said is that Kalonzo might not have that language to pull more crowd, but Kalonzo has consolidated his region together, that he can bargain to the national level with his bargaining power for his number. But Karua has nothing to bargain with national level. The only thing he has is
mnanivunja moyo wadau. You know, just for a moment, Hustler number one. Mnanivunja moyo. You know, there were over 800,000 votes from Central. Msiseme tu ni effort ya Uhunye. Probably, and I stand with this, probably some of these people voted because they believe in Baba and Karua ticket. So Karua equally also brought in some nini. Minor, I know you are ready to speak. If you're ready, let me know.
If I agree with that, in fact, if I agree with that, Jex, but can you compare with the number of votes that Raila got from the Eastern? It's still less. If you compare that, it's still less. Being the effort of the president, the Karua, and the other people having consolidated 800. But now look at Kalonzo alone in this Eastern, having produced almost 1 point.
It was 1.3. 1.3 and 800. I think she did equally well. You know, 800.
Yes.
800 is a lot of votes, my friend.
Jakes.
Yes, sir. But
I would like you maybe in the next debate. I would like us to do the research and see that Baba has never failed to get some votes in Central Kenya. Because Central Kenya is a metropolitan province, you know. So I want you to compare to gather information of how many votes did Baba get in 2017? Not 2017. And you see that he had a good amount of votes in Central Kenya. So if you minus that, now the remaining is what Uhuru and Karua and the other people brought for Baba.
Okay.
Yes.
So that we don't seem to ignore him, because I wouldn't wish he feels so. Melchizedek, how are you? Good to see you. It's been a minute. I've not seen you, but uko vipi kaka?
Niko salama sana baba.
Karibu sana kwa show. Karibu sana. Unajiunga nasi live, na pia kuna wengine wengi ambao wanatufuata. Namuona Gitash pia ako ndani, Dennis Ondiek na kuona, Vini Atieno na kuona, Nani mwingine hapo? Mko wengi ambao mnatuma ujumbe. Njesh J na kuona, asanti sana. Namuona Alex Media bado tu ako hapo kwa comment, anatufuata nyuma ya tent. Shina hiyo jina natamko aje? Shizna Ogamba na kuona. Karibu sana kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Adam Njeru, asante sana. And many who are watching. Namuona hapa Auria Naama akupia ndani. We. Thank you so much. Melchizedek, vipi? Nieleze. Maoni yako ni yapi? I'm sure you have been following the show, or rather you have been tuned. We are discussing the events of the day, the letter from Raila Amolo Odinga, the statements from this guy from Gatundu South, Moses Kuria. So we are building our show on their statements and what it signifies politically speaking. So what is your take, Mr. Melchizedek?
Asante sana kwa kunipea nafasi. According to me, there are some things that I used to say that before someone says something, you have to dig into it, because we are jumping into something that we don't know where it comes from. And we find that we contribute and we say things that we are just seeing like we are blind, but God has given us to see, but we don't see.
Okay.
We as youths, when we are talking, we are supposed to talk and say that how can we make our country to be country? Because the politicians that we are talking about, those who are in the opposition and those who are in the government, they're the people that are messing up with our economy, and they are those who are making us to suffer as youth. We find that when someone wants to argue in the name of someone, we make it as a subject. And that one will never help us, because these people, they are being employed and they have everything that they are doing. But as youths, we are outside here suffering. We are out here crying for something that we could have done to make things better. Because each and every person here can be a leader. But if we don't think that you can be a leader, you are talking about the third party or the second party, this is where we are going wrong. I hope we are going together. Maandamano, it's something that is there, that everyone is talking about. We have the government that is already in the government. And there is something that Pastor Ezekiel says, that the government is there to stay. No one will remove it, or no one will remove them in the power.
Okay.
The opposition is there to kosoa the government, and no one will stop them to do that. So we are the government, or we are the opposition. We have to see what are the things that we are supposed to put on the table so that we can help our country to move on. But if we dwell, or we are talking about something, or we are talking about someone, there is what is called current affairs that we learn from the school. We can talk anyhow. We have the right to talk. But at the end of the day, we are the people suffering. Hata unga ikirudishwa ikuwe 50. But if we don't think about how we eat this unga, we will still crying that the economic is very high. So the moment we are saying something, there are those who are here to pinpoint or to put, unajua, Before you remove something big log from your somebody's eye, you have to remove yours first. Hiyo sindano yenye uko nayo kwa macho unafaa utoe before utoe kwa mtu mwingine. The government that we are here, actually there are some things that they are doing that is selling that they are progressing, but the way they are doing it, when you listen how they are talking, is not the right way that we are supposed to talk with the Kenyans. If we see the opposition, we are talking about Maandamano. Maandamano, there are those who are there waiting for taking people's property. They have that near that is taking place there. So the moment, my brothers, we are talking, we have to dig deeper, because maybe you can drive, you can have a good job, but other people they doesn't have. We are supposed to talk about these people that they doesn't have even something to put on the table. How will we help them so that they can have something to put on the table?
Okay.
But if we are greedy, we are talking about the Kalonzo, we are talking about the Mother Karua, we are talking about Raila, we are talking Ruto, we are talking blah blah. How will this one help our economy? By saying that we want to do this as a youth so that we can create an employment. We bring up our idea, then we give the government. This is what we want. If they cannot do, how can we do so that we can bring something on the table? Because the employment is something that everyone wants so that we can eat. If we have the business that is taking place, some people are relying on the business. When we go to Maandamano, maybe someone will lose their things because of Maandamano. All these things. I know people are here, they like saying that we want what we are eating today, and tomorrow we will look another one. We need something that is occurring, that today we eat, tomorrow we eat, just like that. But when we rely on these people, their family are feeling good. Even if they are saying that unga is million moja, they will go and buy. Now I'm 100% sure if you are in this platform, even kuna wale ambao hata wakisema unga ni 50, it will be very difficult for them to buy and put on the table. So we have to be realistic and say something that is making sense, because we want to help our country. We don't want to help those who already have have everything that they have. Raila akona kila kitu, Ruto akona kila kitu. Hao watu wote they have made their life is very good. What about you? You should think about that one. You should not think about talking about, oh, we have the crowd and what this one. I'm not against what you are people talking about, but I'm just trying to say that by the time it reached when people are saying the truth that is, Jack, you umepata kitu ya kukula leo, sawa. Melchizedek, leo umepata kitu ya kukula. Then next, we can say, now, we are going well. But if we don't have that, and we are talking here, that we are wasting our time, because we need to help those. Even this thing is international. People are watching what we are saying here. When we are doing the subscription and everything, people are saying, oh, these people, they want their country to be a good country. And we are the youths that will make that country to be country. If we are not careful, we will continue being like those who want to go to other country, work there to make the money, but we are leaving our country to be poor and poor. I think I will talk more after when someone say maybe kuna mtu anataka kunikosoa.
Before nikukosoe, allow me to play this video, and Boro, I want you to comment on this one. It is on what Uhuru's cousin was trying to say. I was trying to play this, and then
na tuliona wale watu ambaye katiba inatambua kutangaza utangazi, walitangaza mshindi wa uchaguzi alikuwa Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto. Wakaenda kotini na koti ikathibitisha, ikasema yeye ndiye alishinda. Mheshimiwa Uhuru, rais mstaafu, akaja akampatia ofisi kiwajani mchana. Kwa hivyo hii watu ambao wanaleta shida, na mimi nimesema mbeleni, wanaongozwa na Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga ni rafiki yangu kama miaka 60 hivi, na mimi namjua sana. Ile kitu Raila anatafuta ni ofisi. Ameweza kuingia kwa serikali na kutokea mlango ya nyuma. Na mimi nawasihi wale watu wanamfuata, watu ambao wamesoma, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Kioni, hawa watu kwenda kuambia wana Kenya ati Ruto must go. Ruto ataenda namna gani? Ako kwa ofisi. Ni kusema wanataka vita. Ama watueleze Ruto must go, atapitia wapi, ataenda namna gani? Na hiyo wanaambia watu yao wataenda kutoa Ruto State House waingie. Hiyo ni kuleta shida, hiyo ni kuleta vita. Na mimi nawasihi, tafadhali kubali hiyo maneno ilikwisha, tuendeleze, tuko na watoto. Hiyo maandamano wanafanya, watoto wanakosa kwenda shule. Vitu ya Wanakenya inaharibiwa na wao wanasema tu wanataka kusaidia Wanakenya. Wanasaidia Wakenya gani? Na maboga sijui wa biashara kidogo, pesa nini zinavunjwa kwa sababu hii watu wanawafuata. Kazi yao ni kutafuta pahali ya kuibia watu. Hakuna maneno mengine, wanatafuta tu nafasi. Hata hiyo wanaita ya Tuesday. Uliona hiyo watu vile wanafurahia wakiambiwa namna, kwa sababu wanajua ni nafasi yao ya kwenda kuvunja biashara za wenyewe, kuibia watu, kuruti watu. Kwa hivyo mimi ningewasihi wakome, na mimi naunga rais mkono. Alisema enough is enough, imetosha.
Kama sisi na Kiambu, nikiwa kinara wa Kiambu, lengo letu ama msimamo wetu ni kusema sisi hatuna haja na mgomo, na hatutaki hiyo mambo ya kuanzia Jumanne. Sisi tungeomba wazee wa jamii ya Wakikuyu, wazee wa Kiambu, tungewaomba iwe sasa ile siku tunaitwa, watu wanaitwa kwenda maandamano, tutumie hizo siku na siku sijazo kushikilia watoto wetu na kuwahimiza wafanye kazi, tufanye kazi na bidii, ili mwaka kesho tuwe na jamii ambayo iko na desturi, na tuwe na jamii ya kukubali kama tunaenda uchaguzi yoyote, tunakoma mtu akishindwa anangojea wakati mwingine. Lakini kwa sasa tunaomba jamii ya watu wa Kiambu tutulie ili tujenge taifa.
Sisi kama Wakenya, hii maneno ya maandamano tumekataa. Sisi Wakenya tunataka kuzidi mbele. Sisi ni wafanyi biashara, sisi ni wafanyi kazi, tunataka tufanye kazi. Tunauliza the former prime minister to give Kenyans a chance to let the government work. His Excellency, our President William Samoei Ruto, has a good roadmap, a roadmap of growth, a roadmap of job creations. We have to give this government a chance to implement.
Mnataka maandamano ama kazi ifanyike? Kwa hivyo mimi nimesema na nilisema sitaenda maandamano, na hata kama wanataka hiyo kiti basi wachukue, kwa sababu Mungu ndio alikuwa amenipatia.
So Kioni purports to speak for Mount Kenya, and those were Mount Kenya leaders trying to speak, and even Mount Kenya elders. What do you think, Mboro?
Yeah, Jakes, those people, they are talking what is right and what the people want to hear, especially people from Mount Kenya. You heard the other day they were saying they were going to have a huge demonstration in Mount Kenya. Let me tell you, Jake, that is not our character. Those are not our behaviors. So unless they ferry people to go and demonstrate there, People from Mount Kenya, they don't like anything that can disorganize their livelihood. We survive in those small businesses. So those elders are talking exactly what the people of Mount Kenya want. So what should happen is that if Baba and Azimio, they still hope to have some following from the mountain, if they want to have following from the mountain, they should stop those protests and they should allow people to do their businesses. And I want to say this, Azimio is already disorganized. Azimio has already lost direction because checks, what is happening right now? Every reasonable, every sensible leader has left that political party. The only thing they are doing, they are not saying outwardly that they have left their political parties because they don't want the implication, but their hearts are not there. Their actions can show clearly they have already left. And checks, thinks of somebody, well, turn around. Thinks of somebody like Babu Owino. We are expecting somebody like Babu Owino to be very aggressive when it comes to this Maandamano. But are you seeing Babu Owino in action? Are you seeing him being motivated? Babu Owino is a guy who thinks so much, and he can see that there is no clear direction of where they are going, and that is why he is going slow. Think of somebody who really fought and campaigned for Baba like Jarango. He said, you people go for Maandamano, I am still a member of ODM, but I am not for it. Think of somebody like Sabina Chege. She has said clearly, that is not my behavior, that is not what we want, that is not the kind of opposition we need. If you are going to take my political position that you gave me, please take it if that is the price I have to pay for us to have an organized nation. What does that tell you? Baba is losing ground at a very high rate. And he should rethink whether these Maandamano are going to build him or destroy him. But I think to a greater extent, he is losing ground. And you see, Jakes, one of those guys belongs to the Kenyatta family. And if that guy tomorrow wants to vie for any political seat, because he has been so consistent, telling the people, because as a leader, you also have to listen to the people and know what they want. And that is where Uhuru missed the point. Uhuru never listened to the crowd. But this cousin of his has been listening to the people. The only person who will survive politically, if you want any political position, is that guy. But what Uhuru has done, Uhuru has totally destroyed the Kenyatta family. They will take so many years before they can have a comeback in politics in Kenya. And I'm telling you, Jakes, even his children, what he has done, he was in a position to build a good platform for the family to continue in politics, but Uhuru destroyed them completely because he never consulted, he never took time to know what people from his backyard want. He just followed his mind and he thought everybody else was going to follow him. And that is where he missed the point. And even now he has not come back to his senses and ask himself, where did I miss the point? Where did I lose direction? He is not even trying to correct himself so that he can have the right direction when it comes to politics. It is okay to support Baba, but is it okay for you to lose your political ground if you have the future that you want for your people? So I see Uhuru as somebody who totally lost direction, and that is what those people are trying to tell people. That, you know what, We as the people of Central Kenya, we have left Azimio because what you are doing is against our principles. It is going to destroy our economy, and we survive in those small businesses. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Black.
Next.
Habari leo?
Mzuri sana. Habari yetu?
Uko fiti?
Au mko salama? Kwanza amjambo my fellow panelists and viewers back home. I hope you're all doing fine. Kama kawaida nawapenda na kazi ni kazi. Now I think hii story ya maandamano now it is an old song. Hii ni nyimbo ya zamani sasa zilizopendwa. Inafaa tu iwekwe kando kabisa, tumalizane nao tuikwishe.
DJ na ukumbuke opposition voice haijasikika leo. Leo nimeona umejienjoy. Ni ni network. Sinajua network. Sasa unajua naona leo ni one way. Mmekuwa na ile kitu inaitangwa kujivinjari. Kufurahishana
bwana. Maana fuata ni niyo bwana, msururu.
Mmekuwa mkifurahishana sana bwana.
Fuata msururu.
Hamtaki opposition leo. Unajua? Kama mtaki sauti alternative, you don't want alternative voices, yeah?
There are voices.
As I've said,
the other voices I was watching.
Alternative voices is important, eh?
Okay.
Because you cannot build a house without all the pillars, eh?
Correct.
So position is important.
May I
allow Black to finish? I'll have you next, Minor.
Hello?
I'll have you immediately after Black.
I wanted to finish. I want to sleep. So let
me finish first. Wacha nimalize niongee pia.
Nimekuwa kama Piriton. Nimekuwa nasikia story kama ya Mboro ni kama Piriton. Nilikuwa naanza kusizia. So hello.
Listen, Maina.
Hello.
Bana.
Go ahead, Black.
Yeah, so like I was saying, sorry guys, I think it's a calculated move by my fellow friends from the other side to try and disrupt me na kunyonga hii sauti yangu ambayo najaribu kuongea. Now point is this. Sijui kama watu wao wamenotice tukiwa tunaongea sasa nikidissect maandamano vile ukuwa. Sijui kama watu wamenotice wakati wa maandamano the first people to be arrested are usually the leaders, if any is arrested. Right? Now then later on ndo nasikia sasa kuna wengine wanakuwa na our leaders, they never put in the same track as the other wananchi ambao wanaandamana. They usually put in separate vehicles and take it to different police stations. Now wale ambao wanaobaki nyuma wakipigwa marungu na kupandishwa magari ya polisi kwenda police station, wanapandishwanga gari zingine. Okay, you can play the clip. Sorry, yeah, go ahead. That's Mazayo.
It is just
okay. Now that's Mazayo. You see now they're being segregated. Wanashikanga hawa wakubwa, wanaingiza kwa hizi magari peke yao kivyao, alafu wanawapeleka police station. Now wakishafanyisha hivi, in that sense now they know what whoever is left now katika ile crowd sasa is free for all for them sasa kuchapwa rungu, because all these VIPs they have already been taken out. So whereas hao wananchi wengine wanafikiria kwamba eti hao wanasiasa wao ama viongozi wao kwamba wameshikwa, it's not actually kushikwa, it's being protected. They have been systematically being protected from getting the rungus. You understand? Now, have you ever seen any of this coming up later on with a busted head like the other Kenyans wakiwa wametokea baada ya kushikwa na wakati wa maandamano? You'll never see that. You'll also get to see pictures of these fellow leaders in police stations having their mobile phones wameketi. Nani ushikwanga na keti chini paka ana chat na mobile phone kwa waandamaji wengine? ndani ya police station. Never. So I think whereas unasikia my fellow poor Kenyans wanachochwa eti twende maandamano. It is a high time they look at these things carefully and dissect these videos carefully. As you can see, it's just acting. Unajifanya tu. Anapandishwa huyo, anapelekwa kwingine. So please, I urge you, my fellow Kenyans, please think twice. Please think twice. Hii mambo ya kusukumwa kichinjoni, think twice. Hawa kubwa wanaenda nawekwa mahali vizuri, wanakunywa chai vizuri, na maisha yao yanaendelea tu vizuri baadaye. Wewe yako inaharibika, siku yako imeisha, hujapata pesa yako ya siku ile ambayo unafanyanga nao kazi. Huyu mwingine ameshatengeneza yake. Kumbuka huyu ni mdosi, ni MP na senators. So each time before you think of going to these maandamanos, watch these clips. Why don't these leaders why don't they walk in the middle of this maandamano, katikati ya watu? Why mbona wanajifanyanga kwa kusimama mbele? Kusimama mbele is not their leading. It is easy to segregate them, to take them out of that park. It's a strategy, guys. It's easier to segregate them from the other waandamaji. So anyhow, moving ahead, I wanted to also explain something. How we systematically ended up with some of these food problems that we have currently now. I mean, I think there were some miscalculations in the previous government, especially by the agriculture CS Munya, in various things. Now, for instance, in tea production, right? Usually by end year, they usually have tea bonuses for the tea farmers. They reached a point, I don't know if Wana Jakes, you have that video, that they said
new tea regulations
that
released
they
by
are
the government
going to
last
give
week
lower
as a
bonuses.
sure recipe for collapse of the sector. The
Just
regulations,
listen.
which are awaiting gazettement, are aimed at boosting transparency in the tea sector and giving farmers good returns. Victor Kiprop with a brewing storm in the teacup.
Just a few days after the Agriculture Ministry forwarded the final copy of the new tea regulations for gazettement, the Kenya Tea Development Agency KTDA, which controls more than 60% of the total tea produced in the country, has come out guns blazing.
This would be the beginning of the end of the tea industry in Kenya as we know it. And the government must be very careful what they are doing today.
The new regulations cap agency management fees for smallholder tea factories at 1.5% of the gross value of teas sold at the auction, down from 2.5%. They further banned the direct sale of tea outside the country except for orthodox and purple teas, in favor of sale through the Mombasa tea auction, dealing a blow to both KTDA, which controls 69 factories, and its subsidiary Chai Trading, which is registered as a direct export agent.
They have very adverse effect. Some buyers are concerned. I can tell you many have written. They are very concerned what is going to happen in Kenya.
The government, however, says KTDA is largely responsible for the structural challenges facing the country's tea sector, accusing it of, among many other things, using its dominant position to undermine trading at the auction.
KTDA has created all those subsidiaries. Some are even created to buy equipment, the latest. That's what KTDA is supposed to be doing. They are thinking, what other burden can we put on the farmer? Oh, this is farmers' money.
The regulations also require proceeds from the sale of tea to be remitted to the factories within 14 days. The factories are to then pay tea farmers at least 50% of the value of their green tea delivered every month within 30 days. The remainder is said to be paid within the financial year as bonus. Factory directors shall also be elected through a democratic one-man, one-vote basis and will serve for a term of 3 years, which is renewable once.
They are favoring us sana sisi wakulima kwa sababu katikati ya serikali na sisi hakutakuwa na ile corruption kama vile kuna corruption katikati ya wafanyakazi wenye wako ndani ya factory kama directors na wakulima.
KTDA has also told farmers to brace for lower bonuses this year due to overproduction. Victor Kiprop, NTV.
Okay.
Now, you see, when you're saying you're going to give low bonuses due to overproduction, are you actually encouraging a farmer or discouraging a farmer? That's a question I leave it to the viewers to answer by themselves. Another thing, the other policy was in regards to the government not buying maize from the farmers. You see, now that left the farmers at the hands of cartels that were the brokers now, because they would have no other alternative except whatever price the broker would come and tell them. Because now, if a broker comes and gives you a price, you either take it or leave it because you don't have anywhere else to take it. You know, previously there was an option because the government would buy this maize, right? Upon buying this maize, they had an alternative market for their maize. If not, these buyers ambao kama brokers and other persons, they knew they had an existing and already ready market through the government to sell to the government. You see, now the government would also use some of these maize and cereals kwenda kulisha wale watu ambao pengine wakati wa njaa tu kama hizo, unaona. Now when this happened, this also discouraged farmers because mtu anaona, why should I plant maize, a lot of maize, when knowing that I have nowhere else to go sell it at a good price? I'm left at the hands of cartels. Why don't I just diversify? Instead of having my 10 acres under maize, nipande maize pengine 5 acres, and then these other 5 acres I can plant something else. Already that's reduction in the production of maize. So if all the farmers would do this, start reducing the acreage in which they plant maize to diversify into planting other crops, because wanaona maize haileti mapato mazuri, what do you expect as the end result? Of course, the output at the end of the day would be less maize available, and this would now then again encourage the government to start importing maize. So I don't know if the intention is to discourage the farmers so as to import the maize, or what is it? So I think it is about time that we Kenyans try to first dissect what is happening now, and try to go back a little bit further to go and find out where it all started. All this that we're facing now did not start now. This is as a result of the bad policies that were there in the previous government that have resulted to the problems that we have now. So these are just manifestations of the problems that zilianza wakati wa hizi policies za hii serikali iliyokuisha.
Okay.
But I never had anyone right now who is in the opposition that were there in the handshake government then bringing out these issues at that point. So let's be tuongee hizi vitu kama wa Kenya honestly, tuache kupoliticize. This is a problem that started earlier on. Thank you.
Okay. Mburu.
Jakes, I have heard that gentleman who was talking, and he said that the changes or the policies that has been brought, they are going to cripple the tea sector. I am yet to study or to read the changes that the government has proposed.
That was not this government. It was during Munya's time, the previous government.
Or the previous government.
Yeah.
And why are you bringing it right now?
He was trying to explain how the high cost of living and how some of these sectors collapsed or were affected because of the decisions of the previous regime.
And then if I may add, sorry, to that, in the fishing industry, it is quite strange that, do you know that Chinese had more than 1 billion shillings worth of fish sold in the Kenyan market, whereas we have fish in the Indian Ocean and Lake Victoria. That's crazy. And the fish that was being sold in our market was actually cheaper than the fish that we get from right here. Kumbuka ya samaki yao imetolewa kutoka China by ship all the way to this place.
Some
Now,
are
see
saying
such policies.
it's plastic fish. I don't know how true that is and how that one can be made.
Whether I don't think it's plastic.
Or rather, it was synthesized somewhere. It's not from the you know Kenyans have.
Those are just myths. I think they must have. Chinese do things in bulk, right? So maybe walikuwa na fish ponds zao mahali, or pia not really fish ponds. So they have these trawlers. There was a time also we were having this problem, or rather they were having this problem around the Somalian waters, right? They have these large trawlers which wanavua samaki in large quantities. No. Whereas our fishermen are only restricted to just the small boats and canoes. So you see, there is a big difference there. Now, what this current government has done recently by the president, our good president William Ruto, he has decided to impose tax, import tax on fish coming from outside. That includes China. That would make the fish coming in from China now more expensive than the one coming from our own waters within Kenya. So see, we are trying to reverse some of these things, and that is something that I'm really urging my fellow Kenyans that live around the water bodies where we have fish to make advantage of this and try to maybe request for larger vessels and storage equipment from the county governments, whereby zile samaki wakiweza kuzivua kwa wingi zisiweze kuharibika, maybe wakikosa market, they can be able to store them in these storage facilities for some time. So I think it's reached a point where now we have to talk and look at these things deeply. Hizi shida zimeanza kitambo. Hizi previous government, they made mistakes, like the ones I've told you about the CS Munya, what he did wrong, and this issue about fish, giving the free market to fish, come in Kenya, yet we have fish. So let's discuss these things candidly as Kenyans. Let's not, politicize these issues. Thank you.
Okay, Mboro.
So James, I think there are some good things that are happening in Kenya. And even those people who are doing those demonstrations should be honest enough to know that the previous government, though in some areas it performed very well, in some other areas it had left Kenyans naked, especially the fish sector, the Kisumu people who are along the Lake Victoria. When the government permitted fish from China to come in the country at a cheaper cost than the local fish, what were they expecting, or where were they expecting the local people to sell their fish? And to that extent, though we are fighting William Ruto and everything he is doing, we say he has not performed. I think people should be honest enough and commend the president for securing our Kenyan sectors. People don't know, Jakes, that some years ago, after Uhuru took power, he opened the market for eggs from outside. When he opened the market for eggs to be brought from Uganda, other people are even importing from South Africa, what happened to the poultry farmers in Kenya? They were left naked. They sold their chickens. Their eggs got rotten. Why? Because the government did not care about the local market. So such kind of interventions that the government of William Samoei Ruto is doing are very important. Because even here in America, Trump was saying America first. So what Kenya Kwanza is doing, that is we are saying Kenya first. Kenya product first, then before we think of the imported goods, which is a commendable thing that the government has done. Having said that, Jakes, I don't know the interventions that the government has done in the tea and coffee sector, but I have heard the deputy president, they are going to ensure there will be no cartels. Cartels in Kenya, these are people who eat money of the farmers. They live where they did not sow. You see that they even get more money than the farmers. So to eradicate cartels is not an easy thing. We are expecting there will be a lot of sabotage from those cartels, from those brokers, because these are people who have enriched themselves. They are very rich people, and the government will face a lot of resistance. But at the end of the day, if the government is determined and remove cartels and brokers, the tea farmers are going to benefit a lot if they can sell their products direct to the companies and even add value of the products within Kenya, not to get our coffee to go and be processed in other countries. Then after that, we buy the same coffee at a very high price, which I don't know why our leaders don't do what they're supposed to do to ensure that we get value of our products. Yes, I do. Yes, Jakes.
Okay.
If you have any question.
Yeah, I do. I have many. Let's go back to this issue of Tuesday.
Yes.
The president seems to be holding his ground. The former Prime Minister Raila Odinga as well seems to be holding his ground. Given that one, they believe they are right. I remember when the president was giving his speech hapo mbeleni alisema at times it's not who is right. But now again they are back to the streets. What really do you think will solve this? Because by the end of the day, we really need to salvage our country before it goes to the dogs. Now that these two seems to be holding their ground firm, Raila Odinga seems to say that he can only stop the Maandamano if some certain issues have been met. Some are realistic, others are not. But what is the end game? How do we reach the end without causing so much deaths, property destruction hapa katikati with the maandamanos? How do we reach that positive end quicker or faster before we lose our country? How do you think we can go about it?
Jakes, do you know something?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a problem. What we have is an artificial problem.
Okay.
If we are to think of who is right or who is wrong, I can tell you here without fear or favor,
okay,
that the Azimio team is legally wrong and morally wrong. Because if we are to look legally, the problem they are saying that it is there. It is not a creation of the president or the Kenya Kwanza. If there is any problem with what happened with the elections, it is not a problem of William Ruto. If today, because some of us have ever contested, though in other small positions, maybe in universities and all that, when the moment you present yourself as a candidate and you are pronounced the winner, it is not your mistake. So the president has not committed any sin that he was pronounced the winner by the IEBC, and his victory was stamped by the Supreme Court. So if somebody disputes that again and tells people we are not going to agree that, he is legally wrong. And I'm saying they are morally wrong because they don't care that people are dying. They don't care that the economy is being affected by what they are doing. They don't care that we are crossing businesses. That is why they are saying, I am saying these are not what we call patriotic people. Some things that are happening in Kenya, Jakes, they cannot even happen in America, whereby we have a government which has been sworn in. Then immediately you start saying you don't recognize that president. You start calling him names. And now you expect that president just to sit down and tell you, you have done very good, my brother. That is, you know, even in America here, when they had protest, I saw one lady who tried to enter the Congress house through the window because the former president had told them, we are going to have a revolution. Do you know what happened? She was shot dead. And nobody said that the police have done wrong because they acted within the law. The moment you go above board or beyond the limit, what do you expect? The law has to take its course. And that is why I'm telling the president, please, Dr. William Ruto, we have acted outside the constitution for so long. From 2007, we have never acted within the limits or the confines of the law. Now, I am requesting Kenya Kwanza government, help us go back on the track, whereby the nation of Kenya will be governed by the rule of law. And let everybody know that nobody should be above the law. We cannot continue to be like a disorganized country, a banana republic, where there is no laws. Tomorrow, Jakes, that if I have some people following me, and I know if I am put it at the bar, they will come and burn the police station and beat people and destroy businesses. So I think I can do anything. Is that the kind of society we need? Surely? No. It is the high time for the president and the government of Kenya Kwanza to stamp their authority and say, we were pronounced the winners. If you have any complaint, we have those channels that you are supposed to follow. You followed them. You were told to wait for the next time. Remember, Jakes, the same Supreme Court that declared that the process was transparent is the same Supreme Court that had nullified the other election. So if they agreed with the Supreme Court, then because it favored them, they should even now agree when it is not favoring them. The law should not become good when it is favoring you. But when things don't go your way, you say it is bad. Huwa tunasema ya kwamba Sugura walikuwa wanashindana kukula matunda. Alipokosa ama aliposhindwa kufikia, alisema ni mbaya, hata imeoza, hata inaonja vibaya. So that is what is happening. Wakati Supreme Court ilisema ya kwamba Raila Odinga had a good case because the process was not verifiable and transparent. Akasema uchaguzi urudiwe, tuliona vile alifurahia na akasema for the first time the judiciary is working. Lakini sasa wakati amerudi mara ya pili akaambiwa hapana, mara hii tukiangalia wewe umeshindwa. Alikuwa anastahili kusema nimekubali, hivyo kumesemekana kwa sababu lazima nchi iendelee, sasa nitafanya kazi na serikali iliyopo. Wakifanya makosa nitawakosoa. That is the only way we can build a nation. Lakini hatuwezi kuwa kila ati wakati tuko kwa barabara sijui no. It should not be like that.
I want you to listen to this video. This is one of Raila's former ally and very strong supporter of Azimio back in the day. He seems to be speaking to Raila Odinga.
Has condemned the anti-government protest led by Azimio, slated for Tuesday.
Well, Atwoli has urged Azimio to accept the elections are over and a new government is in place. He was speaking during a Kotu prayer day at St. Stephen Cathedral, Jogoo Road, ahead of tomorrow's Labor Day celebrations. Labor Cabinet Secretary Florence Bore and Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, who attended the prayer day, urged Kenyans to be united.
Let somebody see sense and say we don't want demonstrations. The last demonstrations, our workers in Mathare could not access their places of work. Those in Kibera could not access their places of work. Any problem occurs in any given country, it is women, children, and workers who suffer most. The Constitution can give you the right, which it gives you to demonstrate and to picket and to do what? Let us take care of each other. Let us take care of the infrastructure we have. But ultimately, now, ile kazi yangu ndogo niko nayo ya Nairobi, ya governor. Mimi niliapa kuchunga mali na maisha ya watu wa Nairobi.
Let us pay less attention to what differentiates us in terms of ethnicity, color, race, age, political affiliation.
When you listen to what Atwoli is advising, because he seems not to be liking what Raila Odinga is doing. Mboro, what comes to your heart? Okay, Mboro kama amehang. Yes, Black. What do you think Atwoli is trying to do here?
I think Atwoli is trying to bring about peace because he knows, as chairman of KOTU, he knows the implications of these maandamanos to his workers, because that would mean your day has just gone by just like that, with zero into your pockets. He knows what the outcome of that is. That would mean that people will not be able to eat that day for those that receive wages on a daily basis. And that would translate to kuwa na tabu.
Okay.
Now, to avert all these things, as a chairman of KOTU, as an old wise man, anaona ni bora tu kuadvise the Maandamano leader to try and stop these things, and if not him, then at least for the Kenyans at large, not to fall into this trap of going for these Maandamanos, because at the end of the day, they are the ones that lose the most. Because these leaders have already made their lives financially, and those of their children.
If you remember correctly,
we are trying to do that now. Okay. The time is now.
If you remember, Atwoli was one strong supporter of Raila Odinga. In any case, he has even broke his phone on live TV. he has done a lot. He has gone far and beyond just to prove a point and support Raila Odinga. But now here is someone who's trying to kind of send some message to Raila Odinga. Do you think now that maybe Raila may say he betrayed him, do you think Raila can listen to him?
You know, we all know the character traits of Agwambo. He's a hard nut to crack.
Okay.
If you speak anything contrary to what he wants, you immediately become a traitor. If you advise him opposite to what he wants to do, you immediately become sold out person. It's like you've sold yourself out. You've been bought. See, now, as you can see, Atwoli made it clear just some time back that elections are over. This young man, Ruto, outsmarted us, and he's the president right now. And we ought to move on and try to see what best we can do for this country as leaders. See, I would look or wish for the day that the Right Honorable would, for a minute, at least get some advice, because even that is something that Saitabao said, that kusikia alikuwa asikii. He tried to mention a few things a couple of times, but he was not given an ear to. So this is a trait that he has, that he never listens, takes advice from anyone. So if you ask me if Kamata ataskia what Atuole is saying, I think we all know the answer to that is no. But I wish that he would, for a minute, for the first time, just stand back and listen to an advice, at least by Atuole, an old man just like himself. Thank you.
And Jakes, you remember, this is the same Atuole who was a staunch supporter of Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. This is the same Atuole who told the people of Sogoi, mukate miti, maana haka katoto katajinyonga baada ya uchaguzi. So, sorry, there was a call which was coming here. So, Atuole, na ndivyo ninasema ya kwamba ni mjinga tu ndiye huwa habadilishi mawazo yake. Watu wenye maarifa na hekima huwa wanabadilisha mawazo yao. Hakuna mtu angefikiria. Nobody would have thought that Atuole would change who he is instead. Lakini kwa sababu ni mzee na ameona mengi, immediately the president was sworn in, Atuole aliruka na mara moja akasema sahi Ruto ndiye baba na Ruto ndiye mama. Mzee mwingine anaitwa Maina Kamanda. Maina Kamanda, kama muziki Kikuyu, Maina Kamanda alikuwa anatusi Ruto, kumtusi kabisa bila huruma. Na unaona, baada ya hayo matusi yote, wakati president aliapishwa, Maina Kamanda alisema ya kwamba tuko na rais, kuanzia hapo sasa sisi tunajua ya kwamba Ruto ndiye rais. Na hapa ndipo nasema ya kwamba viongozi wote wenye wanaona bali wameshaona ya kwamba tuko na serikali, hakuna haja ya mabishano, wanasema wacheni tujenge taifa. So sijui kama Raila atasikiza Atuole kama venye alikuwa anamsikiza, but Atuole has a point ya kwamba serikali
murata wa munene wa Azimio gwitwo Raila Amolo Odinga, nyabe njuge githurano ni gekirwo na nyabe njuge gutiri githurano matherikiirwo. Uria nyonaga akio ni makiuga githurano kiairwo ni ithu tungeire kana ni kuigwo tungeirwo. That is the first question to be in. Ithu na ni ithu twakiuga twi thirikari ri ni ithu tungeire kana ni kuigwo tungeirwo. Koguo mundu wa Jubilee kana wa Azimio rauga githurano ni kiairwo, ni wega gwitikira ni twahotirwo na tuge ta munene witu ni etikirire na ni twamuthaithire muno, tuona uria gwathie ni twerire baba nigetha bururi ukorwo wi hamwe. Riu gutiagire andu a muthotho a kumutwara ta hindi wengi na ati gukorwo na andu maraikaniria mahiga. Ni twamwirire na mathabu tukimwona na ithui ona ta nyumba ya mumbi thiini wa bururi wothe wa Kenya ni turamuhete 1.3 million votes. Hiyo ni kura nyingi muno, ni kura ta iria president elect ahetwo kwao na guku Nandi. Koguo icio iri kura cia Gikuyu ri nake Ruto akaheo iria nyingi ri, icio ni icio iratumire bururi wage mbara. Tondu riu twi kuria Nairobi ri, oko ni mujaruo na andu aria angi matingihura Gikuyu, to Gikuyu nakio ni kiramahete kura. Nake kuria Rift Valley na kuria kungi ri Gikuyu kiria kingi kahe mundu gwitwo Ruta kura. Koguo ni nguga ni kuragire na thayu na tuge no kwega, tondu andu magwa thiini wa githurano, andu mathiaga umwe ahote na uria ungi ahotwo. Na njokerio na baba ngatho tondu for the first time we ni arutire message ya kuga ni etikira uria igoti riauga. Iyo ni hatua iratumire bururi uthie na mbere, na kuma hindi iyo gutiri mundu tarathie kuruta wira wake na bururi witu ugathie na njira njega. Riu ni aria marathurirwo elect President William Ruto acokanirie bururi arehe bururi hamwe arehe andu othe hamwe tondu ne akuona nake barabara o hakuhi na kura imukuhiriirie matiganie na ta magana meri o hari na mugwanja na 0.9 6.9 koguo riu bururi ukwenda ureho hamwe andu makoreo mari umwe turathia githurano guthurwo mundu umwe ucio ni urathurirwo twitikire twire president witu tumwire president tafadhali bururi ni uratwire ni urari munene wa bururi uyu urari munene wa Azimio na ni ciathua ndongoria itikinyagira nyeki ni urathuire riu tutinahota gwika atia gukinyira nyeki na tutinakinyana nyeki ni undu ungi turagire gukinyira nyeki ni gukorwo na koigi uterwo Uhuru ndungimwira undu tondu ndungimuona koguo ndari ndudu ya thuri akoragwo nao riu hau niho mathabu maitu mothe ta Azimio marathiriire riu aria mathurwo metikire kurutira mwingi wira ithuĩ riu twi guku mitani raia wema wenda nie guku matheri ni ndukandehagire cia siasa riu ngoretwo siasa miaka ta 40.
Sorry to our viewers, I played that for a long. It's in vernacular, but I'm sure Mburu can interpret.
Wacha nikwambie venye ilikuwa inamaanisha. Wale ambao hawakuwa wanasikia venye Maina Kamanda anasema. Maina Kamanda amesema ya kwamba uchaguzi umefanyika na uchaguzi umeisha, na akasema kuna watu ambao wanasema ya kwamba waliibiwa uchaguzi, na akauliza swali kwa sababu kina Keoni na hao wengine wanasema uchaguzi imeibiwa. Akauliza swali akasema, sisi ambao tulikuwa na serikali na Ruto ambaye alikuwa ni kama ako nje, ni nani ambaye alikuwa na uwezo wa kuiba, ni sisi ama ni wao? So akasema wale ambao wanaambia watu uchaguzi umeibiwa ni kudanganya, wanadanganya. So anaambia watu uchaguzi ulikuwa mzuri, na akasema hivi sababu uchaguzi umeisha na baba pia alikuwa na kura zake wameachana kidogo tu, akasema baba apewe heshima yake, naye baba apatie serikali heshima yake, na rais auganishe watu wote, Kenya iendelee mbele. So hayo ndio maneno yenye yametamkwa na Maina Kamanda ambaye alipigania na ambaye alikuwa anatoa maneno mazito. Nyinyi hakukuwa mnasikia, wengine hawangeshika venye alikuwa anasema. Alikuwa yeye ndiye alikuwa anaita Ruto mwizi kila bahari. So ni vizuri wakati mwingine tunabadilisha mawazo for the sake of the nation. Hatuwezi kuwa ni marubano kila wakati, ni vita kila wakati. I wish baba na by the way, kuna kitu Maina Kamanda amesema ya kwamba baada ya uchaguzi kutangazwa na walipoona venye uchaguzi unaendelea, walienda wakakalisha wakiwa na wazee, wakakalisha chini Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, wakamwambia unaona venye mambo imekuwa, kwa sababu ya amani ya nchi, kubali kwa amani, patiane kiti kwa William Samoei Ruto, maana hii nchi ni kubwa kuliko sisi zote. Na rais akasema kwa hakika nimewasikia na nitafanya hivyo bila fujo yoyote, uongozi tutapatiana, na hivyo ndivyo ilifanyika. So mimi nikiomba pia Raila Odinga akubali, kwa katika ile hali tunaita denial, he should accept that whatever happened. Maybe wait for tomorrow if God will be gracious enough for him to be there in the next general election.
Okay, Black, do you have a comment on that before I play the second last video?
It's okay, go ahead, just please.
I want you to give me a reaction on what this is on Kenya Kwanza attacking former president.
Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, and Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah have cautioned retired President Uhuru Kenyatta against engaging in politics, warning that he risked losing out on the retirement benefits since the law bars a former president from engaging in politics 6 months after the polls.
Well, the leader said Kenyatta risks bringing disrepute to his stature, advising him to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors who avoided politics post-retirement.
When you retire, you stop thinking about nostalgia. You stop looking at what it was. Umefanya kazi yako, umemaliza, uende ukiendanga. Sheria inasema ukiwa wewe ni rais na ukistaafu, unapewa muda ya miezi 6 kufunga virago za siasa, uachane na mambo ya vyama, uachane na mambo ya siasa, ukae ukule penshoni yako polepole.
Mwaka jana wanenaji wamesema, na wakati huo tulikuwa tukisema kwamba Uhuru ameshika remote, alikuwa na control namna hii, ana control namna hii. Na ni kweli, kwa sababu baada ya miezi 6 ya uchaguzi wale wa Azimio walikuwa wamenyamaza. Alafu juzi tukaona baada ya miezi 6 wanaamuka. Sijui Uhuru alienda kutafuta battery ya hiyo remote, akaanza kuwasha ama ni nini?
Wakati umestaafu kama rais, tunataka tukuheshimu na tukuenzi kama rais. Na uwe umuombee rais ambaye anachukua hatamu baada yako afaulu. Sababu Bishop ametuambia hiyo ndiyo success ya kiongozi.
This is interesting, Mboro. I find it interesting that Kenya Kwanza now are saying that the former president rather, should keep off. Rather, he risk losing the perk that comes with a retired president. What comes to your mind?
Okay, I am not very well conversant with what the law says about the retired president, but under normal circumstance, it is expected that if you are retired, you retire from politics, from active politics, then you be paid your dues. But I don't know exactly what the law states, because they have to follow the law. Just like the former prime minister, I don't know whether he has been compensated or has been given his retirement benefits, because he never retired from politics after being the prime minister. So I don't know exactly what the law stipulates. It is very important that we understand. But to the extent that the former president want to continue in active politics, then he should forget the privileges of the former president.
Okay. My final video will be this one on presidential acts combined with the statement by the police. I want to play that one as the last video. Just one moment. Here we go. My final clip for the night.
Tuesday's planned protest by Azimio La Umoja, One Kenya Alliance, will not be allowed.
Bungei says previous protests have failed the peace test as prescribed in the Constitution. While outlawing the mass demonstrations slated for Tuesday next week, the Nairobi police commander said that though the Constitution granted every citizen the right to assemble, demonstrate peacefully, picket, and present their petition to government authorities, the Public Order Act to be effected by the police provided the framework within which the protests will be held, including prohibiting the possession of offensive weapons during the public meetings. Chematai, go in with the details of that report.
A showdown looms between Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leaders, their supporters and the police after Nairobi Regional Police Commandant Adamson Bungei denied them permission to hold their scheduled mass protest slated for Tuesday.
Previous demonstrations were met with violence as the demonstrators were armed with machetes who attacked innocent members of the public who were going by their business, resulting in the destruction of property, attacks on members of the general public who are not demonstrating, stealing, looting, and death.
Bungei confirming that his office had received a letter informing the force of the opposition's intention to hold protests within Nairobi County, and noting that though the Constitution gave every Kenyan a right to picket, Azimio had proved incapable of holding peaceful protests. He warned that the police would be on hand to ensure law and order.
We are declining to allow the Azimio team the go-ahead to proceed with the demonstration, and any such demonstration will be dispersed by law enforcement officers.
Bungei cited the Public Order Act Section 5A, which regulates the conduct of mass demonstrations.
Weapons as well as defensive or protective contraptions which breed or stimulate aggression have not to be possessed by the demonstrators or picketers, meaning they should not have any kind of protectives, either stones, sticks, or whatever. Peaceful demonstrations should remain peaceful.
Meanwhile, President William Ruto guaranteed Nairobi residents that police would safeguard their property, imploring the opposition to pave way for the bipartisan talks to resolve the issues raised.
Wale wanafikiria ya kwamba watatumia mambo ya siasa kuharibu uchumi wa Kenya, kuharibu biashara ya Wakenya, kuharibu kazi ya Wakenya. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie they will be met with the full force of the law.
There. The president and the commandant wa Nairobi, they seem to be talking tough.
And that is the work of the president. That is why he is sworn as the commander of the armed forces. And he swore to protect lives and properties and to safeguard the Constitution of Kenya. Okay. So the good thing, and that is why I'm confident, the good thing about William Ruto is a very courageous president than we have ever had. People think that Ruto is weak. Ruto is courageous than even Moi himself. So I am very confident that all these challenges we are facing, we will be in a position to go through them, and Kenya will be organized as a nation, because that is what the president is supposed to do. When Kibaki kept quiet, Jakes, you know, Kibaki was such a gentleman who wanted people to enjoy their freedom to the fullest. What he didn't know is that you don't give people freedom drastically or suddenly. You know, the people of Kenya were used to dictatorship. Kenyatta was a dictator. Moi was a dictator. Then we got Kibaki, who was a democratic leader, and he gave people 100% democracy. What happened? We lost lives. Jakes, I would like you to go and study about the Weimar Republic and Adolf Hitler. The way the president, the president of Germany, whose party was the Weimar Republic, had acquired power from a dictator. But that president, when he became the president, he gave people freedom, which people were not used to. And that is why Adolf Hitler was in a position to incite the people and told the people, you see the kind of a president we have. He is so soft. He can do nothing. He cannot protect you even from these outside treaties. And that is how Adolf Hitler was in a position to become the president of Germany. So I compare the leadership of Kibaki to the leadership of the Weimar Republic, whereby the moment you give people democracy, full democracy, and we say that too much of everything is poison. When you give people, especially people from Africa, too much freedom, they will misuse it. That is why, Jakes, I have heard how these young people from Jakarta, how they talk. Seriously. They incite the public. They abuse everybody. They use very bad language. You know? Yani ile tunaita msamiati wa fasihi, tulikuwa tunasema walikuwa wanatumia msamiati wa chooni. Yani lugha mbaya ile ilikuwa inatumika na Suleimani Mapunda wakati alikuwa anaenda kuandika kule kwa choo. Sijui kama uliwahi soma kitabu cha Siku Njema. Yani lugha mbaya kabisa, na sijui mbona tunakubalia hawa vijana waendelee kuongea hivyo mbele ya runinga, mbele ya watoto. Yani what kind of presidents, what kind of a nation are we building? Sheria haijasema ya kwamba upatie watu democracy wafanye venye wanataka. Ukitaka kupiganisha upiganishe, ukitaka kuharibu mali ya watu uharibu, ukitaka kufanya watu wakabomoe waenda wakabomoe. Hapana. Lazima rais asimame kidete na aseme mimi ndiye rais ambaye nimepewa mamlaka nikaweze kulinda katiba, nikaweze kuprotect properties and lives. Na aseme mtu yeyote ambaye atakiuka katiba, sheria ifuatwe to the letter. Shida yenye huwa tuko nayo sio ati ya kwamba Jakes hatuna sheria Kenya. We have very good laws in Kenya. The problem is that there are people who feel they are so big to abide by the law. Na diposa hata huwa sioni kama baba huwa anaambia wafuasi wake wakati anaona wakiwa wamesimama wameinua nyundo juu, wengine wanainua mawe juu, wengine wanainua miti juu. Hakuna sijai sikia akiwaambia tafadhali nyinyi ambao mmekuja na hizo rugu edeni muweke pale zote, hatuzihitaji. That is what he is supposed to do. Kwa hayo maandamano abie, nimeona vijana mmefanya vizuri, mmekuja kwa mkutano wangu, lakini picketing a demonstration that is enshrined in our constitution does not mean you come with all those weapons. Awaambie tafadhali kwa ile kona nyinyi nyote, edeni muweke hizo silaha hapo, alafu mkuje. Jakes, hao vijana wanaweza kataa? Hawawezi kataa. Wanakuja na hizo vitu kwa sababu wanafikiria hivyo ndivyo baba anataka kuona. Na baba badala awaongoze waambie hapana, that is not what we mean. Tunataka tu tufanye maandamano na ili tusikizwe. So at the end of the day, kwa sababu ya kukiuka katiba, chochote kitafanyikia hao vijana, nobody will protect them. There is no court will protect people when they break the law, hata mkienda wapi. Kwa sababu polisi wamepewa kazi na sheria inaambia polisi, if your life is threatened, use the gun. Sijui kama watu wanajua hivyo. Wakati unajua Jakes, niliona juzi wakati tulikuwa na maandamano. Niliona vijana wako na mawe wanakibiza polisi. Polisi wanapotea wakiwa na bunduki. Polisi wanapanda kwa ukuta waache kupigwa na hawa vijana. Na hawa vijana hawajui ya kwamba hawa polisi wakifika kwa kona and they feel that their life is threatened, watatumia those weapons. Na hawa vijana watapigwa risasi waaguke chini, na hakuna mahali hao polisi watapelekwa, wataendelea kupata mshahara yao. They are protected by the law, not only in Kenya but all over the world. That is what happens. You cannot threaten the life of the police officers, and that is what has been happening in Kenya. Unakuta ya kwamba Jakes, badala the former president aambie wananchi hawa polisi hawana shida, wametumwa hapa kutulinda sisi wanasiasa tusije tukapigana, maana hizi ni vikundi viwili vimekutana, anawaambia tokeni hapa kwendeni kabisa. Surely is that the precedence we want to set, that we should not respect our police officers? Is that the way our leaders are supposed to conduct themselves? Jakes, mimi niketaka tufike mahali, najua sijui kama umekuwa hizi, sijui uko wapi, lakini mimi nimekaa sana hapa Amerika. Nikipotea njia, mtu mwenye huwa ninaita ni polisi. Na ninaomba sana tufike hapo Kenya ya kwamba raia wajue polisi sio adui yako, na polisi pia waanze kufanya kazi venye wanastahili kufanywa. Nikipotea njia saa hii niseme GPS inanipoteza na nimeshindwa kwa kuenda, napiga simu naambia polisi liko mahali fulani na nimepotea njia, nitatumiwa gari wakuja wanisindikishe wahakikishe ya kwamba nimepata njia. Jex, nikiharibikiwa na gari kwa barabara na niona ya kwamba kunaanza kukua na ka traffic, ninapigia polisi akuje ili hakikisha ya kwamba I am safe. Wanakuja I mean that is the kind of relationship yenye tungetaka kati ya polisi na wananchi. Ukiibiwa kitu hapa, ujue kiliko kwa hii nyumba ya fulani, unaenda hapo, ukiwa hapo nje unaambia polisi kuja, kitu yangu iko kwa nyumba ya fulani, wanakuja wanamwambia fungua. I mean police should be there as friends of the people to ensure their rights are protected, their lives are protected, their properties are protected. Lakini sio maadui ati tunaona maadui tunaanza kuwapiga. It should never be like that. These people do a good job. Na tunastahili kujua, juzi polisi walikuwa wanafanya kazi under the order of Uhuru Kenyatta and his administration. Saa hii the same police hawajabadilishwa, ni wale tu. So tunasema hivi, tuheshimu polisi, nao polisi waheshimu wananchi. Let there be that cordial relationship between the police and the people. Na diposa watu waache kuogopa polisi. Jex, ukiona mtu mbaya, juzi, wacha nikuambie scenario nilikuwa nayo juzi. Juzi nikakutana na mtu alikuwa ananiomba usaidizi. Na akaniambia anapigwa na mtoto wake amelipiwa. Na akaniambia anataka kufanya revenge. Tukaongea naye na akalia sana. Na akaniambia kulingana na venye mimi nasikia, lazima nitende kitendo kwa mtu yeyote nafikiria alihusika kwa mtoto wangu kulipiwa huyo mama. Nikamwangalia ile uchuku yako nayo, nikajua huyu hata kuua, akiweza pata gun anaweza ua. Nikajua huyu anaweza fanya kitu baya sana. Nikamuongelesha. Na nilipomuongelesha nikaona haitoshi. Mimi mwenyewe nikachukua gari yangu, nikaenda kwa polisi, nikawaelezea hiyo kesi. Wakanipatia mwelekezo wa vyenye huyo mama ataweza pata counseling kwa sababu ya uchungu ambao anapitia. Kama ningekuwa naogopa polisi singewakaribia. But we go for every issue, tunapeleka kwa polisi. Hata Kenya ifike hapo, polisi wakuwe marafiki zetu. Ukikuwa na kashida yoyote, unapeleka kwa polisi. Polisi wasikuitishe pesa. That is the kind of a society we need to build. Hakuna mtu anastahili kuogopa polisi. Na polisi nao wasiogope wananchi.
Okay. Black, yes. Your video is this. This is what I wanted to explain, but you can still jump into what Mboro has been talking about and the previous videos. But there is still another video I want to. I think I had forgotten about it, and just one moment. Here it is.
But as you can see here, when these protesters now they're facing the full wrath of the police, the leaders are not there because the leaders they're in safe custody. So now it's the actual wananchi that are facing the rungus.
Okay.
Kumbuka the senators and the whoever's and the known people, the waheshimiwas walishabebwa kwa gari vizuri wakaenda kaekwa tu mahali mzuri. So tayari polisi wanajua wenye wamebaki hapa sasa ni mboga yetu.
Okay.
So Kenya, tafadhali. Okay, go ahead and play a video that you want to play.
Now this one is it is where I got the topic of Raila saying he's ready to die. It is in a 10-point letter that he wrote today, saying that the day after tomorrow, actually it's tomorrow, it's already 3. So tomorrow what he will do, he will present his petition, because the law says after you protest and picket, you need to give your petition. You need to present why were you protesting, it climaxes with you presenting a petition to the relevant offices. So he says he'll go to the IEBC, he'll go to the Public Service Commission, he'll go to the Office of the President, you know. So, but the last point, Hapochin, he says that Moses Kuria and Rigathi Gachagua plan to assassinate him. As much as they plan to assassinate him, he's ready to die. So here is the letter.
But Jakes,
in a press statement that names Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and Trade Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria as the initiators of threats targeting Azimio leaders and protesters, Raila Odinga is not taking threats lightly, to which he is bundling up the head of state in the threats, which he terms as a grim warning.
How are you?
On Saturday, President William Ruto warned Azimio leaders against leading protests, promising to assert his authority to quash the demos.
Mimi ndio rais wa Kenya, na kama mnataka kuendelea mtajua hamjui. Yes, enough is enough. Haiwezekani tena. Haitawezekana tena.
But Odinga says that Article 37 of the Constitution that grants the right to picket has not been suspended. Odinga insists, and I quote, that unless Mr. Ruto wants to suspend the Constitution and rule by decree, we will exercise our right to assemble, demonstrate, and present petitions on Tuesday, 2nd May 2023, as earlier announced, dark threats notwithstanding.
Tuesday, tarehe 2 mwezi wa 5 tunarudi uwanjani.
He further goes ahead to state that the coalition is ready for whatever may be if Moses Kuria's and DP Gachagua's sentiments are anything to go by. He reminds the president that the powers responsible and functions of a commander-in-chief, which he repeats that he is, are clearly spelled out in the Constitution and do not include the overthrow of the Constitution, which he is attempting to do with attacks on the planned protest. End of quote. Odinga lists IEBC, where they will present data indicating how election results were allegedly altered, and the Office of the President, where they will give evidence on the high cost of living. While still there, they will lodge another petition warning the president against invasion of rival political parties, with Jubilee Party wrangles in mind. Azimio plans for Tuesday will see them visit treasury buildings and seek for the immediate disbursement of county funds and timely payment of salaries. Also making it to the list is the Public Service Commission, where Azimio says they want appointments done on the basis of merit and inclusivity.
Embakazi hoye!
Meanwhile, Odinga's sentiments were loudly echoed by his co-principals who are in Imaradaima for a church service, training their guns towards Nairobi Police Commander Adamson Bungei following the ban of their Tuesday's demo.
No one, we never asked for your permission, the police, to demonstrate. And under the new constitution, we don't need the permission of any person. Any person. We simply notified you. And it is your duty to provide security to those who will be exercising their right. Under Article 30.
Maombi yako itatuelekeza tufanye maandamano yetu kwa amani. Bungei apate maombi, atulie, tumalize yetu on Tuesday.
Tuesday, tuko pamoja. We will take the risk and we'll be out there. And we have God's favor.
Uwe na buduki, uwe na guruneti, Jumaine tukutane. Kenya ni yetu sote, si ya watu wachache.
Sisi tunajua tashapewa notification, kwa hivyo Tuesday ni maandamano.
Whereas they reiterate their commitment to bipartisan talks, they insist the demonstrations will only come to an end only if their demands are met.
If you want us to stop these demonstrations, just do a simple thing. Do those things that Honorable Mamathi has said. Reduce the cost of power, reduce the cost of food, okay? And ensure that you undertake all that we asked you to undertake among our five conditions.
Alituuliza tukaribie meza tuongee. Hatukufikiria ako serious, lakini tukasema kwa sababu ni ya watu wa Kenya na kwa sababu tunapenda amani, wacha tusonge karibu. ametuonyesha madharau, na ndio tunasema wacha turudi kwa barabara.
President William Ruto's threats to oppositions appear to have angered the leaders, who made it clear that Tuesday will be another date with destiny.
My commander-in-chief, mother, is Jesus Christ of Nazareth, not William Ruto.
A tiger does not proclaim or pronounce its tigritude. It just pounces. So stop reminding us that you have got the instruments of state. Use those instruments properly to protect wananchi and their property. And allow wananchi, those who want to demonstrate peacefully.
Martin Opio, K24 TV, Nairobi.
That is not, we have no rights on
Wow.
that, but it summarizes everything from the letter to.
Can I say something, Jakes? If you think of the statements that you are hearing from both Kenya Kwanza side and Azimio side, I think those are very unfortunate statements.
Okay.
And if for sure we have a functioning government with functioning institutions, as much as we are saying Raila Odinga is wrong for saying that he is prepared to die, and they are saying they are prepared to take the risk and all those things, we have also to look at where are we also going wrong, because some statements that are ambiguous but dangerous statements that are made by Kenya Kwanza. Ask yourself, if anything happens to Raila Odinga that is not very clear, if he dies like the way some other leaders die, the circumstance is not very clear. Do you know all the supporters of Raila will think it is the Kenya Kwanza that has killed, and that will not happen because I'm saying it. Will think it is the Kenya Kwanza that has killed their leader. And because he has a huge following, that is the way a country gets destroyed totally. So if we have a functioning government and functioning institutions, the first thing they were supposed to do, because we even have the Cohesion Commission, was to call Moses Kuria and ask him to clarify what did you meant when you said we are going to deal na yeye aende akiedaga once and for all, because that statement is subject to interpretation. I would like to come here as a supporter, because I am a staunch supporter of Kenya Kwanza, and you know that, and defend Kenya Kwanza, and I even defend Moses Kuria and say what I said. But having said that, does it mean that we don't have laws that anybody can say anything, and because you are in a political positions, you go away with it? And that should not be the case. So I am insisting those leaders that are making those dangerous statements, regardless of where you come from, you need to be put into account. You have to account for each and every word that you utter that is not appropriate. Because some of our leaders can be so reckless, even if they don't mean what they are saying. You know, I know like somebody like Moses Kuria is just talking to scare the Azimio team, does not mean any harm. But that is not the way to govern the country. So, Jakes, you know that Baba has the most radicalized supporters in the world. You are talking of Mackenzie. The supporters of Baba are more radicalized than those who were told to fast and they agreed. So the supporters of Baba, having heard Baba is saying, I'm ready to die, believe me not, they are ready to die with him. And they are ready to take whatever cost to protect Baba and to protect the interest of Baba. So we should always be very careful, knowing that our country is more vulnerable because of tribal animosity and so many other factors, and be very careful regardless of which side of political divide you belong. That is the only way we can have a nation tomorrow.
Okay. Black.
If I can ask, one of those petitions I saw there in the clip you played, they said they're going to take to IBC, includes the cost, the high cost of living. So I wonder, I mean, how does IEBC concerns good to do, rather the high cost of living concerns the IEBC? I mean,
and also Jakes,
do these people ever sit down before they they think of doing some things or saying some things?
And also Jakes, just to add
Because
on what
if in that video clip we played, they say the high cost of living would be one of the petitions they'll take to IEBC. Yes, Mburu.
Yes, just to add on what Black is saying, how effective or to what extent is the IEBC effective minus the commissioners? Is the IEBC in a position to act upon the petition that they are going to forward to them? Do they even have to go to demonstrations to take the petition to the IEBC? Do they even have to go to to demonstrations to petition the president? So this is what I call hypocrisy of the highest order. That you know exactly what you want. In Kikuyu we say ya kwamba kuna kaba ya kuvuta zile kaba zingine. They use the cost of living because that is what people want to hear. Everybody would like to have easy life. Everybody would like to go to the supermarket and afford products. And because they know that, wanasema sasa, ili wafuasi wetu watusikize, hata kama tuko na mambo yetu, tuko na matakwa yetu, tusiyaweke mbele, kwanza tuambie hawa wajinga chenye wanataka kusikia. Maana viongozi wetu huwa wanafikiria hatufikirii na hatuoni. Tunajua ya kwamba na tunajua vizuri sana the cost of living hata wakati wa uhuru ilikuwa juu, na hata ilikuwa juu zaidi, maana uga hata ilikuwa imefika 230. Lakini sasa wakuje sasa wajifanye savior, na wakati walikuwa na uhuru walikuwa wanamtetea. This is the level of hypocrisy that these leaders have. Sasa hata wakiongea wanasema kitu cha kwanza lazima uagushe mafuta, kitu ya pili lazima uagushe uga, kitu ya tatu lazima uagushe sijui nini, lakini ndani ya mioyo yao wanajua ni viti tunatafuta. Period. Wanatafuta waambiwe sasa, jamani, badala ya kuharibu nchi, kujeni tujue tutawapatia minister wangapi. Na ndivyo unaona vyenye mtu kama Gachagua anapigwa. Maana Gachagua is a hardliner. Now, you know, the combination of Gachagua and Ruto is a serious combination. Na hiyo ndio inawasumbua. Wakitaka Ruto akuwe na mtu mwingine hapo fugufugu, muoga fugufugu, mwenye wakitisha anaenda kuambia Ruto, hey bwana, kumeharibika, wacha tukubali venye wanataka. Sasa lazima tupige Gachagua kabisa, kwa sababu tunajua Gachagua ni hardliner. Lazima tumuchape kabisa, lazima tumutupie maneno, lazima tuonyeshane ni mjinga, kwa sababu wanajua Gachagua has a very strong personality. They are trying to weaken him, but they know at the back of their mind that the government we have is a very strong government. I don't think, Jakes, in the history of Kenya, we have ever had a strong government when we think of strong personalities being in the topmost leadership than we have. I don't think from independence, because Kenyatta had this weak vice president, Moi the same, but now the combination of William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, that's a serious combination. And they are wondering, how are we going to break this wall? Because this is a tower, a strong tower that cannot easily be broken. So the strategy they have, we have to try first of all to weaken Gachagua. Then we say Ruto is not very bad. The bad guy is this. They are calling him idiot. They are saying so many things about, but it is because they know his strength. They know Gachagua. You know they know Gachagua. Gachagua did not enter into political power just because we had him the other day. Gachagua has always been there from the time of Moi. And I told people, remember, Ruto was there. And Ruto was afraid of Moi. But Moi did not give Uhuru to Ruto to nurture him. Moi took Gachagua and told Gachagua, can you go and nurture this Uhuru because I know you are capable. So today, when I see Uhuru behaving the way he is behaving, I wonder whether he remembers the guy who made him to become the president. You know, Uhuru was just that kind of a drunkard person who never knew what to say in the public. Ruto, Gachagua and the wife took him even in their own house to nurture him so that he may even have the public outlook where he can be accepted by the people to tell him what to say to the people. Now the same Gachagua who nurtured somebody until somebody became the president, we are coming here on the media telling people that Gachagua does not know how to talk. Gachagua is a weak leader. Gachagua is an idiot. Gachagua, I don't know where. Oh my God. Gachagua is a strong leader who has been there for a very long time. And he is a man to watch. So if you are looking for any other kingpin, I know you disagree with me. But right now, Central Kenya already has a kingpin by the name of Rigathi Gachagua. And time will tell. I'll come here, Jakes, and I'll tell you, I told you, this guy was organizing himself. This guy is very clever. This guy is very wise. I told you, Jakes, the other day, Gachagua has been holding these media conferences, has been always on NTV, Citizen TV. Those days, he was talking very well within the limits. And nobody said Gachagua is not a good orator. Nobody said Gachagua is not wise. Ask yourself, those things that he is saying and people are saying, oh, I think he's not a good leader. You think he is not knowing the group he is targeting? Gachagua is building his political base. After now, what we call consolidation. After he has consolidated Mount Kenya behind him, after that, now he will start now talking to the nation. Right now, what he is doing, he is consolidating Mount Kenya behind him. After that, he will now change. He will camouflage and now become now the leader of the whole or entire Kenya. That is why some of the statements he is making might rub shoulders on some people, but he has the group of people he is targeting. When you hear him saying, Mimi ni mtoto wa Mau Mau, there is something he is saying. When you hear him saying, you will hear in this government we have shares. And the people who brought more votes will have more shares. There are people he is targeting, and that is what people want to hear. And you tell them, you see how many cabinet secretaries we have? You see, that is what his people want to hear. He has a target group. After that, now he'll come down and now start talking like now a national leader. Na huwa tunasema in Kikuyu, gumo yumaga na moshie. Hiyo ni kusema ya kwamba sifa huanzia nyumbani. Sasa anatengeneza sifa kwa sababu hajatengeneza ground vizuri, anatengeneza ground ya Mount Kenya. Watu wakishamkubali, sasa tena ataanza kukuja sasa asimame kama kiongozi wa nchi mzima. Hiyo ni maoni yangu, sisemi kwa niaba yake, ni maoni yangu tu.
Unajua umeongea mpaka umeattract Kamjesh. Unaona vile amekuja na uniform.
Najua nimemuamusha.
Kamjesh ameingia.
Karibu.
Ole, YouTube, sorry, it wasn't intentional. It's because I'm looking for so many clips.
Yeah. Can I just before my good friend and learned friend Alex Media leo isi amekuja kivita.
La,
I hope
amevaa
he's there
fiti.
to I hope ni kivita kuleta amani not kuvuruga
No,
amani,
he said
but
he's ready for Tuesday.
I can see. So the thing is this: just on those petitions, among those I saw the issue of the appointments.
Okay.
And by that I believe they must have meant mambo ya sijui walichukua appoint watu wa kwao sijui something to that extent. And I would want to ask the viewers and fellow panelists, and also if checks you can find a clip of 2008 when we had the Nusum County government. Kibaki appointed around 20. Kibaki appointed 20 and Raila appointed 20. Can we get to dissect the lists which Raila nominated from his side?
It is easy if you just, because the clip in Ikonayo, it is copyrighted, but
can you read them at least?
There is a list that is very easy.
Thank you.
Now this list gives wale wa Orange Party. There was Orange Party, and there was Party of National Unity, that is PNU, and there was Wiper, and then there was also KANU. Now, from Odinga's side, he was the prime minister. Raila Odinga, the prime minister. Musalia Mudavadi was prime minister and minister of local government. We had Wycliffe Oparanya.
Deputy, not prime minister, deputy.
Deputy
prime minister.
Thank you, Alex. The next person was Minister Wycliffe Oparanya. He was minister of. He was in the office of the prime minister, so he was Ministry of State for Planning, National Development, and Vision 2030. We had Dalmas Otieno, office of the prime minister, Minister of Public Service. We had Otieno Kajwang, vice prime minister's office, Minister of Immigration and Registration. We had William Olentimama, Minister of National Heritage and Culture. We had Amason Kingi. He was the Minister of East African Community. We had Kipkalia Kones. He was Minister for Road. We had Chris Obure, Minister of Public Works. We had Fred Gumo, Minister of Regional Development Authorities. We had Samuel Pogisho, Minister of Information and Communication. We had James Orengo, Minister for Lands. We had Najib Balala, Minister for Tourism. We had William Ruto, Minister for Agriculture. We had Paul Otuoma, Minister of Fisheries and Development. We had Ibrahim Mohammed. He was Minister of North Kenya and other arid lands. Development of North Kenya and other arid lands. We had, did I mention John Nyaga? Joseph Nyaga was Minister for Cooperative Development. We had Henry Kosgei, Minister for Industrialization. We had Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, Minister of Medical Services. We had Minister of Education, Sam Ongeri. And finally, we had Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Sally Kosgei. And of course, the Attorney General.
I'm sorry,
wonderful.
Wonderful. Sam Ongeri of all people. Why do you put Sam Ongeri in ODM? Honestly.
No, this is a list. This is a list that was nominated by
Raila himself. Sam Ongeri was never. Remember,
Sam Ongeri was from KANU. Sorry.
Ongeri was not from ODM. Now.
Pogisho was not in ODM. I mean, let's just.
Yes.
No, Pogisho was. Pogisho, Samuel.
No, Pogisho was not. He was not in ODM.
Samuel Pogisho is number. Just one moment. Samuel Pogisho is number 39, and he's marked orange. Yes, I'll call ODM.
No,
I'll call ODM.
They made a mistake. I'll tell you the truth.
This was immediately after 2005. You remember Altoka Wengi? He was in ODM. I'll call ODM. This is the first appointment.
No, we are talking about
the Grand Coalition government.
No, I am being honest. I was part of that. He was not. Just know that. Pogisho was not. So Sam Ongeri, Pogisho. I'll tell you many other people that you have said there. But let me say that What? So go on. Maybe you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Now, my point is this. Before I lose the train of thoughts. Now, by the time Ruto was being kicked out of his cabinet, was it Nyachai that was along with him that were kicked out? Was it Nyachai or who? Sam Ongeri.
No.
Yes.
Sam Ongeri.
No.
It was Sam Ongeri.
Okay. Now, we've all had the lists that Raila Obolo Odinga nominated. Now, can you see the number of people that came from his Luo Nyanza region that were in that list? Can you see the people that, aside from that came from Western that were in that list? Then followed by Kisii that was in that list. We had only 2 from the coast region, that is Najib Balala and Amason Kingi. And then we had, I think, Nyaga, that was the only Kikuyu that was in that list. Now, just to summarize that, because I know my fellow panelists want to speak also on that. The level of hypocrisy when right now he comes and turns up and says that amongst the issues that he wants to present in their petition to the reason for this Maandamano is the appointments. They say that kabla utoe uchafu kwa jicho la mwingine, angalia lile lako kwanza. This one, if there's any word that I would want to call, it's out of the fact that I respect him as an elder, and for that reason, I will refrain from that. But hypocrisy would be among some of the titles, or rather, a hypocrite would be among some of the titles that I would accord to him. So nisiongee sana, because I will come back to this list. Niache wenzangu pia waongee.
Kidogo too, because Alex seems to be knowing something. Ngilu was where, because Ngilu has been marked white and they have not explained what white meant. Ngilu was the Minister for Water and Irrigation. Was he?
Ngilu was Pentagon, my friend. Why go far?
Sure.
Ngilu was part of the Pentagon, remember?
Okay.
Yeah, so Balala, Ngilu, Ruto, the Minister for Cooperative was Nyaga. I mean, they were all in one clique. And Henry Kosgei was the chairman of ODM. I mean, so
let me get that list of Pentagon members.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at
Pentagon had Ruto, Ngilu, Uhuru, Balala, and
Uhuru, no.
Nyaga.
Uhuru was not there.
Not Uhuru. I think it was Nyaga.
Yeah.
It was Nyaga, Balala.
Let's go ahead.
Ruto, Raila, and
Ngilu. Will not help us. Jex,
no, the issue was the list, the hypocrisy in the cabinet appointment when he had the powers to.
Remember 2007, my friend, was a very delicate moment. And remember also, Danny, let's be honest, it was a healing moment. Remember where we had come from. Remember even acceptance. Remember even in the acceptance of those positions in what they discussed, what they agreed with Kofi Annan was defense and finance ministry, but you know, in the end, the Kibaki people became very hardliners, and Raila agreed that we must move on. So going back to that historicity and try to put somebody as a hypocrite. Remember, let's be honest, and even going back to that government, this guy agreed, my hero Raila. I think it was just a major mistake. But again, I think from some of us who knew where we were coming from, who were hit so hard, and our properties were destroyed in Kisumu. And I'm talking from experience. I think it helped us heal. It helped my cousins go back to school, and I think I still echo him for whatever little he did to bring sanity, knowing very well that he won and his victory was taken away, and he still agreed to sit down with a thief and speak. You see, let's not even go that. But again,
if you may allow me, so as you continue with that, whatever you're
sure,
saying,
sure. I'm listening.
can
I'm
you
listening.
kindly, because I think you're diverting away from the fact that he still appointed persons from his community in large numbers as opposed to the rest. See, he had 20 ministers to appoint.
But even
about
Kibaki,
more than 10 came from that region.
to be fair, even Kibaki, if I see from this list, he equally also had
yes, we know Kibaki made that. We know Kibaki
it was
did
even
that.
worse
Now
from Kibaki time.
our issue here, it's true, I agree. Now the issue here is, you see, it's Raila that is calling out the mess in someone else when he himself, when he had an opportunity, he did the same mess. I mean, he set the precedence.
You are diverting from the reality. If you look at totally anybody who actually tried to balance this thing ever in the history of Kenya is the man Raila Amolo Odinga. Even this called Uhuru during the handshake, even we were going on with the handshake. Every parastato each day and then you will hear Akikuyu. Let's be honest on this. And I don't want to go that side. I don't want to
even
go
the
to
current
that politics because
I agree.
The
even
politics,
the current appointments, I agree. But
so
the issue here is the person that is calling out. The issue here is the one calling out the wrongs in the appointments.
That any president who comes,
is he worth doing that?
They have a way of making their community feel they are also in government. They do that by appointing a given number of people from their community. So I agree with Alex and equally Black that in any case, if Raila was today the president, we would probably have a slightly more, not probably as many would say, but slightly more people from his community or the larger Nyans at large.
My point is this.
Each person has, people they trust. And maybe these people they trust, maybe they speak the same language. What one time Shagwa said, at times you put someone because that person will not come and stab in the back.
Jack, I agree with what you're saying, but what we must also recognize on that effect is this. Among the leaders that we have had over the years, there is no perfect, there is no ideal leader, there is no cabinet utopia whereby every region is going to represent it. But among the ones that came closer to be a mosaic of Kenya, you can borrow a leaf from there. Even though it was not perfect, take it to the bull, to the horn. He made mistakes. But when again you compare somebody like Uhuru, even after handshake, he didn't have to care about anything. It was his second term. But still, what did you see? So I'm not saying it was the best Black, but what I'm saying is that among the leadership that we have seen in Kenya, the person that came close to a mosaic that will want to be improved is Raila. Okay, now let me give my submission. It's going to be quick, and I'm glad Black is here. You see, today I was just, I took my political heart out. I took my religious heart out, and I was just watching the man Odero, Ezekiel. I googled the name Ezekiel, what it means. I googled the name what Odero means. I went to Rusinga Islands, how he became all this. But then I started asking myself this, and I want you to help me, Black. I think it's a high time. We must force all governors to go to benchmarking to Mavueni. Because this guy, one and a half, let's be honest, we must have a discussion about that. Uneducated, very few followers, okay, church money, but he has made that place. You look at it,
It's
After
awesome.
this, Amazon King must resign. This guy has overdone Amazon King, boy. Look at that place. Look at my friend Black. Look at that place. It should be the headquarters for Kilifi. I think governors must explain to us where they take money. This person is not educated. Wife yake is not educated. Assistant pastor not educated. The people surrounding. How did he come with that architectural? How did he get that land in the forest? How did he turn it to be where it is? I mean, you look at the toilets alone. If you look at the toilets in that place and you go to the county headquarters of Kilifi,
housing his multi-million shilling ministry in Mavueni in Kilifi in a move aimed at countering allegations of crimes leveled against the preacher.
Well, the complex, sitting on an estimated 65-acre piece of land in Mavueni, Kilifi County, is designed to be a self-sustaining mini-city in the heart of rural Kilifi. Brenda Wanga takes us inside this property that is now the subject of court cases.
The New Life Church and Prayer Center's crown jewel is the imposing church itself. Sitting on 6 acres, the expansive church stands out among the complex's many buildings and institutions. But the size of the church gets more pronounced once inside. When full, it can hold 45,000 people per service, and it usually gets to capacity on Sundays, a member tells us.
Nasema tu church iendelee. In fact, hii meza ya Bwana imeaffect watu sana. Vile imekuwa closed, so nataka tu iendelee.
The church is still under construction, but each section is clearly identified for the purpose it serves. The temporary potent altar, complete with flags from different countries, seemingly meant to give it an international look. Away from the altar, a more grand one is under construction. The church, known more for its healing and miracle aspects, also has a bay for the sick who come here seeking healing. Hospital stretchers take place of prominence just near the main altar. The church has been accused of encouraging its members to come here for healing sessions that have allegedly led to the deaths of some of Odero's followers. An accusation the church's advocates who toured the facility deny. They also deny the existence of any medical facility of kind in the complex.
Now that it is open for you, you can be able to see that there are no graves around here. There is no mortuary also within this headquarters. You can also see that it's a transparent place.
Aside from the church, the complex, far from completion, boasts of a restaurant complete with an executive lounge where, for 2,500 shillings, you can enjoy a meal of fish amongst other dishes. Worshippers also have an easy time accessing their cash from a bank located within the complex. Those who seek living waters can also purchase it from source electronically. There is an international school on the premises, a helipad under construction, and modern staff quarters for workers at the church. The complex has been here for slightly over a year.
1 year, 1 month ago, this was nothing here. 1 year, 1 month ago, there was nothing. All this development has been done within 1 year.
That's where the money goes.
That is why the jealousy. That is why the envy. That is why the distortion.
Pastor Ezekiel's defense team is dismissing allegations of various offenses, including fraud, money laundering, murder, aiding suicide, and radicalization that have been leveled against their client as simple envy. Pastor's team also denied that he lives off of the complex, showing off his palatial home within the church compound that also doubles as the ministry's headquarters. The church also has a dam for its own and the community's water supply, projects running into hundreds of millions of shillings.
It also shows a serious level of accountability of the sadaka that any person gives. Amen. You can see sadaka imefanya nini Now, whatever.
Let me stop it there. But there are more
Yes.
clips showing the place.
Jex, what my friend, and I know him personally, what my friend Omar is not telling you, and Cliff on Better, the serious level accountability is that what they have also gone to access. That it's so sweet, man. You have to go to the bone of the marrow, and also it's the talking of the town. Your person in town, so the lawyers must get access to it. So that's what he's not telling us too. But on a serious level now, if we want to have a discussion, on a serious level, if we really want to have a good discussion about this man, we must also take away the religious aspect of it and ask yourself from a humble background, and if it's true, because I still don't understand it, Jex, and I want you to be honest with me. If Lawyer Mari is honest that 1 year ago, 1 month ago, that thing did not exist, then I think I will force my governor in Nyamira to go. We will have a public participation so that he can go drink that miracle water. And we see this in Nyamira. This is serious. This is serious. Let's be honest. 1 year, 1 month ago, those properties, those churches, and what makes me happy is international school, primary, secondary, the toilets, the roads, the structure, everything that is going on there. Mugala muue mpe haki yake. Hata kama watu walikuwa sacrificed, at least we show it. I don't say people should be sacrificed, but I'm wondering what kind of man, who surrounds that man? And I'm saying if it's true that was done the way it was done, we ought to tell our governors, wache ujinga wako nayo. They go there, they see what has been done with our money, with the money of the church, which they say serious accountability, which I agree. I don't know how much money those people got, but in 1.5 years, less than 1.5 years, we see that. And in 10 years, Ongwae did nothing. In 10 years, Joho and Amazon King must tell the people of the coast what they did. That's all I'm asking. So we must borrow a leaf from this man too. Okay, let's not see the downfall of this man too. Let us ask ourselves, where did he get the engineers? Where did he get the caterpillars? How did he get this plan to be passed through the county? Because you just can't build a property like that without the county knowing that. The county hakukuwa na kitu ya copy and paste hata kidogo tu. Look at and I want you to look at the clip for Kilifi headquarters for the county and the headquarters for Joho, and compare and contrast and tell me, when this man was doing all this, what were the governors doing? Jeff, that's the conversation I want us to have. 1.5 years, it's a challenge for me. Thank you.
So I see my sister Ashley is in the building. Before I give anyone else, allow me to have her. Ashley, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Kupotea nayo?
Sijapotea, nimekuwa kwa comment section. But I thank you for being here. Hi, everybody, the panelists and the viewers. I want to comment on what Alex was saying. Alex, you know what we are forgetting is some of these leaders are being accused of operating from different powers, the powers of darkness. And we know when the devil tempted Jesus, he told him, worship me and I will give you the whole world. If we know about the devil, he was a great architect. So some of these powers are coming from the forces of darkness. So, and that's the problem when we celebrate things, when we are so materialistic that we don't care where the source of that wealth is coming from. And that is the problem we are having in Kenya. We are not caring where the source of the wealth is coming from as long as it is there. And if you look at this place, like you're saying, it is exceptional. until this person might not even have the ability to do it. So some other supernatural ability has enabled him, given him the ideas. So would we rather have that at the expense of our people? A lot of things are happening in Kenya. What we are failing to understand is there is a lot of demonic influence in our country, a lot of it, and it has come lately, a lot. That's why you hear deaths just back and forth, back and forth. And while we are here talking about Raila and Ruto, look what is happening in our country. Our own security police, they are toothless. How many times have you gone and you want to go to the police and you hear you have to give them money for gas? I'm sure the government gives them money to fuel their cars. Yet you have to pay them to put fuel in their cars for them to come and attend to you. What about those people who don't have money? If we look at this one man who was narrating his story, I don't know what his name is, whose 4 children are gone and one is already dead. Had the government been operational, just one call, at least in America, and you already know where your child is and is lost for more than 72 hours, it wouldn't have taken this long for the police to attend to him. So I hope the government to recompensate him, because even when he wrote to Sakaja and to all these people in Nairobi DCI, they started sending him to CIS, to Kisumu, and it's troubling. Well, they could have made that call. There was no urgency. So right now, he's being asked for DNA. When someone is asking for DNA, what do you think? So the other 3 kids are nowhere to be found, and he has been told to travel to Nairobi or wherever to give his DNA. DNA is found when there is dead bodies that needs to be identified. Yet he complained a long time ago, in 2019, when he went to rescue his kids. Why is this man out? How is this man bailable with 100 bodies? How can he be bailable? And there are some people who are supposed to be not given bail at all in the interest of public safety. And we keep talking about Ruto and Raila. And I wonder what's wrong with us? Really, what's wrong with us? Our police doesn't function. I don't hear anything Raila is saying about police functioning. If in 2007, he had the same problem he has now. How is it now that he's ready to die? Of course, he's ready to die. Whether it's through Ruto or God, he's getting there, you know? So he had the same problem in 2007. Why is he still having the same problem now? And he's had chances to have it fixed. Can he first give us answers before we join him on the streets? You know? I keep saying, and a lot of people keep saying, we need civic education. We need education. We need to ask for education in Kenya. Because if many of us are educated, some things would not be happening. We need to strengthen our police forces. Because if you see this guy, he went to the police, he was sent here, the police will tell him your life is at risk, go to Nairobi, and he's leaving his kids in Mombasa. That officer who told him to go to Nairobi and leave his kids should now be answering charges. Because those are people who dropped the ball. The government dropped the ball. And that is what we should be talking about. That is what we should be going to the streets for. That is what we should be ready to die for. Not ready to die because Raila is not going to be president. He's not going to change anything. If it is true in 2017, his win was stolen by Uhuru, and then he pandered to Uhuru until 2022. Why shouldn't he continue to pander to Ruto? He has shown them that he can be stolen from. Right now, what he's doing is disturbing the peace. If they want to demonstrate, as is allowed by the law, then they need to be given Nyayo Stadium, Uhuru Park, and they can go and demonstrate there all they want. Because when they go to the streets, they are disturbing other people's whose rights are also protected that want to go about their business. It's not only them that have rights. Those other people who don't want to protest also have rights. So which area is free for demonstration without interfering with those who don't want demonstration? It is the parks. That is simple. Anywhere about that, even when they come to the residences, they are disturbing. Like women were saying, when they throw tear gas, it gets to their children in the houses. So are they disturbing the rights of those people who have a right to live in peace? in their houses, when they go and scream and shout, and cause, you know, there is a lot of all these people outside insecurity, and they disturbing the right of those people who live in those residences. When they come to the residences and they feel the residences and they don't belong in those residences, isn't it as a security risk? You know, we stop playing with our economy. You say there is a high cost of living, and then you want to demonstrate Monday, you want to demonstrate Wednesday or Thursday. When is the economy going to come up? You can't sabotage the economy, and then you want to be protected. You know, and now you say you are ready to die, and something should be used as an incitement. You want to demonstrate peacefully. Where is dying coming in? That is incitement right there. Is that peaceful? You know, I rest my case.
Okay. Mboro, you complained I never gave you an opportunity to speak about this church issue. Do you have something to say now that Alex brought it up?
Jakes.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to me?
Yes, I did. You complained.
Oh yes, oh yes. I just want to talk on the context of what our good sister said, actually, about the servants of God and the money and all that. First of all, I would like to say that it is good to have a church which is well organized, and it's good to have a body that checks the conduct of the pastors and the reverends and the bishops, because not everything that should be allowed, because sometimes people are hoodwinked, sometimes people are deceived. And you know, sometimes the servants of God, they pause, instead of directing people to trust in God, they direct people to trust in them. And therefore, they look at the pastors and the bishops and the reverends as their hope. But I believe a good pastor directs people to trust in Christ. And having said that, Jakes, there is something that Ashley said about Pastor Ezekiel that I don't know whether she concluded that the reason why he is able to do those things is because he is empowered by other powers of the devil. And I don't want to say it is not possible. Yes, it is possible, because the devil also is the ruler of the world, as the Bible says. But also, we as Christians should be very careful not to exalt the devil more than our God, believing that you cannot be saved or be a pastor and be rich. The only thing you do as a good pastor is to be accountable with the money that you are given, and you can do great things. And also, we don't know the source of the money that has constructed the complex that we have seen. Maybe the pastor has even taken a loan, because nothing stops a church from borrowing loan. So I am the last person who talks things when I have not confirmed the things I'm talking. Oh, somebody here is trying to call me, and I don't know if you are hearing me clearly. So I just wanted to say this. Let us not condemn Pastor Ezekiel before we get the real report of what happened, because nobody has a clear picture. Nobody has good information of what goes on. The only area, Jakes, where I have a difference with Pastor Ezekiel is if I confirm, because I don't know, I haven't been following him, that miracle water is for sale, because that goes against the word of God. That water is not supposed to be sold. If you pray for water by faith, you give people for free. Because that means if I don't have money and I need that water, I will not get it. That means if I need your prayers and I am poor, I will not get it. So some of those things against the word of God. But if that water or the handkerchiefs or whatever, because it is an act of faith, you can pray for those things and give to people to go and lay on the sick, like Apostle Paul used to do. But if they are selling that water, is against the word of God. But unless it is proved that the pastor has done any evil, or those people, he is the one who caused them to die, we have no power to condemn him. So we should wait until the investigation is done, and then we hear from the investigation what caused those deaths. And also we don't know about the wealth we have seen. We want to know the source. Kenyans need always to, there was a time I wrote on my Facebook that Kenyans should always scrutinize their pastors, especially on the issue of money. Many people are deceived. Na mimi huwa naambia watu hivi, ukisikia pastor akikwambia Mungu amemwambia uende ulete pesa kiwango fulani, ujue sio Mungu, ni yeye anataka kula pesa yako. Wakiwa wameshirikiana na shetani, wanataka kukufilisisha. Lakini kama ni sadaka ya kawaida ya kujitakia, na ile imeandikwa kwa Biblia, sio vibaya. Lakini Wakenya wametumiwa vibaya sana. Na nilikuwa nafikiria hata huyu Makezi tunaweza fikiria hata ni ameingia mambo ya shetani, na ikuwe hata sio mambo ya shetani yameingia, ikuwe ni urafi imemuingia ndani yake. Anaambia watu edeni, na mimi sijui, by the way, sitaki kusema hivyo ndivyo iko. Anaambia watu edeni, muuze mashamba yenu, muuze manyumba zenu, muuze mabiashara zenu, alafu mkuje mulete hiyo pesa hapa. Mungu ako na haja na hiyo pesa, alafu tuombe kabisa, tuende tukakuta Yesu. Watu wanaweza danganywa hata bila mambo ya kusema ati mtu ameingia mambo ya devil worship. So, na sio tu Makezi, tuko na Makenzi wengi sana katika nchi ya Kenya na katika dunia. We just need to be very careful. So watu wote wakubali pastor huyu ambaye ni Ezekiel afuatwe kabisa, vifo vyote viangaliwe, kila kitu iangaliwe. Kama ni mchungaji wa Mungu, sawa, aendelee kuhubiri. Kama kuna mambo anafanya kinyume na maadili ya dini ya Kikristo, kanisa ifungwe.
But I have a question, Boro, and all these panelists. You know, at times we link everything to the devil, that we even forget that even God himself can bless. Because I am not quick to judge, because at times I have realized, at times when you're quick to judge, you may end up giving a very biased, kinda uninformed conclusion on a matter. You see,
okay.
If you, just one moment, if you listen to Ezekiel's teachings, because as Alex said, I equally went and listened to many clips and all. He has teachings that at times he teaches on nyota, and at times he tells you mwanangu hauna nyota nini nini. He has ibada ya mwezi.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, with those teachings, there's money that he says, and he teaches and says kukona levels of giving. He says that there is 7 that is completion, that is 7,000. There is 12,000, and I looked at one of the clips. The people who came to give those levels of giving, they were not few. They were hundreds of people. If, for example, just take for example 100 people taking envelope, yeah, 12,000. How much is that? And I saw it is not one Sunday, not one day, because he does it every other day. So there's a lot of, in fact, he even has a bank. There's a lot of money that he gets. You know, let's not just be quick to say it's the devil or it's God, because by the end of the day, this man has some teachings. Maybe go back before you go and judge him. Go back, look at his clips. There are many, and also there is also this other fact. There are men of God. There are men of God who, as Alex was saying, there are men of God who get equally good amount of money. Do they invest as he has done? We have governors who get good enough money from the government. Do they do some of the projects that he has done? As he said rightfully, Mgala Muwe. That's correct. Because he could have gotten this money and used it on his personal benefits. But he constructed a church. He constructed hostesses. Actually, there's a clip, I'm looking for it. A clip that shows some of the rooms he had. Very decent rooms. Unlike the Mackenzie side. The Mackenzie side, you see poverty. You see horror. You see pain. You see wanton degree of human degradation. Like hakuna kitu najivunia kuona clip ya Mackenzie. Now, if he didn't buy the station from Mackenzie, probably will not be talking about this, because on Tuesday his case will be on court, and I'm sure a lot will be unearthed. I'm sure a lot will be said, because the government can play ping pong, and at times we forget the real issue. The real issue is Mackenzie. Over 100 people have been buried in his land. That's the real issue. We shouldn't forget that. Before we go to Ezekiel and anyone else, there is that one issue that we need not to forget, that people died. People lost their lives because of a teaching of fasting till you die. Contrary to that, Ezekiel has a hotel. But anyway, it's my thinking. But Alex, you had something.
Before Alex says, I just wanted to support.
No hand was up.
I've listened to Ezekiel myself. I didn't even finish I'm brought up in a Christian. I can tell someone who is someone teaching wrong doctrine. I listened to him because someone had told me about him. I didn't even finish the clip. I was already able to discern that he was teaching wrong doctrine that I don't know. So when I say that he's being used, I know that people have been blessed. We know Abraham was blessed by God in a land that was not fertile. So it is not that people are not blessed by God, but in this specific case, my personal opinion is that his prowess comes from that at the end of the world. That is my opinion.
Okay.
So James, my thought is this. Now, I didn't want to change my thoughts, but still my question lies here. Okay. He himself has said that watu wengi hata wafanyikazi wakubwa wa serikali wanakuja hapa, ndo maana hatutaki kuchukua video na wengine hawataki waone hapa. You saw that clip, whereby he just said that some are not comfortable. It has been said, and it's all over the media, that even the current governor of Kilifi, Mungaro, anaabudu kule. It has been said. It's even not something that...
In January this year, he gave a donation of 16 million and food stuff to the county of Kilifi.
Exactly. You know that.
Yeah.
So my point of debate was this. If a person of that low stature, if a person can just buy something sort of a desert from the county, get the plan passed by NEMA, brings all caterpillars from out of the country, and the government knows. You see, that thing did not just mushroom as a miracle. It started from bootstrap. The construction is ongoing. Registration and everything is with... Wameangalia kila kitu kutoka shamba. Wameangalia registration ya NEMA, wameangalia title deed, wameangalia the construction companies, kila kitu. The only thing they are pegging him on, Jex, is that ati sijui kulikuwa na mortuary, kulikuwa na nini. But now, that is here or neither. My question is, this man, according to Omari, 1 year ago, 1 month ago, this thing did not exist. How does he do things like that? And the county of Kilifi gets more money than the man, and yet the county of Kilifi cannot jenga equally a big, desirable county headquarters like this man. This man has even a bank. For a bank jet to come to your property, for a bank, a banking institution, it takes a lot. Remember when this bank inaitwaje, this bank that Equity, when Equity started going to every county, it was big news. Remember the first time Equity went to Siaya, it was a big celebration. If you remember those times. So I'm saying the kind of connection and what this man has done, for me, it's desirable for 1.5 years. What are our county governments doing for 10 years? You look at the county of Nyamira. Jax, I want you to show the headquarters where Baba comes from, the county of Siaya. Jax, I want you to be honest. I want you to show that county headquarters.
Do you
I
want
want
me to
us
play
to
them?
go.
I have some of the clips.
No, play those county headquarters, and then we have a debate based on that. That if man can do this, don't tell me that it's demonic. That is demonic. That's why they were able to. I mean, that answer does not hold water for me, Jax. It does not. You have architectural, you have engineers, you have everything. A county government, Jax, is surrounded with human capacity development that is superior than Odero. You agree with me? Play for me those county headquarters, and we compare and we start asking our. Okay, Black, go ahead.
I have a question. While we try to what do you call it, support this man, but then it's always good to always look at the other side of the coin too, and as to why they're trying to relate Mackenzie to Ezekiel. Now, I will take you back to the mafia days. The mafia would do their thing like we always do, extort. They would always do extort money, and in the process, they would kill some people, right? Now, there would be some guys who would be specialists to offer services to the mafia in disposing of the bodies, right? Now, these two are different criminal elements, but one is giving supportive services to the main mafia group of disposing their bodies, maybe through pouring acid and all those things. We've seen that in movies. Now, could it be possible that now Mackenzie would be the one that would be the one offering this service of disposing the bodies through his supposed or alleged scheme whereby people would starve to death? So pengine wale watu wakuwa wanakufa kule wanaletwa kwake, yeye ana dispose through hii scheme yake. So there will be no question marks because these ones, they already known they starved themselves to death. But perhaps these are the bodies that just came from Ezekiel. Maybe we ought to also look at it from that perspective. Maybe that's the angle which the government is trying to look at it from. You see?
If you remember, Black, the issue of deaths, that one I think was explained Jana. This is how Ezekiel was told, or rather was told that people died. They are saying 15 people. That is the number, right? This is how Omari explained. It's not even Ezekiel who went to report that people had died in his church. The family members who had taken through faith, let me use that word carefully. Through faith, they are taken their relatives, their sick ones to Mackenzie, not to Mackenzie, to Ezekiel's church for prayer or to be prayed for. Even so, the Marcellas and all. Now, they died during, some died before he got to them, others died during the service. Once someone dies, you have to notify the police. Now, kwa OB, the family members are the ones who went and reported Flani has died in this church. So that is how he's linked. Maybe I can get that video for you, but no. the link comes in people dying in the church. People dying in the church. That is the issue. Even when you listen to how it was prosecuted was it on?
Yes, on I had the explanation, but is there not a law whereby if you fail to offer help or assistance in saving someone's life when you're in a position to do so, and in the process they die, that makes you a criminal? That being said, Can
It
that
depends.
as well be linked to someone who is evidently very sick, and instead of taking this sick patient or sick person to seek medical treatment, they are instead taken to him, and he is there being an accomplice to those alleged family members that brought that sick person.
If we widen the net,
being an accomplice.
if we widen the net,
Let me say
you
something
will
quickly.
almost be shocked that even during Owo's meeting, such things happen. Probably they go and repeat it. But because this is an interesting case.
Okay,
And
just let me tell you something here. Let me say something and then we go on. Look, a lot of information has been hidden to us because it's a case of interest and it's an ongoing investigational case. And that is present continuous tense. And therefore, a lot will not, if you look at the news media, their focus is limited because we are not allowed to presume all those things. So there's a lot of information that is limited so far, and whatever even Cliff Umbeta said today, and Omari and the other lawyers was limited based knowing that on Tuesday the hearing is going to happen, and therefore for us who are just depending information from specific authorities, it's going to be limited, and that is why my focus was. How was he able to do these things? Okay, so the debate on the dates and others, I think the investigation authorities should do their work. Once they finish, then we can have a debate on that, because I don't think we are allowed to do that, especially preempting things that have no, and that's why even the media has been very careful not to preempt.
Yeah, because you see, and I think I've ever said this before, we can crucify someone only to be ashamed. I'm not saying he's right, neither am I saying he's wrong. At times, it's good to allow justice takes its course. Its course.
Can I give you
For
one
example,
incident?
Black, I don't know if you were here when we discussed about Mwati, the case of Mwati, and how eventually it turned out. At times, we could be quick, we could rush to say things, and then you're like, when now you're taken through, because even the Bible at times, just one moment.
No. Okay, it has still been, it's only that we have not had a debate on it. There's so many still open, like loopholes. Even though they are saying it was suicide, it is not, there's still questions. It is not suicide.
In any case, the questions could be there, but it's one thing to because everything we would want to get the finality about the issue. My point is this: the Bible says, when you listen to one side, you'd think they are right until you hear the argument on the other side. So at times, our media plays the role of maybe projecting one side, maybe the victim's side, maybe the culprit side, but at times we don't get really to hear the other side of the story, and probably the other side of the story is the real truth. So because in any case, at times the good news, or rather the bad news that really sells, is the news that is not really true or not really well verified. That can sell, that can be very well marketed, but the actual fact, the real truth, the version that is correct, at times it's not well brought out. So to me, and I think it has always been my position, at times I really like to listen to all the sides before you pass judgment, because you may be surprised, even this Ezekiel's case may turn out to be a whole different thing from what we think we know. That being my submission, but there's something Alex is saying.
Can I?
If we can.
Jakes,
go ahead.
Just, I want to give an example of a real life incident of a good friend of mine who comes from a humble background, whereby he is a member of Ezekiel's church. Now, he had gone there for a prayer. Now, this is an account of a true story account of something that happened just as recently as late last year.
Okay.
He went to the church. He was having issues, and among the things that he was given as a diagnosis, if I may put that in quotes, as a diagnosis by Ezekiel, the pastor, the doctor, the everything, the prophet, etc. He was told that shida ni nyota, that this man happens to have remarried the second time. He had a first wife whom they had issues with of extramarital affairs and blah 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 such issues. So he divorced her and he got married to someone else. Now here comes the pastor and tells him the reason why you're having this problem is because your nyota yako sijui ya star imechukuliwa, and the person that is mwenye anafaa kuwa bibi yako ni yule wa kwanza mwenye uliachana naye. Achana na huyu uko naye sahii, uende urudie ule mulikuwa naye wa kwanza. Now when a pastor tells you that, it just it beats logic.
It doesn't. Black, if I would I would still share what he says. The scriptures at times are interesting. I think it's in Ecclesiastes, if I'm not wrong. It talks of not forgetting the wife of your youth, or your first wife. So he based it on that. So I don't want to. But Black, Alex, you're laughing.
No, Jex, if we dwell on the theology and the doctrines of this guy, I swear to you, we'll never, it's going to be compounded delusion. What I'm saying is this, and because every faith has its own doctrines that are really debatable, extremely debatable. And and when you look at the chain, what is interesting about this is that he started from Owor, he went to Pius Miuru. I mean, you trace all these people that are still questionable, and eventually now he's on his own, a pianist, sijui nini, violinist. You saw all that, it's been in the media. And then today, Pius Miuru also has come clearly when Clive Umbete was there and say that I'm his spiritual father. Bibi Arigade has come there also and said whatever she said. So I think the religiosity of it's very controversial. The doctrines, very controversial, and we can debate endlessly about that. The debate I want us to have is when he set out from nowhere to start that thing to where it is today, where was the government? To a point, a bank is being built whereby it can receive money. How many people are complicit of that? Do you hear what I'm talking about? So I'm only saying that this man has erected structures.
Let me even go deeper, kidogo. I don't know if you remember the crusade he had in Kasarani. He had many. He has had in Kisumu.
Exactly.
He has had in. Let me ask: if all those people just gave 1 shilling, not a lot, a shilling, how much money do you think that was?
But Jakes, what of people, they squander, they give their money or aimlessly. So as long as people are being foolish with their money, I personally don't see anything wrong with that. But then when it comes that people are being made to leave hospitals, not seek medical care, I think that is where the government comes in. As long as he's not stealing from the people and there is no money laundering, I don't think where his money came from is his own business. That's what I think. It's getting worse because there are people who have died. And those mysterious deaths are the ones which I think the government is trying to investigate, not where the money is coming from to build the emperor that he has built. Or maybe I'm wrong.
But the question, sorry guys, if Nisameni, I just want to first apologize. Nilipotea tu ghafla. I received a call and I'm using my phone to debate. So my apologies to the panelists and the viewers, wherever you are. Nisameni. as I was saying, if a pastor can tell you to leave your current wife, right? Tells you to go back to your previous wife, yeah? Tells you that your
There are so
second
many
wife
people who will be
is
happy
the one
about
that
that.
has taken
Kuna wanaume
is the one that has
watafurahi hiyo kitu
taken
sana.
eti amechukua wetu bibi yako wa pili ndo amechukua bahati yako, I mean your stars, I mean your lucky stars. So you ought to go back to your first wife because the second wife is more of a curse to you than a blessing. I mean, what kind of a doctrine is that? I mean, now it's reached a point now that this fellow, a good friend of mine, goes back home and start giving the silent treatment to the current wife that he is with. And mind you, they have children together. Silent treatment, the cold treatment, and start acting weird because of what he was told by the pastor. He didn't first disclose this to the wife, right? It's just later on, baada hii marriage yao imesambaratika and is going south, is when now he came to open up and say that this is what he was told by the pastor, and he was actually even given water to drink that he had bought from the pastor, ambayo itamsaidia kumsafisha. Now, just to cut that story short, this is not the kind of doctrine that you can relate with Christianity. I mean, as much as tuna kitu inaitwa upendo na Ukristo, but kuvunja ndoa ya watu in this manner, I mean, I wouldn't call him a straight man, just to put it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Oh, and you know, according to the Citizen, it says that one of the reasons that Pastor Ezekiel has been arrested is because there is credible evidence linking the bodies exhumed from the 800 acres situated at Shakahola, associated with Mackenzie and his accomplices, with several innocent and vulnerable followers of his ministry believed to have met their death in their quest for divine intervention from Pastor Ezekiel, which intelligence has triggered police investigation, said Mr. Yamini. So it's not just that they suspect, they have the credible, as they're saying, and they say that the investigation is ongoing. And then they also say that they suspect that there was money laundering between the two. So they want to investigate that further. And being a public interest matter and given the nature of the offenses committed, this prosecution submitted that it is in the respondent's best interest to remain in custody pending the investigation for his own security and safety. So it's just not, it's like, I don't know whether he did those things, but they are saying that there is possibility that they were together in those crimes. And that's what they're investigating right now. And other things. If you go to the Citizen, you read that the charges.
I agree with you, Ashley. I think, like I said earlier, in my view, that's just my view. One was offering the service of disposing of the bodies, and that's where now Mackenzie comes in. You see, it must have been a scheme, in my view, that is. But then the question, like I asked earlier on, is there not a law? I think there is. Maybe Jackson is antaftia ama utaftie. By just you failing to offer assistance in saving someone's life when you're in a position to do so, makes you a criminal of some sort. Why do I mean by this? These people were very sickly, and these sickly people could not take themselves to the hospital to seek the treatment. But the family members that took them to the pastor, and the pastor that was actually there administering the prayers of some sort, could have been in a position to take them to hospital for treatment, but they failed to do so by having these people there in his premises. So that's making him an accomplice to the death of these patients.
Now,
I mean, that's how I look at it. Is there any law in
if we go to the law, that becomes an interesting topic. Number one, it's not a crime.
Go ahead.
It's not a crime to have faith, and you are allowed to seek medical advice and medical treatment. Now, here is where it becomes interesting. You can refuse treatment willingly. It's not a crime. You can choose to die. It's not a crime. You have refused treatment. You feel that you need to go to be prayed for. It's not a crime, because we have seen people being prayed for. We have seen someone raising wheelchairs, blah blah blah, and all that. Now the problem is some of these things are people at times they take it too far. What they term faith and what they term doing it in the right way and doing it like someone, unakuta mtu ni diabetic amekataa kunywa dawa, ama mtu ako na pressure anakataa kunywa dawa because in their heart they believe they are cured. Then the pressure spikes, the sugar spikes, and the person is gone. Now that person was under medical treatment, felt healed. I want to attribute that's what they feel, and then they die. If you go to the law, how do you cite a law? It's not criminal.
I have a law that those people in the cities, and they say these offenses as orchestra depict an organized criminal group as defined under Section 2 of the Preventive Organized Crime Act. These crimes, the crimes under this investigation, by their nature, gravity, and seriousness, are complex and constitute compelling ground to deny bail at this juncture and support detention of the respondent. Now, the crime is this that they are saying. Mr. Muriuki also said that in the affidavit that he intends to undertake investigations to establish a possible violation of Public Health Act by the respondent through his actions of influencing his followers to withdraw themselves from various communicable medical treatment methods and ultimately crowding persons suffering from various communicable diseases in an enclosed setting in the name of divine healing. And it also says that they are also investigating if both the Mackenzie and this Ezekiel were in cahoots, like they were working together to round the money. And it says that I intend to undertake investigation to establish a nexus between extortion by Pastor Ezekiel and Mackenzie from vulnerable persons and laundering the proceeds through establishing institutions like schools, petrol stations, farms, a media house, and other institutions, the officer said. Mr. Muriuki also said that the affidavit, the Public Health Act. So these are the things. So even these things about all these buildings could be the money that people are selling their property and giving to them. So they want to establish if that was something they had an arrangement on. That is what the investigation is about.
Jex,
allow me to play this clip because I think we are getting.
No, wait a minute, Jex. Just wait a minute.
Rogue preachers.
Just wait a minute, Jex.
Pastor Ezekiel Odero of the New Life Prayer Center and Church will be arraigned at the Mombasa law courts on Friday following his arrest Thursday morning and will be charged with mass killing of his followers. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki confirmed that Ezekiel's church has been shut down, with more than 100 people who are holed up in the premises evacuated and required to record statements with police. Seth Olale reports.
Thursday morning, a multi-agency security contingent drawn from Kilifi and Mombasa counties stormed the New Life Prayer Complex and arrest televangelist Ezekiel Odero at Mavueni in Malindi, Kilifi County. The televangelist, accompanied by his lawyer, is then whisked to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations Regional Headquarters in Mombasa, where he is received and processed by Coast Regional Commissioner Rhoda Onyancha.
We have arrested Pastor Ezekiel Ombok Odero of the New Prayer Center and Church at Mavueni in Kilifi County.
The televangelist was questioned afresh by detectives for more than 8 hours inside the DCI interrogation room. Interior and National Coordination Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki, through a statement, confirmed that the head of the New Life Prayer Church at Mavueni in Malindi, Kilifi County, will face criminal charges related to mass killing of his followers. The Interior CS adding that the televangelist church has been shut down with more than 100 people who were in the premises evacuated and required to record statements with police.
On allegations of the deaths that have been occurring at his premises and reported in various morgues or institutions.
According to investigations, 5 unreported bodies that had recently been dumped in a private morgue without any documentation by alleged handlers of New Life Prayer Center and Church popped up the investigation's lead. In addition, police have obtained crucial leads from a number of private morgues in Kilifi and Malindi that have been receiving unidentified and undocumented bodies from handlers of New Life Prayer Center and Church. According to police investigations, the Malindi Sub-County Hospital morgue has in the recent month been full to capacity, raising eyebrows as to the cause of the increased death rate in the region. Detectives are also investigating how and who the said bodies were released to for burial without burial permits and police abstracts. Until Thursday evening, televangelist Ezekiel Odero of New Life Prayer Center and Church was pleading to be issued with a police bond in order to present himself in court, but his request was turned down.
No charge exists. I have no idea what they can come up with. As I told you earlier, they are fishing.
Sources privy to the interrogation say the preacher was at pains to explain why he never reported to authorities deaths or life-threatening situations emanating from his followers who flocked his church in hundreds. Ezekiel Odero's arrest comes 48 hours after he was questioned about alleged links to Paul Mackenzie, the leader of a cult that has led to the deaths of more than 100 people, allegedly through starvation in Shakahola, Kilifi County. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Okay.
So, Jax,
I leave it there. But
so Jax, I'd never wanted to involve myself in the aspect of investigation. I'll be very limited. Go look at the peg that allows the Minister for Internal Security to declare a massacre in a country or a genocide. You don't declare that without a tangible evidence, and it's not quickly declared. It took a long time for Rwanda to declare itself as a genocide. But how it was done, how quickly, it tells me the level of evidence probably the government had. You don't flippantly just declare that.
Even look listen to that clip. It says 48 hours after the Mackenzie issue arose.
Exactly.
That's how quick they were able to gather reports of them. They are saying many mobs. How
maybe they had intelligence. Maybe they already had intelligence.
No, that's why I'm saying that.
That's question actually asked. Why did it take them so long if they had intelligence? Which I agree. Why did it take them so long?
So let me finish what I was saying.
And for Ezekiel, it took them 48 hours.
Okay, and then also let me finish what I was saying. There are things that you need to connect the dots to know the level of what was going on. Today, the president, Dr. Ruto, for me, I call him Dr. Ruto. Today, Dr. Ruto said in a church service that we are going to form a commission of inquiry. How soon does a commission of inquiry is formed? What makes you form a commission of inquiry? What level of involvement or the gravity of something that allows the president or gives the president the power? Because a commission of inquiry, you're not just going to pick anybody, James. This is a budgeted thing. It involves lawyers and specialists. So I think there is something we don't know that we need to allow on Tuesday to come out and say that, okay, now this is why the government reacted this way. But my aspect of bringing this thing was the way Ezekiel has been operating to 1 year, 1 month, building whatever I have seen. You cannot lie to me. The government involvement was deep. You don't allow a city to just come out like that in Kilifi County, whereby Kingi had nothing to do with it, nobody had nothing to do with it, and all of a sudden now we know everything. There's some level of knowledge that government officials had and other people, but now they are coming out. And my theory is this: in 2013, when we saw that the Uhuru government was not taking its foot, Weston happened. A lot of things happens in the coast. The international community was called on together to make sure that even in this country, whereby when Bush did not win very well, he went to Iraq and Afghanistan. There is a way you exercise your political powers to allow, when a country is at a war, when a country is in a massacre, when a country is so and so, you come in within and make sure that you say, during this time, we need peace. We don't, and that is the law that is going to be used to stop Maandamano. Thank you.
Jex, can I say something? Can I say something because I have a few minutes? Jex, can you hear me?
I think Ashley was saying something.
I was just going to say that this man who lost 4 children, one of them was a university student. He went to so many places. He went to Malindi. He went to so many police stations, to DCI. He wrote even to Sakaja. I think that was the person who alerted them. And at least, even if people are ineffective, when you consult so many people, you find one that has a heart to do what needs to be done. And he might have been able to get the attention of somebody who put this thing in the limelight. That man who is waiting for 3 of his children that he doesn't know where they are. I think that is the hero in this.
So, Jex, can I say something?
Please do.
Thank you. First of all, is to correct my good friend Alex. I don't know whether we are good friends or we are political opponents here. Because in many instances we find ourselves differing. And I also want to differ with him because he has talked passionately about the city which the preacher is building, as if people are limited in Kenya to own properties. I want Kenyans to know it's not a crime to build a city if you are capable of doing it, so long as you follow the due process. So to that extent, I don't know what was that accusation about the government involvement. The work of the government is to approve the processes. And it is malicious to say the government is involved with what the pastor is doing. There is the work of the government, and there is also the work of an individual. Having said that, I want to give the pastor the benefit of doubt, just like I said, that I am somebody who always, I'm very patient, and I'm the last person who criticizes people. Because when an issue is thrown in the court of public opinion, people talk anything from the right, left, and center. And sometimes the things that people say, some of them say them out of malice, others it is jealous, and so many other things. For instance, we all know that today a day like today, so many children have been born. And in the same day like today, so many people have died. So I have been in the church from the time I was young, and I have seen people when they have their sick ones in the hospital, and they see that the medicines are not working and they fear losing their loved ones, they seek divine intervention. So sometimes you see somebody of the caliber of this pastor that I just saw the other day. My first time to see Pastor Ezekiel was when he had a crusade. When you see somebody of his caliber, I am just imagining the burden of people coming from all over the world. Not even I just want to say from all over the counties of Kenya, trying to seek divine intervention. You see what happened in Tanzania when there was that mzee who was giving some people water.
Loliondo guy.
Loliondo guy. How many people died on the line waiting to reach the mzee to get a cup of water? And many people came from Kenya, even our relatives. They went there because the moment you are very sick and the medicines are not helping you, you seek anything that can save your life. And that is the situation pastors sometimes find themselves in. Somebody comes or the family withdraws somebody from the hospital because the doctor have told you there is no hope. This person will not even, like here in America, they tell you even the day you are going to die. To that extent, what do? And you hear there is a pastor who can help. You try now the other alternative, which is faith. So the only point that I differ, I don't see any problem if people die, because people always die. The only problem is when you tell somebody, don't take medicine. If it is proved that he has been telling people, withdraw from the medicine, lock yourself, Kenya, because of politics and so many things happen around. There are people who do not even want to see that city coming up because they feel that they are threatened. So anyway, if it is proved that indeed the pastor has been telling people to withdraw from medicine, and apart from withdrawing, like now what Kidiki was saying, that there was evacuation. You evacuate people when there is a real danger like fire or something like that. Sometimes we tend to exaggerate things. If it is proved that indeed he was locking these people in rooms for them to receive healing, to me, that is wrong. If he was influencing people and telling them, okay, from now, throw away the medicine, that is wrong. But if people voluntarily withdrew their sick people from the hospital when in critical condition and they died, even during the time of Jesus, people were still dying and Jesus was the savior. So I don't want to believe everything that is said out there.
But I seem to have lost Mboro. Mboro, are you still there? Alex, is
so
Mboro
you cannot
there?
hear me?
I cannot seem to have him.
Oh, you cannot hear me?
Oh,
Jakes?
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know. I had lost you.
Oh, you could not hear me?
I couldn't even see you. I don't know if it is my end or your end. I'm not sure. But go ahead.
I don't know. Black, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. So what I was saying, Jakes, because we are intellectuals, the best thing we can be doing is to try to inform the public what is happening. Like now, Ashley is doing a good job because she is reading and following what is going on the ground. And I would also like Ashley, if she is still here. Yeah, I see she is here. She told us that she listened to the teachings. I haven't gotten the opportunity to listen keenly to the teachings of Pastor Ezekiel, and she said she doubted the credibility of what he's teaching. Maybe she can tell us what he was teaching and tell us maybe the heading of the clip. We can look for it. People listen and let people judge. Because we have so many people who are not preaching the truth of the Bible. And it is always good that we start talking about these things. Because I also doubted another prophet in Kenya. And that prophet has really manipulated his followers. And he has followers all over the world.
But
If today...
Moro, just one moment. Moro, if we go that direction, there are so many. If I can go to my records, I can tell you of so many pastors, and I don't like putting it that way, who gave let's just go back, who gave prophecy of who would win and how they would win. Some said Raila would win. Some said Ruto would win. Others said, if you remember the words of Prophet Award, there will be bloodshed in Kenya.
And I know, right? I know one of them.
I don't want to judge their teachings if it is
no, you see, Jake, you see, Jake.
If we go to that direction, just one moment, Geoffrey. If we go to that direction, we'll bring many here. It's not just
which is okay because we want to inform the people. We want to caution the people.
So it's very hard. Let me interject. It's very hard to give my faith to someone. The Bible said when Jesus left, he told you, I will not leave you alone. I will leave you with a helper. And the helper is the Holy Spirit. So as long as you read your Bible and you pray, when you listen to a teaching that is wrong, the Spirit of God will reveal that to you. And if you are a person who reads the Bible or knows the Bible, you won't take long to know, even when someone is teaching the word of God, they will go off. It is like a person who knows when men play a man. You know when a man is playing and when a man is not playing. If you know the word of God, if you teach, you read the Bible, you pray, and someone comes and teaches you wrong doctrine, you will know it yourself. This is something personal.
So let me say this, Ashley. The Bible is not a complicated book. What happens? It is the teachers who want the public to believe in them, who distort the meaning of the word of God so that they may direct the faith of their followers to them rather than to God. So if something is outrightly wrong, it is okay to say, this one is out of order, this is what I listened. And then it is, if you check my Facebook, there was a time in March, because I have listened to so many teachings, and I have done deep theological studies, and I have also seen people going out of the word of God. And I said, I wrote there in the Facebook, it is the high time we start scrutinizing the teachings that the people are receiving. And so I didn't want to go anyway to that direction. What I was saying back to Pastor Ezekiel, let us be fair enough to wait for the investigations to be concluded. And also, I just wanted to correct Alex and tell Alex, I don't see any malice, or I don't see anything wrong if the president decides that we need to have a task force that is going
I did not say that. I think sometimes you hype your politics. I'm only asking the issue. I mean, sometimes listen with an eye of everything. What I said was very simple. When a president calls that a commission must be set, it's the magnanimity of the thing. You don't just set a commission. This is his first commission. This is his first commission.
Can I ask you a question? Is there any wrong with the president asking that?
Did I say that? Did I say it's wrong? You see, you are coming here as if I said wrong.
No.
I was giving two issues, James. Let me address you, James. I was saying that what has happened is beyond us for the Minister of Interior to declare a massacre. They know something. So far until Tuesday, because the investigation is going on, we will not be let on, even if the media knows more than that. Remember, the whole forest has been now covered. It's an investigation area. Journalists are not being allowed. Okay? So it means that until Tuesday or beyond there, there's so much that is going to come out.
Good. Now, Dix, I think we are on the same page. And Alex has agreed with me, and that is what I wanted to understand.
You see, your problem is
let me finish, Alex, what I'm saying.
Give your submission.
Let me
Give
finish
your
what I'm saying.
submission without saying I'm
No,
agreeing with you.
Alex, let me
Give
also
your
finish what I was
submission.
saying.
Give your submission
You see,
without
Alex,
saying.
we cannot proceed like that. Let me finish what I was saying.
But
Let's not
don't
degenerate.
say I have agreed with you.
It won't do anything to you. If I finish what I'm saying, it won't harm you.
But don't say I have
Mburu,
agreed with
Mburu,
you.
wind up Mburu, patiana mwingine pia aongee.
Yeah, please, Alex. Let me finish what I was saying. So, what I had understood from Alex was like there is anything wrong with the task force, and now that he has said there is nothing wrong, we are on the same page. So, I want to say this: when there was an issue of devil worship in Kenya, that there were so many devil worship organizations, even the former president, the late President Daniel Moi, formed a commission to do that investigation, which is actually the norm in Kenya. If something is out of control, we form the commission, and then the commission will give the report, investigate all these churches and see what they have been teaching people and what has been going on. So I don't want to proceed beyond that. Thank you.
Okay, allow me to listen. Msimamo, how are you? Msimamo, hi. Msimamo, are you there or you dozed off? Okay, Alex, come in. Was it Alex?
We are not here. We are not here to agree. We are here to give our originality of mind. And when we give our originality of mind, nobody should come here and say, "Now I'm glad Alex has agreed with me." I mean, it's just, we are here to debate. Now, the other thing I was saying is this. I don't want to go to the religious part of it. Let's be honest. And there is a person who asked here. There's a person who asked here. It was Sarah. Sarah said, "I don't want to discuss about religion." And I questioned, then why did he come? Remember, I said, was it 2-3 days ago? Then Sarah again, later on I realized Sarah was right. Because Sarah asked, is your religion right according to the other person?
The president says the inquiry is one of the several measures to ensure such horrors do not occur again.
He also announced that he would, in consultation with religious leaders, form a task force, create a self-regulatory framework for religious institutions. Well, he spoke on the same day a 24-year-old man was rescued from Shakahola cult farm in Malindi, raising the number of those rescued now to 46. 23 people have been arrested. Well, Francis Mtalaki kicks off our bulletin with the details.
With homicide detectives yet to conclude an ongoing exhumation exercise in the 800-acre piece of land allegedly owned by Paul Mackenzie, President William Ruto says ensuring that what happened in Shakahola does not recur is a priority for his government.
Tunaweka Judicial Commission of Inquiry that we get to the bottom of what really happened in Shakahola with the Mackenzie and all his collaborators.
The president's speech indicating a three-pronged approach to dealing with the current happenings in Shakahola, the ongoing investigation, Judicial Commission of Inquiry, and the task force formed in consultation with religious leaders for regulation purposes.
We want to provide a framework agreed with our religious leaders, a framework that will provide for self-regulation so that church, so that religion, so that our spiritual leaders can have a mechanism where they can point out to government those who want to abuse religion for other purposes.
The president...
Okay. Alex, that was just what the president was bringing home. Msimamo, I see you are in.
That is a different clip than what the president now said today. That one was for with the religious leaders. But today he went further and said, we are going to form a commission.
Yeah, that is for today.
No, this one is not for today.
Jeez.
The task force for religious.
Yeah, it is.
Check
It was
it.
during the
Check
church
it.
service.
Check it.
It was during the church service. Yes. Yes, Ashley.
Yeah, there's a clip I was asking Jakes to play, but he says he has copyright. This is a parent of
Yeah,
4
it
children.
does.
Yeah, now this parent explains deeply what this whole thing is about. That Mackenzie would ask these people to bring their birth certificates, so that they went with their birth certificates, and how he got the parents, like these parents, when they called to ask him about their children, he would tell them, come by yourself and don't come with anybody. And this guy says he had special powers. Anyway, he goes into detail, which you would have to listen to the clip to get everything. I think I put the clip in the chat, so anybody with interest can take it and yeah.
Maybe what we can do, maybe
Because
I can.
it really explains in detail, then you understand what, even why maybe the president is talking about them looking, because some of the parents who are there, this parent was explaining, they didn't go there voluntarily. They went there looking for their children, and they are told to go without police. Once you go there is no coming back, and you go with your birth certificate. So in most cases where these people die, this person has access to their property. Because even when this guy went to the police and he said his children are with Mackenzie said they are not his children. The guy was told to prove and come with a birth certificate, and he could not find, even his own birth certificate is with Mackenzie. But the wife had taken her birth certificate to her family, so it is only the wife's birth certificate that is not with Mackenzie. So that is the extent.
That story also is explained. Ukiona JKL on Wednesday, I think it was tried to explain. Someone tried to explain it there. So JKL, you can go to JKL that happened this week on Wednesday, rather. JKL for Citizen, the Jeff Koinange show. It has some explanation on the same. Now, you wonderful people, we have done 7 hours. Do you feel we should?
People are talking about is not satanic. This parent also explains deeply how they were taken to Indian Ocean under the sea. They went under the sea. They were even cut in their private parts and they were bleeding. And even in 2019, when he got them, they had to go for treatment because they were bleeding. They couldn't even take out their panties or their underwear. So it is demonic. Whether you want to believe it, we don't want to hear some things that are happening. But in this case of Mackenzie, from the testimony of this parent, that is what I have concluded, and that is what he is saying. It wasn't really God they were teaching, and they were told not to disclose anything they learned. That's why they ran away from police, because the police will interrogate them, and they don't want to reveal the secrets. That's what the man said.
Jakes.
Yes, Black.
If you may allow me, Alex Medias mentioned something that I think is a very good and valid point. I mean that beside all this, that we hear of what Ezekiel has done. If we look, I mean, in regards to this case, but if we look at the development that he has done in that area over this short period of time of 1 year and 1 month, and then we compare that to what the county government of Kilifi has done or not done in the past few years of devolution, and in this matter, he brought the example of the current speaker, and also the current governor. Then it brings about the question of, are the resources being given to the county financially being well utilized? If we look at what Pastor Ezekiel has accomplished over this short period of time versus what the county government has done over this short period of time, that is a question worth looking at, I mean, to be honest, because it gets me back to the point where we had the outgoing governor, Joe, where he spent around 180 million, that's close to 200 million, in the Chris Brown concert, music concert, that happened in Mombasa some time back. And then I also went back to the point whereby the Kibwezi governor, I think it was, what was his name? I forget it. Kibwana. Kifuta Kibwana? Kifuta Kibwana, I think.
It's not Kibwezi, it's Makueni.
Makueni. Kifuta Kibwana.
Yes.
Whereby he used the same 180 million in putting up a factory. Gilu almost spent similar amount, actually less, in putting up a factory in processing, I think, tomatoes, if I'm not wrong. Now you see, Alex has brought about a very good point. What if then these governors that we have now actually put the money that they do receive from the national government into the right places? Then it means they are capable of producing development to their constituents, or rather the resident of their counties, if they do want to do so. So is it a matter of them not having the intention to help the residents of counties? Or is it that they are restricted or limited with the resources that they get? So this is a question worth looking at. And I want to thank Alex for having brought that out.
I don't know if some of these leaders watch this show, because I had them. There's a show I was looking at with an MP from Molo, and he was raising points, and somehow someone was mentioning this show. And he was asking a question that I think you are there, Black, when we were asking what happens to the money that these governors collect in their counties, leave alone ile ugavi ambayo inatoka kwa serikali kuu. Every day there is taxes that they collect kupitia parking and all, pesa za soko and everything. They get a lot of money. Where does that money go? Because they say they haven't paid the workers. Okay, that is okay, because they haven't received money from the government. They haven't done projects. What happens to the money they receive through the counties before what wapewe zingine? What happens to that money?
Yeah, Jakes, I was watching an interview of the current Mombasa governor Abdul Swamad in I think it was Vice, when he was saying that despite the national government having not paid, rather disbursed the funds to the county governments, they have been able to pay their workers of the money they collect from the county.
Machakos governor alisema hivyo.
So again, it takes us back to the same question that I had posed earlier.
But the question will be answered by when you look at Kisii, you see what happened when the Kisii, what's his name, Simbarati, when he went there and what he found out. That is what is happening. Mismanagement of funds. That's the problem. It's as easy as that. If even our own police, you cannot get any action from the police without going to put gas in them, giving them money to come and attend. You go to them for an emergency, they tell you they'll come tomorrow. That is a basic, that security should be available when needed. That is even not available.
So again,
Alex is back because
so when they say, so when they come to tell us, so when these governors come out to tell us that they are unable to run the county governments because they have not received funds from the national government, are they actually telling us the truth?
What happens to the money they collect?
So finally, finally, Black, you have come to my point. My point was not a religious point. My point was simple, and I want us to interrogate this point. Now, my point is this Mavuno or Mavueni thing should be set as a museum so that we force our governors to go for benchmarking, not outside the country. We get the MCS to go there. We get the MPs to go there. They don't need to go anywhere beyond Kenya before they visit that place. That was more my point. That in 1 year, 1 month, according to the lawyer, something has been done. Now, the other thing is this. When you look at the people that surrounds the governor, from the Minister for Finance to the lowest person who surrounds Odero, do we really require all these people that surround the president, all these people that surround the governor, all these vehicles? Do we need them? So for me, I'm saying that in a Mugala muue mpe haki yake. What can we learn from this? That's the debate that I wanted from this guy. And then when the investigation is done, Mr. Jex, now we will go back and say, this guy did this guy did this. But this guy, what has done? Kama ni hiyo maji watu wanakunywa na amejenga hiyo, my governor must be forced to drink that water so that he can do that miracle back huko Kisii. We want
amechimba dam. Imagine he has dug a dam.
He has done a dam in his compound that is selling to his community water.
And you know, people, when you tell them, they say that we are not, we are still a developing country. I ask, our leaders are paid nice, they have jets, they line up, yet when it comes to serving the people, then we become a developing country. So this defeats that logic that we are so young that we cannot have such sophisticated, infrastructure.
And it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place, notwithstanding the source of money. But he has been able to create a city, what he's calling a city, within a very short span of time, influencing his community. I saw him donate food, feeding Kilifi County with food over, I think it was 25 million. Then he gave cash, 16 million to Kilifi County. Then again, he goes on and he's also doing a school, and that school is international. It will have an international curriculum. And they're like, this man, he might not have gone to the best of schools. He might not have the best of positions, but in his way, he's trying to influence his society. And I think that's why Alex is asking,
let us not glorify evil. No, we cannot. This money may be the money that the people who are dying, the property that is being taken. When we glorify that, we give someone else the thought to do the same. So if someone kills and sets up something good, we have to refuse to glorify that until he's
actually the genuine money we are talking about is not even that of Ezekiel. We're asking of our rightful money, the money that the governors receive. I think that's maybe where we're not understanding each other. We are talking of that money, Achana Ezekiel, stained or not, but out of the money the governors collect, the taxes they collect every day. If you park your car in town, some amount will be demanded from you for parking in town from the Kanjo. That money goes somewhere. What happens to that coin? That I think that is where the debate is. I don't know if you now understand.
Stolen. I don't know why. We know this money has been stolen by right, left, and center. What we should be asking the government is to get that money back, not to start taxing us more, the people who did not eat the money, while the people who ate the money live in luxury. We all know the money is stolen, and we even know some of the thieves. So all we need to demand is our money back. Simple.
So basically, as Alex is trying to say, yes,
it begs the question: is the national government or the president the actual problem? I think the answer to that would be definitely yes. But I think it goes back to that very leader that we have in our county government, known as a governor, to that leader that is known as ward rep or rather MCA. So those are the actual people that we need to hold into account, because they do collect resources down from the county level. And if they are able at this point of time to some smart governors to direct the payments of the salaries to their staffs, and even Abu Swamad went as far as saying that it's the same amount of money that they receive from the county level that they're being able to pay off the debts of their suppliers, that they're up to date in payments.
You know,
So do they
Alex.
really depend on the national government to run?
Can you imagine how much more they can do if they also got the money from the national government and utilize the money on the county level, the revenue they're collecting? Now, our country would be either middle class or first world. We can get there.
I agree. So it means the problem is the utilization of these funds. Now, we are being told somehow that is not the problem. The problem is the treasury. The treasury is not giving them the money. When they do get the money, do they utilize the money? The answer is no. So I think it's about time we start looking.
You realize some of the money they are claiming, it's maybe 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, right?
Yes.
But we don't the pending, and it is not the whole amount. Maybe last month walibakishiwa 330 billion. So ni pesa kiasi, they are given part, not the whole amount. But the question is, even the little they receive, do they do something that affects them 190? Because you still go to the hospitals, there are no drugs. You still go to the hospitals, there are no good services. The funniest thing, it is the same case with CDF. You find there are MPs who are doing exemplary well. They have built awesome facilities, and then there are MPs who will be, you'll not hear them bring good motions in parliament. You'll not see them launching awesome facilities in their constituencies, but they will receive their CDF every month. What happens to this money? Are they like created holes that after this money comes, it has a way of reaching their pockets? Because you find someone is launching an awesome institution like what Chichopevu guy did. He launched a very beautiful school, Idmas Baraza, the other day. Nice school.
You know, Jex, when you say that, I really feel bad. Let me say this, and I'm sorry for being a dad and also being a panelist here. Jex, don't call those things nice schools. Once Kenneth Okoth came with what he came with, anything that comes like a colonial class, imetoka kutoka huko where kids are taught like prisoners. That's not a nice school.
No. Compared to some
Okoth, listen, Kenneth Okoth, Kenneth Okoth came
in
out
Kibera,
with
we
something.
have a very nice school that was done by the guy who died.
Once we look at what Kenneth Okoth did, we should never degenerate any further down. Hizi vitu zingine for me, those are like prisons. A good school.
My point is this: can we mention some of the MPs what they are doing? We never see the classes, even if they are long as what you are calling prisoners or prison rooms and everything. We never see them do anything. They don't even have a bill they have sponsored in parliament. Right?
And you're right. And that is why I go back to the word.
Wow, huyo amejileftisha kimchezo. But Black, you are saying Black, you are saying something.
Okay, yeah. Ndo nilikuwa nasema kama sahii hizi county government wanasema wanadai hela, but the smart governors wameweza kulipa mishahara plus also to pay suppliers that they had offered their services to the county government their money, and they are up to date in their books. Now it begs the question, ni kweli kwamba shida imekuwa ni national government, or is it that the county governors also have they have been part of the problem? And somewhere, somehow, can we also look at this issue of Ezekiel, Pastor Ezekiel, as an eye-opener to this factor, or rather this factor that I'm bringing up, that Alex gracefully brought as a point while submitting? Because nikiona county governors wanajitokeza being led with Waiguru, in 14 days what a strike, they're giving a strike notice kwa sababu hawajapata pesa zao kutoka kwa national government, rather the treasury. I think we as Kenyans need to ask ourselves some very hard questions as to who actually we need to hold accountable to the lack of development, or if any development, the slow growth of development in the counties that we live in. We saw Arat launch a factory, avocado, for producing oil from avocados. Now this is a plus. This is in conjunction with the British High Commission that he got to launch this project. This money did not come from the Kenyan treasury. Now, if this is possible, how many other projects can these governors of ours
stop using
launch for the good of Kenyans without having to rely on the national government?
That should be
the answer is many. So a lot is happening right now that is being unraveled that can unlock or can be used to unlock the problems that we have as Kenyans in matters development. So let's try and point out these issues as Kenyans are not politically. Eti kwamba Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, and if we can do this, then we can be part of the solution, and maybe tunaweza hamasisha wale ambao wanatuangalia kwa hivi vipindi, because I know there are a lot of people that do watch this program, right from the ordinary mwananchi to the leaders as well. Let me give a chance to my fellow panelists.
I wanted to say, like in the US, if you look at governors, they go out and source for companies to come to their state, because once the company comes to your state, the money goes to the state, it becomes revenue for the state, and as the more the state gets revenue, the more the state is able to do more for its people, because that money doesn't go to national government. So I don't know whether our governors don't know that they need to source for, you know, like the trade deals. They shouldn't leave all the deals for
in collaboration with the British government.
They should also be going out there to look for those deals themselves, to bring to their own counties. Go ahead.
And today commissioned an avocado processing plant to commence production of avocado oil for local and international markets. And as Crispin Otieno tells us, the plant will benefit the farmers and youth from the Gusii region and Kenya at large, which is the leading producer of avocado on the continent and the 6th largest producer of the fruit in the world.
The 70 metric ton capacity machinery at this processing plant will see farmers from Kisii and the neighboring avocado-rich counties finally get market from the fruit and improve their livelihood. British High Commissioner Jane Marriott accompanied Kisii County Governor Simba Arati to the official opening of the plant, which will see avocado product exported to foreign countries.
Tunashukuru the British High Commission kwa sababu wao wamekuwa wawekezaji wema, ambapo sasa tuko na factory ya avocado ambayo inatoa mafuta ambayo itauzwa ulimwenguni mzima, na sisi tuko na avocado nyingi.
And I'm delighted to be here in Kisii County today with the governor and the wider teams to formally launch the avocado processing factory. It's Kisii's first agri-processing factory, and it's showing that value chain addition can be done in every county.
The governor appealing to the farmers to make use of the opportunity in the sector to be reliant.
Hivyo kwa sasa nataka niombe wakulima msipeane avocado zenu kwa bei ya kiolela kule vijijini kwa wale middlemen.
Avocado farmers in the county hailed the new plant, hoping this will change their fortunes and provide them with the market for their produce that they've been seeking.
Project ambayo imeanza ya
Avocado kwa sababu sehemu hii ya Kisii sana sana tuko na matunda kwa wingi sana.
Kwa kuwa hii watu kutoka ng'ambo tulikuwa nasikianga tunakuja kufungua avocado. Sisi tunaposhughulikia avocado hata tunauza kwa njia isiyofaa. Sasa tunarajia tutapata hela mzuri, tutasaidia watoto wetu.
The plant is targeting avocado farmers from Kisii, Nyamira, Migori, Homa Bay and Narok counties.
We brought in a machinery that is to process avocados. Basically, the idea is to crush the fruit and extract oil out of it.
Avocado oil is best known for its value, cosmetic usage, as well as food flavor. Following the official commissioning of avocado processing plant in Kisii, which will now offer opportunities to thousands of youths in the region, the county government has also promised to empower locals, especially farmers, in an effort to improve their living standards. Crispin Otieno, Citizen TV, Kisii.
I'm sure Alex is happy now that tumetaja home.
That was not only am I happy. You see, I was sad for the guy because of he's my friend. What I deemed that probably he will get. Well, Simba needs to do things right in order for him to be re-elected, and I'm afraid. And like other counties, I hope we will start judging a governor not by affiliation but by the content of development and the nature of the changes that he has made. This guy has been hit left and right. You see, he told me, I'm a governor now. I'm not an MP. I don't go to parliament. I'm an executive. I will never be judged on Maandamano. I'll never be judged on anything. I'll be asked, where are the ambulances? Where are the roads? So I think I wish all governors should not be judged that ajaenda Maandamano, aja support Ruto, ajafanya ine. Then we can have governors who can deliver. But if we threaten a first-term governor with affiliation checks, they will play it safe for re-election. And once you play it safe for re-election, you will be playing to the party or to what that region will want. So I hope Simbarati understands that it is no longer about the party. It is about, because I have questioned here, how did Odero do in Mavuno or Mavuene? Okay? All question, he had no affiliation. He did what was right. And today we are seeing, though he has court cases, but the structures are there. You can see development. You can't criticize it. Whether you say it's demonic, you say whatever it is. And I don't believe all that money is right to me. I mean, the way my sister has explained here. But I am amazed that a man of that nature can do that. That governors must understand that we should judge them like that. If you go to some counties, if you go like Busia, if you go, for instance, Jex, if you know Keroka, Keroka is bigger than Nyamira itself. You sit and wonder. Keroka is bigger than Homa Bay city. And you wonder. There was a time photos were circulating of the mortuary of Homa Bay. Go to Facebook and see. And you wonder, what is Awiti doing? You saw that. But because of political affiliation, we don't put our governors into task. And that is why for the case of this man, when I saw it, I asked myself, wow, how can this man do this? kwani ni akona nyota 7, akona nyota 12. So should we vote our people based on nyota? So I mean, it was just like I kept asking myself, what's wrong with our governors? And I'm going to use this to criticize my governor and ask them, look at this Odero and tell us what you are going to do for us. If not, take all our MCS to benchmarking there every month. Not outside the country. Every time they want to go benchmarking, Kilifi.
Yes,
Until they realize that it's doable.
Yeah, I want to echo the words of my opponent, but today he's an ally because we are speaking in one language as Kenyans. So my opponent today, who is my ally, has given us a very special point, of which nimeunga mkono all the way. And you see, not only did these governors do this, especially in the example of Arati, but we also ought to give good props to, what's his name, Moses Kuria, because he is the one who removed that red tape whereby every assistance that would come from any foreign country would have had to go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then he would be the one, the Minister of Foreign Affairs would be the one that would now then get in touch with whatever relevant authority or institution, organization, or county government that would be to receive the assistance. Whereby he now came across and said that for any development project, now the foreign organizations or foreign countries can directly deal with the institutions that they would wish to assist. Now, in this case, Kisii. You see, in the past, the British High Commission would have to have gone through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You see, all that red tape by the bureaucracy. By the time it comes to get to the county government, kuna vitu nyingi zimefanyika hapo in between that would discourage now these foreign donors to even end up assisting these institutions. Now, in this case, this is a classic example of now this change of policy by this current government that has brought about good development to the people of Kisii, because the British High Commission has directly gone to the Kisii county government to give their assistance, and we see the fruits. They now have an avocado factory in a very short time. I think it's about 8 months since 8-9 months since Arati came into power, and this is what they have. Had the government been operating with the previous policy, it would have been different. I don't think Kisii would have been having that factory right now. So we give props not only to Simba Arati, but we also give props to Moses Kuria for what he has done. Thank you. But one thing to mention, maybe if I can massage the ego of of my opponent, it is worth noting that these developments have happened in the Azimio governor zones. So wanasemanga kama vile unaposema mnyonge mgala mpe haki yake. So because Makueni governor has been able to pay the staffs through the money they collect from the county government. Mombasa Abdul Swamad has been able to do the same. And I don't know if Arati has done the same. I don't know, but at least we've seen the development that he's done. But Sakaja has also done good.
If you remember in December before the Christmas, if you have that clip, he did.
We ought to have a show that will rate these governors from Governor 001 to 0047. Sorry?
When the doctors from his county wanted to strike because of pay delay and all, he was the first one to pay them. So he's trying. He paid them ASAP, like...
Who is that? Who paid?
Simba Arati.
Oh, Simba Arati. Yeah. Can I say something about that gentleman?
Just one moment before you say that. We have like 27 minutes before hii show ijizime kwa Facebook.
With Alex here and Geoffrey and Black, I doubt.
Itajifunga, we have to wrap it in 27 minutes. But allow me to equally say that I'm grateful to those who are watching. We have a number watching and guys equally sending in their messages. I see Charles Nyagi still sending in. Gitash, you are in. Thank you so much. And the many who are still sending in their messages. Derek Ondieki, is it Jarogo? And many of you who are sending in your comments. Asanteni sana for keeping watch. Patrick or Waru. Oh, these guys are very difficult name, eh? Lorenzo, I see you, and many others. Thank you for keeping watch till this hour. It's 5:41 here in Kenya, and I'm sure it's equally late in other parts of the world, or very early in the morning, or very late in the evening. I don't know. But thank you for keeping watch. Thank you so very much. Now, let me do it this way. Let's have our closing remarks. Let me begin with the person who knows. I know Atongea more than 3 minutes. Let me begin with Mboro.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try not to talk much, but I want to start with Alexis County because you touched on the Simba Arati. And I want to say this is one of the most reasonable governor that we have in Kenya. You saw how much he was opposing the president. But the moment he acquired the position of the governor and the current president became the president, he decided, okay, right now it is not a political period. It is the time for us to settle down and develop our counties. And Simba Arati was the first person to wipe out the ghost workers. And what I was asking Jakes, does it mean that we don't have ghost workers in other counties? I don't know how other governors handled that, but we saw that there were so many people who were being paid without any work in the county of Simba Arati. So I've been asking myself, what happened with the other counties? Did they do the same exercise, or they are still letting money be lost by paying people who are not known? And the other thing, when Jakes was talking of the High Commission working with the governor direct or with the county direct, I was asking myself just like yesterday. You see, that one has happened in the Azimio zone. And the former prime minister has connections all over, has high profile friends, business people. That's what he was supposed to, well, that's what he is supposed to do. Help his governors do a good job. Help his governors get those connections so that the young people and other people may get jobs. And I believe that is the only way we can build our economy. But this thing of every time having protests, it is not going to help our nation. And finally, it is good that we are discussing these issues of what happened at Mombasa. And I want to say it is good that so far, based on the information that we have, it still we cannot connect, or there is no clear relationship, or what we can call significance relationship between Pastor Ezekiel and Mackenzie. So when we are discussing, we should not link like we have concluded that they are working together. Because the only information we have is that Mackenzie sold the TV to Ezekiel, which is not a crime. The other thing, if it is the issue, and I'm not trying to exonerate him, the government will do or will prove him wrong or right. But I'm just trying to think outside the box. We have been told that the premise or that church has been there for 1.5 years in that place. And you see, this is a man with thousands of followers, the people coming from all over the country to seek his help. So if we are to take the ratio of if what the lawyers are saying is the true position that only 15 people have died in that premise of all those thousands of people, it's like we are talking of one or even less than one person per month. So it is good also to try to know that people die. People die out of sickness. People die out of natural death. So we should not always read that there is something wrong with what happened or what is happening. But if it is proved that indeed there are other evil things that we don't know, then the law will take its course. So I normally tell people, let us not always be quick to criticize or to point fingers until when we have that concrete evidence that the person is guilty. Like what happened to Makezi, we already know this is a criminal because we can see everything. We don't even need to be told. But the case of Ezekiel, I'm not very sure. Some things are not very clear. We still have gray areas. We still need to hear more so that we can say clearly that this person is evil. But if we are to base on what we can see, Jakes, that man has done a commendable job. And the things he has done are things to improve the society, are not things to destroy the society. So to that extent, before we get the clear information, we are saying kudos to him. He has done a commendable job. And if everybody can try to improve where he lives, then we shall have a better society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your submission. I go to Ashley.
I was online.
Ashley.
I'm going to see. My submission would be on Jeff Mwabi. I know Jeff tried to say that case was concluded that he had committed suicide. It hasn't really been that was just something, I think it was rumored. So I'm not talking of something that has come out because the final report has not been brought. But I have two questions. They say that the reasons that the pens were down was because he jumped through the window. He could have been pushed, he could have jumped through the window, and that's why his pens were down. That's true, because if he was raped, they could have as well put the pens back or taken them completely off. So by the pens being half to the knee does not prove anything. But my question is, when the security looked, it is said that the security saw all the windows on the side that the body had fallen from were closed. So who closed the window after Jeff had jumped? And since Fakso did agree that he was told that there was a body found down there, when they went and missed Jeff, to any person, any thinking person, maybe even a madman, wouldn't the first thought have been to check that body that was found, was it Jeff's, instead of going to the police to report someone is missing? Before you report somebody is missing and you know that there was a body found in your premises, wouldn't you have stopped at the security desk to get more information on that person that had been found, since your person was missing? And second and third, since he came in, I know about where there is security. If I go in with somebody and there is security in that building, that security, if I live there or work there, they know me. So maybe we are on fast, if I'm, like if you're friendly, you'll be on a fast name basis with this person. The security, they'll be like, hey, so-and-so, hey. So if they see you coming with somebody and then they find that person has ended up dead, they will inform you. So what I'm wondering is, since he was seen going on, if that they found a body in the premises, of course, the first thing they will go to do is see how did that body get in those premises. So someone will review the tapes to see how that person came in. So the security must have known that body, that person had come in with Jeff. is he wanting to say that the security never contacted him or the management of the premises to tell him that this person you came with ended up dead? So that is why I say there are gaps. These are just a few that I have that are circumstantial. Because based on that circumstantial evidence, I do still believe that FACSO has a case to answer. And that those are just a few of the things that I have questions about. Because at some point, looking at the cameras, they should have seen that this person that has ended up dead is coming from FACSO's room. So they should answer who closed the window. And when they closed the window, then at what point did they know that that person was not in the room? So if they went and they found the window open and there was a dead body downstairs, how comes they didn't pursue that before they went to the police? There's a lot of gaps, and I don't know who and why some information is being concealed. I still do not believe that Jack killed himself, that he was intoxicated, because we've had messages of him talking with his mother as late as 3 a.m. and he did not sound belligerent. So there's more to the case than meets the eye. That's my closing remark.
Okay. Luck.
Mine will be brief. And before I start, I want to say thank you for the panelists for having spent the time today. It was a very interesting and very productive debate that we had. And I hope that we can have this same debate tomorrow and many other days, just as we were, and many more. And as well, also thank the viewers for having been there, stuck with us, to spend their time to watch this debate. So as I proceed to my closing remarks, I want to say that it's about time we Kenyans start holding into account the local leaders that we have down there, from the county level going down, by virtue of what we have been seeing happening in the recent past, that yes, it is possible for development to come to our region without having to put the emphasis on the national government, because as it is, the county governors can as well do the service delivery and bring us the development, as we have seen in examples which we have watched here in Kisii, and not only Kisii, because also Kwale. Vuria was a very good governor by the time he was the governor of Kwale. He did the same. I think he brought about Factory Mango and many other good developments there. So it is possible for us to progress there. Now, secondly, I would also urge our beloved Right Honorable former Prime Minister, before the elections, during the campaigns, he said that he has friends that are in good positions that are willing to invest into our country. Now, him being the patriot that he says he is, he still is in the position of bringing these people to come and invest in our country for the good of Kenya. Now, if there's any problem maybe with the policies that he believes needs to be ironed out for these investors to come and bring in this development that we so long need as a nation, then he can use the parliament to bring about these issues, whereby these policies, if any, need to be ironed out, or if any need to be removed, if any red tapes need to be removed, like the one where Korea did, of removing the policy whereby any foreign nation or organization would have to go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for money to go directly to the money to go to county government, whereby hiyo kikwazo iliondolewa, the bureaucracy was removed, the red tape was removed, whereby now directly the county government can receive funds or help from these foreign nationals or foreign organizations. Such an example, if there's a policy that needs to be put in place to enable, to facilitate our foreign investors that are friends of Raila Odinga to come into the nations, let him say it. You know, he can engage the government positively on that note. Now, in matters of Ezekiel and many other pastors out there, maybe perhaps the government ought to look at this thing of whereby a critically ill patient can be moved to a church instead of accessing medical care at ende maombi whereby this person can be saved from a hospital or can get far much better care in a hospital, and instead anapelekwa kule aenda kufie kwa church, maybe the government can come and regulate this part. I think it's still a gray area. We need to look at this. So, and then in the matters of the health worker salary, I think it's an issue of policy whereby their salaries come from the national government, then it goes to the county governments where they work, then the salary goes to the account. I mean, this process needs to be shortened. I think it's about time that maybe perhaps the salaries of these health workers, as to how I understood from the interview that I watched about these health workers' issues and their salaries and how the money get to their account, maybe if they can revert back to the old system whereby the salaries will directly go to their accounts, it will be far much better to avoid now going to the county government as much as it's been devolved. Maybe utapata mshahara wao faster, because the first thing is the treasury pays the debts, the next after that is the salaries. Then at that point, maybe they would get the salaries first. Thank you, and that's it for today.
Okay. Thank you so much. Alex, I don't know if he's ready. I saw him having nilikuwa ukiwa na mguu ya kuku, sijui kama uko tayari. Now I know you have some energy, but you have less than 10 minutes.
No, Jex, I wanted to say a few things here. I haven't been here to give a finishing remarks for a very long time.
Yeah.
But I think it's a honor and a privilege to have a debate that is sober, that I end up a debate whereby I feel satisfied. My daughter always tells me the world is not black, the world is not white, neither is it gray, but ananiambia it is colored. And even people who are colorblind, they have their favorite color. It may not exist, but to them it's beautiful and satisfying. So you may have an idea that does not exist, but it is beautiful and satisfying to you. So I like the fact that we can have a debate whereby everybody goes home satisfied, like today. Now, Jex, first of all, I want to congratulate you. Na nitumie maneno ya Ezekiel Odera, nyota yako inang'ara. No, allow me, because I think in that context, maybe people can kwa sababu
I take on that.
Kwa sababu, Jex, when you started, many people dismissed you. When you started, I was one of the people dismissed you because, I said, well, what is he trying to do? But I think your resiliency and the way you handled the debate, and I think you wrote me a message back there, and I understood. Once you're a moderator, you don't take sides because you're moderating, period. And I'll tell you that you will take us far because you're giving us an opportunity to air views whereas you have your own, that you have to hold it and still become a moderator. So I'm glad, and create this platform so as when we come here with our views passionately, you allow us, however passionate we are.
You guys, mnapeanga mtu headache, but anyway.
Kama leo mimi na captain tumekupea, but in the end captain was happy. Captain alitoka akarudi, but unajua nini? That's a debate. This is politics. You come passionately, but you will agree. If you are honest, there are parts you will agree. People don't disagree 100%, Jex. Yeah. Unfortunately, if you disagree 100%, you are a sycophant. You are a sycophant. If I totally disagree with everything that somebody says here, I must define myself as a sycophant. Because they say, even a clock that doesn't work twice a day, it's right. If your clock stops at midnight, utakuwa na saa sita mchana na saa sita usiku. It will not lie to you 24 hours. So that is the reality of the nature. So my emphasis is to say that you're doing a good job. Continue to do this good job. And hii nyota itafika 12. So sasa iko tu 7. Asante.
Now this is how I normally do to you guys. Okay. Thank you so very much for being part of this great show. Panelists have been wonderful right from the moment we started over 7, close to 8 hours ago. But thank you so much for keeping tabs with us, for always being tuned to Mtembei TV. This is your show. As I've always said, this is not an extension of the government, neither is it a mouthpiece of the opposition or Azimio. It's your show for you to come and air in your views. Asanteni sana for watching, for staying this late. GG, I see you. And many of you who tuned in live from when we started up to now. We have to wrap up the show, but I thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. We have not Madaraka, oh my. Labor Day is coming. We have Atwoli's Day. Some call it so. We will air it live on Mtembei. You can be sure to catch it live at Mtembei, and you will be able to see what is happening live from. We have so many clips. Every clip that happens, you can be sure to catch it live at Mtembei TV. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So very much. I wish to end it there. Today I end it, since 1st of May, I'll end it with our national anthem because it's a holiday. Let me end it with the national anthem, and I'll also play the Jumuiya song. But thank you so much for always being part of this show. You guys are just amazing. On behalf of the CEO Mtembei himself and myself, I wish you a lovely and an awesome first Labor Day of the month of May 2023, and above all, a very successful month of May. May God bless you. May God do you well. To our lovely listeners and viewers, have a fantastic month of May. God bless you. God keep you. Tuonane jioni tonight at 10 p.m.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu. na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike.